This is our fate. He was born with the void mark, a mark unlike anything ever seen before. He figured life was rock bottom, destined to kick it with the Man United fanboys and call it a day. But the author said, nah, the void mark can't be measured, because its power is infinite. When his life was on the line, the ancestors appeared. They told him he could choose one power from among them. He said, only kids choose. I'm taking everything. And just like that, all 106 ancestors got absorbed. He became Master Gu. A single wooden stick could cleave the sky in two. Bare hands could split a mountain clean apart. A single bow could snipe enemies from 10,000 miles away. A head-to-head with the strongest hunter alive, result a dead draw. Alright folks, enough yapping, let's get started. The monster tower, where the sky is smothered by a blazing blood-red glow, pierced by the endless roar of thunder. The colossal tower descended from the heavens like giant screws boring straight into the earth, casting an ominous and suffocating shadow over the land. One day, catastrophe struck without warning, engulfing the entire world. Countless monsters poured from the tower, and by nature's iron law, the strong devour the weak. Humanity was crushed without mercy. The Yifeng abyss loomed close, and then the ancestors appeared, the very first generation of transcendence, their identities shrouded in mystery, each one cloaked in a blazing, radiant aura. They rose to fight, repelling the monster onslaught and destroying the tower. And there, amid the brutal battlefield, the image of a fearless warrior cleaving a monster's head from its body became the ultimate symbol of defiance. And so humanity pushed back the invasion and claimed victory. From that day forward, the ancestors were venerated as saviors of the world, their souls resting in eternal peace within the ancestral tomb. The tomb gleamed beneath the sunlight as if plated in pure gold. Hundreds of years later, behind the ancient, weathered grandeur of the tomb, towering skyscrapers rose into the sky, heralding a brand new era. Hello everyone, I'm Minato. When I was little, I loved reading the biographies of the ancestors displayed in the ancestral tomb's library. In those pages, there were swordsmen who could fell 10,000 soldiers with nothing but a tree branch, mages who grasped the very truth of magic and cast every spell without a single incantation, transcendents who were nothing short of gods from legend. If only I could etch my name in history like them, Minato thought. Then one day, while he sat reading the biographies as he always did, he noticed something strange. A mark had appeared on his body, the mark of a chosen transcendent. A blue, circular mark materialized on the back of his hand, the scripture mark. He declared with unwavering confidence, with this scripture mark, I swear I will become a transcendent whose name echoes through history. That is my plan. He finished his heartfelt reflection. Right at that moment, in a school nestled in the heart of the bustling city, a voice rang out, yes. The teacher channels magic into a piece of chalk, sending it floating up to right across the board letter by letter. He calls out, let's go. The teacher's voice swells with pride. Congratulations, everyone. The class erupts, everyone leaps up, cheering and celebrating, overjoyed at passing the hunter aptitude exam. But amid the celebration, Minato's phone suddenly buzzes. The screen displays a cold, clinical notice: Shenyang Minato Hunter Aptitude Exam Result Failed. Notification: Thank you for your participation in the Hunter Aptitude Exam. Based on your registration records and examination results, we sincerely regret to inform you that you have not met the required passing criteria. We sincerely apologize for this outcome and kindly ask for your understanding. Everyone is bursting with joy, everyone except Minato. Tears threaten to spill from his eyes. The entire class seems to have already left, only he remains, sitting alone in silence. Just then, two classmates turn back. We're heading out to celebrate, you clean up for us, got it? Cleaning and scrubbing, you can at least handle that much, right? The classmate turns to Minato and yep, that's exactly the tone they use. Everything is perfectly normal. But he doesn't say a single word. Staring at his name scrawled on the board, Minato thinks even transcendents just need to sign up to pass. The Hunter Aptitude Exam is supposed to be a joke, and I've failed it 3 years running. Recalling the notification on his phone, he thinks, only 3 attempts allowed within 3 years of enrollment. This was my last chance. Note: the academy permits only 3 examination attempts per year. Minato grows quieter with every passing moment. I can never become a hunter now. He picks up trash with a heavy heart, muttering through gritted teeth, my written exam was a perfect score. I even pushed my aura training to the limit. No matter how you look at it, this is a transcendence mark, isn't it? This worthless thing, he curses under his breath, then crushes the can in his hand with bitter defiance. It's nothing but a useless. Minato lifts his face to the sky, struggling to hold back his tears, voice cracking with anguish. I want to be like the ancestors too. Suddenly, a classmate throws the classroom window wide open. Minato, get to the school gate now, he jolts in shock, stammering, huh. Oh, I forgot. Amid the bustling crowd, a thought surfaces, huh. I want that to be the one everyone looks up to, just like him. But he doesn't realize that he's become the center of everyone's attention. Girls nearby gasp, wow, so cool. The guys can only marvel, that's the rising star rookie right there. That person is none other than Fakey Kai, an A-rank hunter. He grins smugly, apologies for the fuss, ha ha ha. The two classmates grab Minato urgently, move it, slowpoke, get going. Over there. He runs until his legs give out, gasping for breath, huff. No way, Kai steps forward, speaking up, hey, no bullying the weak. The two classmates protest, but sir, this guy is. Kai flashes a friendly smile and casually warns them, don't you see the reporters? Behind him. Two journalists follow, cameras rolling. The two classmates freeze, faces drained of color. They stammer, we're sorry, sir. The reporter beams, the one and only Fakey Kai. Wow, is this your old school? We'd love to tag along with you today. The reporter holds up a tablet toward him for the cover photo. We'd like to use the shot of you slaying that dragon, sound good? The screen displays Kai heroically cleaving through a dragon's neck with effortless style. He glances at it and grins, love it. Well, I'm a little embarrassed, haha. Minato watches him with wary, guarded eyes. That's Fakey Kai, he was in my class 3 years ago, a genius who topped every single subject. And the one who bullied me relentlessly every single day when we were classmates. The image of Kai beating him half to death is seared into his mind. His body trembles in waves, the hatred in his chest burning beyond control. Why do I have to trail behind that bastard? Why? The reporter speaks up, Kai, who is this person? Kai puts on an act, this is a classmate I wanted to introduce. What was the name again? He whispers to the person beside him, what was it again? It's Minato, sir. The classmate reminds him in a hushed voice. Kai repeats loudly, Minato, then he follows it up with a few backhanded jabs to make himself look even better by comparison. Minato wasn't doing so well academically, so I stepped in to help. I spent my own training time tutoring him and giving him advice. What the hell is this scumbag saying? Kai keeps fabricating. I even helped him out financially from time to time. Minato can't believe what he's hearing. He remembers that day beaten black and blue, stripped bare. Kai rifling through his wallet and taking every last coin. You robbed me blind, I never received a single cent. He's making things up on the spot. Those years trapped with that scum were nothing short of hell. Minato seethes with silent rage. The reporter gushes, Kai, that's truly wonderful. Absolutely perfect, both in body and soul. The whole group bursts into cheerful laughter. Only Minato stands in brooding silence, drowning in his own thoughts. Kai pats his shoulder with fiery determination. Just you wait, I will become a transcendent whose name echoes through history. Cameras click away endlessly, reporters chiming in, it's so wonderful that you look after him like this, Kai. The reporters swing their cameras toward Minato and you say a few words of gratitude to the benefactor of your life. His face goes dark. He stammers, there's no such thing, what are you even talking about? You already flunked the exam, didn't you? Kai whispers, voice low and menacing. He squeezes Minato's shoulder hard, hissing, no matter how bad things get, even you'd want to end the day in one piece, right? Memories of Minato being brutalized by Kai flood back. Minato trembles, forcing the words out, Kai has always. Camera flashes erupt in a blinding storm. He shakes, face ashen, voice breaking. Always treated me well. Looking back, I'm deeply grateful to him. Even a lifetime wouldn't be enough to repay him. Kai spreads his arms wide, flashing a smile at the cameras. Well then, I'm running short on time. Let's wrap things up here. Minato stands frozen in the crowd while Kai proudly boasts on the other side, I've got some trophies on display over there too. The reporters perk up, oh. Interesting, Kai laughs, then let's get moving. A production assistant chimes in, right, shouldn't we get that student's name? Might be useful for the article. The director waves it off dismissively, nah, who cares? Those words cut into Minato like a blade. No matter how despicable someone is, as long as they have the strength to become a hunter, the world will worship them. Minato clenches his fist tight. Anyone without power will be forgotten, just like that. His voice chokes, tears brimming at the edge of his eyes. My name is Minato. Suddenly, someone shouts his name loudly. Kai. He tucks his hands into his pockets and strides over the ancestral tomb. After class, Minato trembles when he realizes it's Kai. Why all of a sudden, he thinks to himself, what is this? What kind of stunt is he pulling now? Kai pats Minato on the shoulder. He smiles warmly. Hey, do you want to retake the exam? Minato asks in surprise. Retake it? Yeah, I already talked it over with the association, he replies. Minato looks confused, but why? Kai explains. It's obviously to build a good public image. Ancient imagery flickers across the screen. The final shoot will take place at the ancestral tomb. As for the details, I'll fill you in after class. He turns his back, reminding Minato before leaving, don't forget. Minato watches him go, puzzled. Can I really trust this retake offer? Kai strolls away, laughing and joking with his entourage. Minato, meanwhile, falls into deep thought. He hates the idea of being used by Kai to polish his reputation, but Stilthies is an unexpected opportunity. Minato smiles with relief. Given his current situation, thinking of the ancient tomb, he tells himself, this time I'll definitely turn things around. The camera clicks snap. Kai places a hand on his chest, face turned toward the sky. A voiceover introduces the next generation of hunters. You shall protect humanity from the monsters at the ancestral tomb. The photographer praises him. Oh, that's a gorgeous shot. Good. The reporter speaks up, wrapping up the photo session with a perfect final shot. Thank you for making time for today's interview, even though you're so busy. Kai bows his head. I should be the one thanking you all for putting together this article. The reporters leave. Kai gazes after them with cold indifference. He steps inside the ancestral tomb, his footsteps echoing through the chambers. So did you find the entrance? Kai tucks both hands into his pockets and asks. Two of his lackeys are busy digging something up. The two lackeys proudly show off the secret passage they just uncovered. Yes, boss Kai, it's right here, right? Kai nods approvingly. Good. Then bring it out. Minato shouts, what are you doing? He runs over, panting hard. Kai replies, can't you tell by looking? We're hunting for treasure. Minato scolds him sternly. Treasure? What are you talking about? This is illegal grave robbing. Don't you know who's resting here? Minato's eyes well up with tears. Kai sneers, HMPH, who? He kicks the pile of rubble hard, sending bricks flying everywhere, then turns around and says with utter contempt, who else? The stinking corpse of some ancient fossil, that's who. He adds, sell off this haul of treasures and we can live in luxury for the rest of our lives. Can't pass that up. What good is a pile of dried up corpses anyway? The ancestors, this tombit's all childish nonsense. Minato recalls his original aspiration, the ancestors were truly great. If only I could become a transcendent who goes down in history. That's exactly why Kai's actions drive him to the brink. He charges forward, screaming, you bastard. He throws a hard punch at Kai, but Kai dodges in time. Minato's strike misses. Not only that, Kai lands a vicious counterpunch straight into Minato's gut. The blow sends unimaginable pain crashing through Minato. He coughs up blood. He hacks and wheezes, clutching his stomach, writhing on the ground. Kai waves a dismissive hand. You dare mouth off to me? Dark crimson blood trickles from Minato's lips. Minato thinks, what? Damn it, am I really going to die here? Kai presses his foot down on Minato's head. The two lackeys haul a backpack up from the secret tunnel. Boss, we found it. The backpack is stuffed with colorful jewel-encrusted rings, glittering brilliantly. Minato stares toward the lackeys. Kai gazes at the golden orb glowing in his hand, ecstatic. This aura is it radiating from this artifact. Incredible, we really can live in luxury for the rest of our lives. Minato's weak voice cries out, stop, don't touch that treasure, damn it. That voice, Kai grabs Minato by the collar and hoists him up. Let me spell it out for you, genius. I was looking for a fool just like you, a fool who'd walk right into the trap after falling for a lie about a retake exam. I heard you come to the library here all the time. When I first heard that, I couldn't stop laughing. A perfect idiot delivered right to my doorstep. Kai raises his hand to the sky, grinning wickedly, dragging Minato across the ground as he strolls along. Despairing because his dream of becoming a hunter is shattered, then framed for stealing the ancestors' treasures and fleeing. What a tragic story. Minato seethes with rage, teeth clenched, glaring at Kai with trembling fury. Shut up, Kai cuts him off. Tomorrow's headline will read exactly like this: he drags Minato to the edge of a cliff. He spins the perfect narrative. The suspect is believed to have stolen treasures from the ancestral tomb. Police are searching for a third-year student of the Hunter Academy. What was your name again? With that, he shoves Minato off the edge. Minato is too weak to resist, leaving only a look of bitter defiance. Kai smirks in, that's that. Goodbye. At that instant, Minato plummets into the water below. Boom, a massive splash. He sinks slowly, thinking to himself, is this how it ends? All those days of training, all those efforts, all for nothing? I'll die and disappear. No one will even remember me. Just as Minato reaches the depths of despair, a golden light suddenly blazes to life. Spirits materialize around him, speaking amongst themselves. This one is a vessel that can fulfill our desires. Our desires. He hears their voices, bewildered. One spirit explains, we are the souls of those who rest in eternal peace within this tomb. Minato listens, astonished. Glittering golden light swirls around him and he questions, what is this? These voices, this light, are they all the ancestors? The mark on the back of his hand emits a blue glow. An ancestor seizes Minato's hand. Young man, what you bear is the void mark. Though it possesses no power of its own, it can contain any and every type of ability. The lead spirit speaks, choose one among the ancestors here and forge a pact. Every one of us is a grandmaster in our own domain. Hands reach out, each representing a different discipline: magic, martial arts, swordsmanship, spear arts, summoning, alchemy. No matter whom you choose, we shall bestow upon you power beyond your wildest expectations. Minato begins to lose consciousness. An ancestor asks, now then, what power do you crave? The image of Kai's mocking laughter flashes through Minato's mind. I want the power to not be inferior to anyone in this world. A power that dominates all others. To erase every ounce of humiliation I've endured. The script mark on the back of his hand blazes brighter. Hurry, choose. Minato's voice grows frantic. Minato clenches his fist and screams, all of your power, give me all of it. The spirit's voice rings out, how greedy, but that is impossible. No matter how powerful a vessel you may be. Shut up. Minato's scream cuts the voice off. The spirit's images blur and distort. Minato bellows his command, enough talk, all of you. Get inside my body. A miraculous spectacle unfolds. The spirits are all sucked into the script mark. Thousands upon thousands of voices flood into Minato's mind all at once. What the hell is this? Stop, I'll kill you. Wait, is this even possible? Cease this at once, how insolent. Do you know who I am? You want to die. Hold, don't interfere. I find this amusing, I agree. Not bad, show me your strongest technique. A curious specimen. It's been ages since I've been unleashed. Wait, where are you touching? No way, thighs can't be all of them, this guy. What on earth? Suddenly, a golden power circle materializes where Minato stands. Outside, Kai suddenly senses something behind him. A massive explosion erupts. Water rockets from underground straight into the sky. His subordinate quickly unfurls a barrier to shield Kai. He narrows his eyes. Before him stands Minato, perched atop the cresting water column, blue light radiating from his entire body. He descends from above as the column of water crashes back down, creating a torrential downpour. Minato stares at Kai with fierce intensity. His hair and eyes have shifted from black to silver. The lackeys sneer. The stubborn bastard climbed back up. Minato picks up a tree branch and snaps it with a cold, effortless flick. The two lackeys are taken aback. Are you? They suddenly burst out laughing. What the hell is that? Don't tell me you're planning to fight us with that stick. Kai was scared stiff. But even while saying all that, he and his crew clutched their bellies and howled with laughter. Minato picks up a tree branch, walking right past Kai. Kai speaks up again. Not happening. His face darkens and he fixes Minato with a murderous glare. So you can never climb up again, I'll slit your throat. As soon as he says it, one of his underlings materializes a sword. He flexes, you know what? I've never scored below an A on any swordsmanship test. This blade was forged by a true swordsmanship master. You should feel honored to die beneath this sword. Minato finally speaks up, a swordsmanship master. The underling leaps, swinging his blade at him. Clang clang, a few strikes ring out as the two clash and pass each other. The underling grins, that's your confi. Suddenly, his sword shatters into pieces. He's been slashed twice across the forehead. His wrists, arms, and torso are severed clean through. As if he can't believe it, the underling gasps, what the hell? Kai and the remaining one stand frozen, unable to believe their eyes. Minato points at the underling collapsed on the ground. Show me what you've got. Minato slings the branch over his shoulder, looking impossibly cool, then glances at the blade. So what can yours actually do? The chubby underling charges with his club and staff. You bastard, you greenhorn. Eyes of destruction lock on. Too slow. Minato points a finger at him. A massive surge of power launches from his fingertip. His eyes widen. He lets out ha. The blast pierces straight through the chubby underling, who thinks in terror, what the hell is this? The force slams him into the ground so hard it looks like he's burrowing into the earth. Kai, standing nearby, stumbles back to dodge. He grits his teeth in disbelief, slashing someone with a tree branch, using magic without chanting. Impossible. Images of the ancestors flash before Thema swordsman who could cut down 10,000 soldiers with a single tree branch. Then the image of a female ancestor appears. A mage who understood the very truth of magic, capable of casting every spell without a single incantation. All of them were transcendence legends as great as gods. Resting within the ancestral tomb, the void mark on Minato's hand blazes to life. Their souls merge into Xianxia Minato. All 106 of them. Minato recalls what he once declared that afternoon: I will become a transcendent whose name echoes through history. A tremendous power erupts from Minato's body. He declares, your names will not be remembered. He states it with absolute certainty, because history will only tell my legend. The two underlings lie sprawled on the ground. A fearsome power surges out of Minato. If you want to know why, check back in the previous episode. Minato grips the branch tightly and marvels, incredible. The souls of the ancestors reside within my body, through the void mark one by one. They are descending into me. Xianxia Minato thinks, I can feel their joy. The ancestors materialize in his mindscape, raining down from the sky, cheering, magnificent. Joyful voices fill Minato's being. What is this? How vast, freedom after centuries of imprisonment. From here to there, all of this is my domain now. He recalls the excitement he felt reading their biographies. I've read your life stories over and over, memorized every detail. And now, those legendary ancestors, their souls dwell inside me. Minato feels the souls stirring within his body and smiles with pure joy. The ancestors, once their excitement settles, say, all right then. Their gazes fix on Minato and something feels off. Their eyes blaze like stars. We'll fight it out. Let's see who claims this body. The sword god calls out to Minato from behind. Hey, kid. Minato glances back. He thinks the legendary swordsman who could cut down 10,000 soldiers with a single branch. That's Vero. The old man chuckles smugly, stroking his chin. My name still echoes through the generations, does it? As expected, this body is magnificent. He places a hand on Minato's head and asks, now then, what do you intend to do? What about Kai? Minato replies. Meanwhile, Kai is trembling in terror. Vero sighs, that brat doesn't matter. He points toward the horizon. What I'm concerned about is how to take down that thing. Minato hears him and blinks in surprise. Suddenly, Minato charges straight at Kai. Kai is stunned. What? This son of a... Kai materializes a sword, screaming in fury, you actually dare come at me, before he can even name his technique. Minato punches him square in the mouth. The sheer force sends him flying. Kai shrieks in terror. Minato says, impossibly cool move. Suddenly, a dark power erupts from within the backpack, a sinister force that explodes outward. Minato is stunned by what he sees. The scene shifts to a city drenched in death. A three-headed wolf, monstrous and terrifying, howls into existence. It tears through everything on the streets. People scream in fear. Senpai, please save us. The wolf lunges at a man, charging with savage fury. Yet the senior hunter shows no panic, leaps high into the air, then brings his heavy mace technique crashing down on the wolf. Everyone cheers, amazing, he killed an A-rank monster in a single blow. He's truly a different breed, an S-rank hunter. That's Kisaragi, the S-rank hunter. He responds humbly, thank you, Kai. What's he doing? Someone says dismissively, he's got an interview today. Rising star, hottest rookie must be feeling pretty full of himself. Kisaragi chuckles, come on if he gets noticed. It boosts our guild's reputation too. Let's file the report and grab some drinks. As Kisaragi picks up his phone, he suddenly senses something. He turns, thinking a monster. What is this aura? The others around him are already doubled over in agony. Kisaragi suddenly realizes what's behind him. People begin collapsing one by one, crumpling to the ground, coughing violently. "Senpai, what is this?" Kisaragi frantically dials someone, his mind racing, pressure this intense. Even B-rank and A-rank hunters can't stay on their feet. That means only an S-rank monster or higher could cause something like this. Everyone near the ancestral tomb's radius is driven to the ground by the crushing pressure, unable to stand. A deafening roar erupts from the tomb. Kai crawls to his feet in agony. He looks up and spots a grotesque creature emerging from the backpack. He screams, "Monman. Stir! What the hell is going on?" Minato answers, "All because you desecrated the ancestral tomb." He explains further, sealed inside this tomb was a boss monster from the tower, the very thing you lot stole. An image of the treasure-filled backpack flashes across their minds. Vero explains, back in the day, some tower monsters survived by using a hibernation skill. This one is the Void Worm. The creature resembles an octopus with countless writhing tentacles, covered in innumerable eyes, absolutely horrifying. It is the Void Worm tentacled metamorphosed threat level above S-rank. Kai has no strength left, panting heavily, struggling to stay upright. Vero continues, it releases a toxic aura that kills every living creature within a few kilometer radius. In the past, it was one of the most dangerous monsters in existence. But it seems the brats of today aren't equipped to handle it. Kai turns and bolts in terror. "Run. I don't want to die." But Minato stays calm and doesn't follow. Standing still might actually keep you alive. The Void Worm locks onto its first target. Kai still running. It hurls a tentacle forward. Kai raises his sword to block, then screams ARGH. His blade snaps in two on impact. The tentacle pierces straight through his chest. Kai thinks in despair, my sword, the sword that could cleave through dragons. The tentacle slithers through his internal organs, then spreads rapidly across his face. It drains every last drop of his life force. He lets out a choked gasp. His body withers into a dried husk. Minato watches and says, "I warned you." "Hey, kid." Vero drapes an arm over Minato's shoulder. "Hey, kid, how about just handing this body over to me?" He says, continuing, "You saw it yourself. The swordsmanship of Hinoki, founder of the Hinoki school." Vero thinks smugly to himself, "Heh heh. First come, first served. I'll seize control of this body while the others are still in chaos." Minato responds with a serious face, "I don't mind lending you my body." Vero replies cheerfully, "Oh, then let's get a move on." But before he finishes, the other souls yank him back. "You scoundrel, trying to pull a fast one behind our backs. This youthful body is mine." The souls begin fighting over it. Vero panics, "TCH caught." "Calm down, Minato." Minato speaks up, "I will lend my body to all of you." Every single ancestor is stunned. Minato declares with unwavering resolve, "I will surpass all of you. I swear it." He gazes at the Void Worm, "My power I must surpass. All of it, I want to feel it for myself. So show me everything you've got." Vero is exasperated, "Damn, this kid's got guts." He draws his blade and swings. Minato swings his branch just as Vero swings his sword, as if Vero is acting through Minato's body. Vero shouts in excitement, "Magnificent." Several slashes and Minato cleaves off one of the Void Worm's tentacles, but the branch in his hand shatters. Now it's the fist god Gongtak's turn to take over. Minato retracts his arms, forms a guard, and delivers a devastating palm strike to the Void Worm's tentacle. The second one snaps clean off. Minato quickly snatches up a piece of wood from the ground. This time, it's the blue-garbed god of destruction Shimakanis. He uses a wooden pole as a makeshift spear. He slashes fiercely toward the Void Worm. Minato tumbles with practiced ease, and with Kodo Hyoma's support, he wrenches free with a flick of the wrist. The Void Worm crashes down from above. After finishing off the monster, he walks over, picks up his backpack, and sets it aside. This time, it's the celestial bow Minato. He draws the bow toward the Void Worm and fires 100 arrows, piercing clean through its body. The Void Worm writhes in agony, blood spraying everywhere. It coughs violently, the blood too thick and viscous. Minato quickly shields his face. He moves like an avatar of each Godvari incarnation, wielding a different power, attacking, severing each of the Void Worm's tentacles one by one. He fights on until his blade shatters sand. The Void Worm no longer has a single tentacle left on its body. Then suddenly Minato's eyes light up. It's the manifestation of Mage Melis. She commands Minato to strike forward. He leaps, then swings his blade. His silhouette glows brilliantly under the moonlight of the Hinoki night. Minato commands Gyro, "Come forth." Skill activated, Phantasmal Wave Slash. The sword technique cleaves the Void Worm clean in two. When it's over, Minato grins. Now that was satisfying. At that moment, a crow perches on a tree branch, watching him with unblinking eyes. A young man stands atop a pillar, surveying the city from above. He answers his phone. Hello, what? You're telling me someone already took it down. I was still on my way there. Are there really hunters around here that strong? Through the crow's eyes, an image of Minato appears. According to the video the crow transmitted back, the person on the other end describes looks like a student from the Hunter Academy. The young man on the phone appears under the moonlight with an intrigued expression. He is the world's strongest transcendent Ikehara Midori. He responds with curiosity. I'm really looking forward to meeting him now. Midori sits atop the corpse of a monster and makes a phone call. Hello, director. Long time no see. Yes, that S-rank monster. I did see the video the crow sent back. It appears one of your students, Shenyang Minato, defeated it. But that student has failed the hunter exam 3 years running. He takes a sip of coffee and adds, so I find it a little hard to believe. That's why I'd like to ask you a favor. Would that be all right? Scene transition to the school. A student asks, are you okay after yesterday? Students buzz with discussion. That aura was absolutely terrifying. I couldn't even move. I can still feel the aftereffects. If you want to know what happened, just check the official report. One student puffs out his chest confidently. What if I told you I was the one who beat it? Would anyone believe me? The other student sighs. Stop joking around. An S-rank monster like that hasn't appeared in 10 years. Hey, by the way, there's a rumor that a student here actually took it down. The two students laugh. Ridiculous. How could anyone here possibly defeat that? Besides, someone that strong wouldn't be studying at a dump like this. The two students walk past Minato, who is trembling weakly. Barely able to stand with a cane, he pants in surprise. Wow, everyone's talking about yesterday. Suddenly someone walks over and shoves Minato aside. Out of the way, you're blocking the path. Minato stumbles, nearly falls, then does fall, hitting the ground hard. The burly guy from earlier is startled. Please, whoever killed that S-rank monster is definitely not some weakling like this. Minato's voice trembles. HNGH. He can't get up. He suddenly recalls his actions from before. Yesterday I thought defeating that monster was all that mattered, but maybe because I borrowed the ancestors' power. Now my whole body feels like it's about to shatter. Suddenly booming laughter echoes through the air. Ha ha ha, then what good are you for anything? Minato hears the voice and looks up. When he recognizes who it is, he calls out, Lord Gyro. The figure replies, just call me Gyro. Come now. Pull yourself together, Minato. You said you would surpass us. Minato suddenly remembers yesterday, back when he declared with absolute conviction, I will surpass all of you. Without fail. Minato slams his hand against the ground and says with conviction, of course. He uses every last ounce of strength to force himself back up. In GH, Gyro laughs heartily. Ha ha ha, show me that tenacity of yours. A student walks past. Minato thinks, is this guy crazy? Gyro observes his surroundings and muses, now then, let me sense their abilities. He scoffs at the modern generation of transcendence. The standards have fallen so low. He even sighs compared to the old days, only slightly above ordinary people. If the tower appeared right now, the world would be annihilated instantly. Meanwhile, Minato is still struggling to stand with his cane. Gyro's gaze suddenly sharpens. He seems taken aback. He detects amid those tiny, feeble flickering auras, one aura that is immeasurably vast. Minato asks, confused, what was that? Gyro replies, nothing, just felt an incredibly powerful aura pass through, he thinks to himself. A teacher throws open the door and shouts, Minato. What are you dawdling for? He stammers, I'm sorry. Is it because I was late? No, I was just lost in old memories. He thinks to himself, the academy only allows the hunter certification exam 3 times per year. I've used up all my chances. I can't retake it through the school anymore, but even ordinary people can become hunters through the standard registration process. The teacher replies, nudge it to the stadium now. You've been granted a retake. Minato stares blankly, stunned. Everyone turns their gaze toward the stadium, murmuring, hey, does the hunter certification exam even have a retake policy? Who knows? Minato crouches, planting his hands on the ground, tucking his knees into a sprinter's stance. He steels his resolve. I haven't fully recovered yet, but I have to give it everything I've got. The first test is the 100-meter dash. Average record 3.6 seconds, best record 2.7 seconds. The burly guy sneers down at him, smirking with contempt. He mocks you guys don't know. That guy's the most famous student in the whole school because he's always dead last. They probably let him retake the exam out of pity. Down on the field, the referee fires the starting gun. In the blink of an eye, Minato crosses the finish line. Everyone is absolutely stunned. 1.2 seconds. Even the burly guy is speechless. The second test is the 3,000-meter run. Average record 4 minutes 20 seconds, best record 3 minutes 17 seconds. Minato's result 1 minute 17 seconds. Test number 3 push-ups in 2 minutes. Average record 215 reps, best record 418 reps. Minato's result 840 reps. Test number 4 weightlifting. Average record 400 kg, best record 620 kg. Minato lifts 1,280 kg, everyone's jaw drops to the floor. What the hell is that guy? He shatters the previous record, doubling it. Everyone stares at Minato with a mix of disbelief and awe. What a monster, so cool. He glances at Gyro standing beside him and wonders, did the ancestors help me again? Gyro smirks, who said anything about helping, we were just watching. Meanwhile, in the director's office, someone reports, here are Shenyang Minato's current results. Please have a look, Midori-sama. The headmaster speaks with utmost deference. Midori sits cross-legged on a sofa, tablet in hand. He says casually, thanks. Truly astonishing results. The headmaster wipes the sweat from his brow. When I received the retake request, I was quite surprised. His physical capabilities are genuinely remarkable. However, Midori listens intently as the headmaster continues. The problem lies in the mana test. Over the past 3 years, he has consistently received the same result, immeasurable. In other words, his mana level is 0. The headmaster explains to Midori, so I'm afraid you may be disappointed. I'm sorry. Midori's attendant speaks up, 0 mana. Midori-sama, I mean regardless, but he cheerfully cuts her off, relax, let's just see how it plays out. His expression at this moment becomes truly unreadable. The next test is the mana assessment. Before Minato stands an enormous wind turbine tall as a 2-story building. The examiner asks, you know how this test works, right? Use your mana to spin this wind turbine for 30 seconds. The number of rotations is your score. The watching students buzz with excitement. Ooh, this one's intense. The average record for this test is 1,513 rotations. The best record is 4,022. Minato rolls his shoulders. He thinks, over the past 3 years, no matter how many times I've tried, I could never get this wind turbine to budge. Because I've never been able to control her, even sense mana. He closes his eyes gently. But now I understand it's a cycle. He raises his right hand, sensing from his right toe. It runs throughout his entire body, then returns to his right toe. Using his breath to accelerate the flow, he releases it through his palm. A wave of mana radiates from his palm. Command given, the propeller begins to spin slowly. The 2 examiners are stunned to see Minato get the propeller spinning 1 full rotation. Wait 1 second later, the propeller spins violently with a whoosh, the counter jumping to 1,240 rotations in an instant. Minato's mana surges stronger and stronger, making the propeller spin with increasing force. The rotation counter jumps nonstop, the examiners caught in the gale force. Their faces warped by the wind. Gah. Way too fast, can't count the rotations. Suddenly, the propeller explodes. The students scream in terror, scrambling to flee in panic. The propeller launches backward, hurtling across the school grounds, flying straight toward the principal's office. He wonders, a massive crash. A cursed propeller misses the principal's head by just 20 centimeters. The principal's face goes pale, drenched in sweat. Stunned, he murmurs, young Midori, this is... He bursts out laughing, ahahaha. It seems this student is just like me. He steps forward with immense joy, the second person in history whose power cannot be measured. Meanwhile, at the main stadium, Minato is also stunned by his own mana output. The examiner adjusts his glasses and blurts out, you passed. Congratulations on passing the exam. The Hunter exam. The spectating students erupt in cheers and screams. Minato, he shattered every record. Minato stares at his own hands. Moved beyond words, thank you, I can actually be this strong. Vero watches him from the side. Arms crossed, smug, just as I expected. Recalling the night before, he thinks when the ancestor borrowed his body. The hidden potential within him awakened. Vero grins widely. Indeed, he's no ordinary person carrying just a void mark. Vero chuckles with delight. Hundreds of years of waiting have finally paid off. What do you think, my old friends? Watching Minato overcome with joy, he thinks this kid, he might actually be able to fulfill our wishes. Suddenly, Minato senses something, a surge of power bearing down on him from above. What the? Minato! He shields his face in fear. What is that, Vero? Vero stands in front of Minato, shielding him, thinking this presence is, recalling before. He thinks that overwhelming aura I sensed this morning. It was. Midori steps out of the dust with a cheerful grin. Through the swirling dust and debris, Minato's eyes widen in shock. It's Ikehara Midori. Looking at him, Minato wonders, the legend of the transcendent era, the strongest of them all. Why would someone like him be here? Midori extends his hand to Minato, smiling. Hey there, Minato. Congratulations on passing the hunter exam. Minato stammers out his thanks, but then it hits him. How does he know my name? Then let's proceed to the supplementary test. Getting wrecked by the strongest person in this world, Midori says with a grin. Minato doesn't understand and stares back in disbelief. Through the fading dust, a young man with blonde hair appears with a bright smile on his lips. He scratches his head, speaking with excitement. Minato's eyes go wide with shock, unable to form words. His heart screams. The young man before me, Ikehara Midori. Staring at Midori's handsome face, bright smile, and piercing eyes, Minato can barely contain himself, wondering the legend of an era. The strongest transcendent. Is someone like him here? Ikehara Midori, age 23, a transcendent who became a hunter at just 5 years old, always demonstrating overwhelming power. No one can deny his title as the world's strongest. He can crush thousands of monsters in the blink of an eye, and his sharp gaze alone is enough to take down feeble monsters or greenhorn hunters. He single-handedly resolved the monster riot 10 years ago and the giant monster outbreak 5 years ago. A living legend in Minato's Isen aura of brilliance surrounds Midori, compelling everyone to look. He cheerfully walks up to shake Minato's hand. Hey there, Minato. Congratulations on passing the hunter exam. His enthusiasm catches Minato off guard, hesitantly extends his hand, stammering his thanks while his mind races in shock. How does he know my name? Paying no mind to Minato's bewildered expression, Midori casually continues, all right then. Now let's begin the supplementary test. He pauses for a few seconds, then announces with a grin, getting wrecked by the strongest person in this world. Minato panics, instinctively raising his voice. What? A deep, dark voice calls his name from behind. Vero radiates a terrifying aura, eyes burning with fervor. Quickly hand your body over to me. Now, the school grounds have already drawn a massive crowd of students, surrounding the two and chattering excitedly. Is that really Ikehara Midori? I can't believe it. Midori explains further. The rules are simple. Within the next minute, if you can land a single hit on me, you win. He points to the sky. I guarantee even if you lose, there's no penalty, and every 10 seconds. I'll attack once. Seeing Minato's terrified, blank expression, Midori reassures him. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Oh, and I won't use any skills. But you go all out. Midori snaps his finger. Sand weapons materialize all around them. Swords, guns, cannons, piles upon piles of armaments. Minato's jaw drops, unable to process what's happening. What? Since when? A supplementary test. What the hell is going on? He glances at Midori, who's still smiling and casually greeting some students, then silently assesses the situation. He wants me to fight Ikehara Midori, the man called the world's strongest. He hesitates, then asks, can I really use weapons? Midori picks up a sword and answers calmly, of course. My body is harder than steel, you know. A flash of light and the sword in front of Midori splits clean in two. He says nonchalantly, no matter what weapon you bring, I'll just snap it in half. Minato is terrified by the display, his body breaking into a cold sweat. Vero shouts at him, hey Minato, hand over your body already. His soul ignites with excitement. So this era still has people like this. The modern world isn't so bad after all. Not bad at all. Minato thinks helplessly. Vero seems absolutely thrilled. Minato glances at Midori, who's casually scrolling through his phone. Ikehara Midori really is powerful enough to shock even an ancestor. Then he glances at the Vero spirit beside him. Not a chance. He steels himself, takes a deep breath, and fixes his gaze straight ahead with fierce determination. Minato makes his decision. All right then, the gawking students peek through the windows, watching the situation unfold with excitement. Is he really going to fight Ikehara Midori? I've got to watch this. Minato drops into a combat stance. Vero complains in frustration, hey, you idiot, what are you doing? Just hand over your body already. Before he can finish, Midori cuts in, all right. He holds up his phone displaying a 59-second countdown timer, and announces with a grin, begin. Minato grips the sword tight, the void mark on. His hand flares with light and aura erupting and engulfing both hands. He draws the blade in a flash and lunges forward. Vero is completely bewildered. You're actually going to fight? You fool. Ignoring Vero's outburst, Minato swings his sword straight at Midori, who's still casually looking at his phone. His thoughts race. I know it's hopeless. But both hands grip the hilt tight. He channels every ounce of willpower into his swing, determined to carve his own legend. I have to experience the power of this era's legend for myself. Midori shifts his body with effortless grace, as if he weren't even there, making Minato's first strike cut through empty air. Minato attacks in rapid succession, but Midori dodges each one with lazy ease. He even scrolls through his phone while casually chatting. What social media do you use? Someone's definitely going to record this and post it online real soon. The onlookers gasp in amazement. He dodged every single attack while browsing his phone. That's Ikehara Midori for Yao, no doubt about it. Minato keeps attacking relentlessly, searching for an opening. His sword arcs through the air, leaving trails of light in its wake. Midori still nimbly dodges Minato's diagonal slash. Minato grits his teeth and adjusts his grip. War surges along the blade's edge. The students cheer even louder. Whoa, insane, not a single hit. But someone notices something off. Wait, something's different about this. What do you mean? Minato's relentless combo doesn't seem to be slowing down at all. Meanwhile, Minato continues his assault. Though he still can't land a hit on Midori, he swings high in a diagonal arc, follows with horizontal slashes from both sides, then lunges forward with a killing thrust, all while thinking. That's a powerful rising slash aimed straight at Midori. Midori calmly sidesteps the blow. Still, Minato secretly feels thrilled. This is incredible. My body moves exactly as I will it. And I don't feel tired at all despite moving non-stop. Recalling the fight with the Void Worm, he wonders, could it be because the ancestor borrowed my body? Has my body changed? Suddenly, Midori raises a finger and points it straight at Minato's forehead. Now then, he announces, 10 seconds, a blast of energy grazes Minato's face, leaving him gaping in shock. From Midori's finger erupts a terrifying blast of power, shooting straight at him, but Minato barely dodges. His eyes widen in horror at the path of destruction, a deep trench carved into the ground, stretching far into the distance. Shenyang Minato can't help but feel indignant. He speaks softly. What the hell does that mean? If I hadn't dodged that, my head would have gone flying. Meanwhile, Midori stares at his own hand with a look of utter bewilderment. His eyes narrow, full of confusion. That's strange. I definitely controlled the force on that one. Midori looks at Minato, who's already assumed a combat stance in front of him. Why don't I feel any danger from Minato at all? Or maybe, Minato shifts restlessly, thinking if this keeps up, the kid's going to die. He recalls the moment of his transformation and tells himself, I need to remember the feeling of that raw power. The instant he thinks this, Minato's body surges with newfound strength, his gaze locking onto his opponent with iron resolve. Midori freezes mid-step, surprised. Minato charges, swinging his blade straight at him. The students filming with their phones gasp in horror. No way. His speed went up again. Whoa, Minato's fight is being captured on camera, but both of them are way too fast. The cameras can't even keep up. Midori dodges each slash while quietly assessing the situation. His sword speed is faster than before, sure, Midori muses, but when he fought that S-rank monster, it was on a completely different level. The atmosphere was totally different too. Is there some condition to activate that power, or is he hiding something? Then he glances at the countdown, 41 seconds, and it hits him. Ah, right. His gaze grows deep and contemplative as he studies Minato. This time I'll dodge with precision. Minato's blade sweeps horizontally. Impossible. Midori's hands flash through a series of seals and he flicks his finger directly at Minato. Flash! A terrifying burst of power erupts. Minato's body is launched backward. Slam! He crashes through the wall hard enough to shatter it. The impact is brutal. Minato coughs up a mouthful of blood. The aftermath of Midori's attack sends his mind racing. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. This is insane. His opponent is the strongest transcendent in the world. An attack that powerful, Minato laughs despite himself. The old me would have been dead for sure. Incredible, I've actually gotten this strong. His vision starts to blur. But even with his current power, he still can't pass Ikehara Midori's test. But that's fine. He steadies himself and charges right back in. I'll fight with everything I've got for whatever time is left. Midori sidesteps with an expressionless face. Minato whips his head around toward him in furth mark on Midori's hand blazes with blinding light. Midori stares down at Minato with cold eyes. Sorry, but I've got a pretty good read on you now, 30 seconds. He raises his hand and strikes the back of Minato's neck with decisive force. Minato's eyes go dark and he collapses into unconsciousness. Midori looks down at Minato lying motionless on the ground, a hint of admiration in his voice. He's the real deal, all right. But you still don't have what it takes to be my partner. He replays last night's image in his mind. Minato in combat, that power. What was it exactly? I still haven't seen the full picture. Then Midori turns away and pulls out his phone. Hey Jin. Let's head back. Meh. Shame really didn't quite live up to expectations. Because his back is turned, he doesn't notice Minato's hand suddenly clenching tight around his sword hilt. Who says it didn't meet expectations? Minato's voice carries a violent, overwhelming pressure that makes Midori jolt in shock. Minato's entire body is now engulfed in a colossal surge of power radiating from within. The one in control now is Gyro, one of the ancestors. He grins with excitement. Good, thanks to that stubborn brat passing out. I finally get to drive this body. Minato slings his sword over his shoulder and faces Midori with a provocative smirk. Hey, seeing Minato wake up radiating this kind of energy, Midori's eyes fill with pure fascination. Minato displays a wild, elated grin. Let's play a little more, why don't we? Deep inside his subconscious. The real Minato watches his own body with growing anxiety. Gyro. Midori faces the energy pouring off Minato, utterly thrilled. That's it. He recalls his earlier attack and thinks, this is the exact same aura that threw me off balance before. Midori silently wonders, is this a different person or some kind of skill? Whatever it is, he's turned into a real monster now. Don't just stand there. Minato screams to grab his attention and brings his blade crashing down. Midori dodges nimbly to the side, his assessment cold and clinical. His movement is completely different now. Speed and power are in a totally different league from before. That swordsmanship. His sharp eyes dart to the blade tip right in front of his face. A devastating thrust from Minato pierces straight toward him. Lucky Midori twists his body away just in time. He avoids the strike, but the sheer pressure forces him to leap clear out of the blade's reach. Midori stands there stunned. Before him, Minato readies his stance for another attack. There's a wild, unhinged look on his face. Midori drops low, dodging the horizontal slash Minato unleashes. The force of the swing tears through the school building behind them, sending students scrambling and screaming. TCH dangerous. Midori's excitement is nothing like before. Every sword stroke demands caution now, but Gyro in Minato's body swings with a mastery so fluid it's as if he already knows where his opponent will dodge. How does he fight like that? Midori visualizes it like flowing water, not raging waves, but an unpredictable, ever-shifting current. He raises a hand and concedes, HMPH, truly worthy of someone who defeated an S-rank monster. Midori swings his arm, grinning arrogantly. 40 seconds, energy blasts straight from his palm. But Minato's agile body slips past it, shouting with reckless confidence, too easy. Minato swings his blade. His sword clashes against Midori's technique, unleashing a massive burst of energy. Overwhelming pressure. Midori, even in freefall, laughs with sheer delight. Magnificent. The students watching the fight erupt into chaos. I can't believe it. Ikehara Midori, the man called the strongest in the world, is actually on the defensive. Minato sneers in disgust. This is boring as hell. Drop those ridiculous rules and come at me for real. His face twists with rage as he screams, if you keep holding back, don't blame me for being ruthless. He launches himself at his opponent the moment the words leave his mouth. Midori bursts into wild laughter, his eyes turning savage. Now we're talking. He flicks a pebble up with his foot and kicks it with tremendous force straight into the weapon rack. Every weapon launches into the air before Minato's astonished eyes. Midori blinks and leaps skyward in an instant. Minato looks up to track his movement. Midori is already gripping a spear, poised to strike. Midori smiles, both hands driving the spear down like a thunderbolt. Minato grins with satisfaction. Now that's more like it. The onlookers watching this fight feel like they're watching an action movie on fast-forwardingly streaks of light visible in the air. All they can manage is a stunned murmur. Time to end this. Within that flash of light, two figures clash in fierce combat. One wields a sword, the other wields a spear. Both are fighting with unrestrained joy. Gyro's crazed expression is being observed by the other ancestor spirits. One speaks with excitement. Oh, looks like Gyro has fully awakened. They chat with delight. It's truly remarkable that he can go toe-to-toe with someone like that. Looks like fun. I'm honestly jealous. But unfortunately, recalling Minato's struggle earlier, they note the kid's body still isn't strong enough to unleash Gyro's full power. Should we join in for the fun of it? Don't you dare mess this up, old man. Everyone is buzzing with excitement except Malicious, who watches in silence. She notices that Minato's true soul is standing quietly before a screen displaying the battle. Swing slash, slight thrust. Every move Gyro makes within Minato's body is projected vividly on the screen, and Minato's real hands instinctively try to mirror those movements. His lips move in a murmur. Right wrist, no left. It looks like he's studying intently from the ground up, weight shifting forward. In that instant, the two weapons collide. Neither can withstand the force, and both snap clean in half. Minato stares at the broken blade half that clatters to the ground. Damn it, but the sword Midori holds. Midori casually discards his weapon and charges forward, phone still in hand, grinning wider than ever. Wonderful, not just Funits got me fired up. You're out of swords now, grab a blunt weapon, a gun, whatever you've got. Or he throws his head back with an excited laugh. You've got 10 seconds left, what are you gonna do? Minato's eyes flick sideways. His gaze locks onto the school building. He launches himself into the air with explosive force, rocketing straight toward the muscular young man in a tank top standing dazed at the window. In one fluid motion, he yanks the sword from the guy's side, drawing an instinctive yelp. Hey. Minato says coolly, borrowing this. The moment he secures the sword, Midori has already leaped up to close the distance. He swings a fist at Minato, triggering a massive explosion. Kaboom! The blast roars across the sky. From within the smoke, Minato's figure comes hurtling out. He seems completely unfazed by the explosion. The two clash again, streaks of power trailing behind their strikes like blazing comets. It's been a long time since Midori has faced an opponent who could match him blow for blow. He laughs with pure delight, reveling in every second. Ah, now that's what I'm talking about. Keep it coming, while the other students panic. Terrified the school will collapse and shatter to pieces. The guy from earlier only has eyes for his stolen sword, staring at the empty scabbard with a broken heart. My sword. Midori suddenly spots a massive blade embedded in the wall of the building. He lunges for it, gripping the handle. The mark on his hand darkens, and his grip strength surges. The blade begins to crack under the pressure. Minato freezes. He feels a tremendous surge of energy pouring down from above. Midori raises the massive blade overhead and plunges downward. His eyes lock onto Minato, ice cold, as he channels every ounce of force into his arm. At that exact moment, Minato shouts Hinoki Toru. A net materializes out of thin air. Minato swings his hand. The massive blade in Midori's grip splits into perfect grid-like cubes. Hanano Saikaro, the cubes separate and scatter, tumbling down in fragments. Midori goes still for a few seconds, then beams with admiration. Magnificent. Minato stays locked in every fiber of his being focused. He charges. Take this, he roars suddenly for his own sword to shatter into pieces. His eyes go wide. Midori seizes the opening and swings. He stares down at Minato, voice cold as steel. 60 seconds. Right now, both of them are in freefall through the open sky. Midori channels a torrent of power into his strike, aiming to slam it straight into Minato. Gyro's spirit snarls in frustration. Damn it, not yet. Minato's true consciousness surges forward, pulling Gyro back. In the same motion, he shoves Gyro's spirit to the rear, letting his own soul take the helm of the body. Gyro shouts in alarm, Minato. A moment later, Minato's spirit fully reintegrates and the first thing he sees is Midori's strike bearing down on him. Minato reaches out and meets Midori's palm with his own. Using the reactive force from Midori's power, he lets his hand get knocked aside, his body riding the momentum. He dodges Midori's attack. The maneuver leaves both Gyro and Midori stunned. His hand is bent at an unnatural angle, grotesquely mangled. Take this, even bleeding from countless wounds. He throws a defiant punch with his remaining good arm. Finally his fist reaches Midori's face. An image of Ikehara Midori clashing with Kaminaga flashes through the void. A showdown between the strongest isn't merely a battle, it's a quest for truth. Absolute. Among infinite possibilities, like a game of chess between two grandmasters, every move conceals brilliance and unpredictability. However, Vero stares at the small screen before him, his jaw drops, words tumbling out in disbelief. That kid. He replays the scene in his mind, exact moment Minato grinned with triumph. He raises his hand and shouts, "Take this." Vero's mind reels, wait. In that split second it carved out an entirely new pathon that neither I nor he could have foreseen. The more he thinks about it, the more Hinoki Jiro's excitement builds, his eyes blazing with fervor. So this is the path the kid chose. Midori and Minato are still falling. Midori grabs Minato's arm. Minato's expression shifts from triumph to shock and then to Midori clamps down on his one remaining unbroken arm, the playful smirk from before completely gone. He stares at Minato, dead serious. Minato looks at his own punch just inches from Midori's face and thinks, bitterly, damn it. Minato stares at his captured hand, frustration creasing his brow. No, how? So close. Midori smiles softly, his grip still firm around Minato's arm. Then he pulls Minato's fist straight into his own face. POW. Minato's eyes go wide, completely blindsided. Midori squints, grinning ear to ear. You passed. The moment those words leave his lips, both of them crash straight into the school courtyard. Rubble explodes, dust and debris mushroom into the air. Every student in the building shares one burning thought: who won? As the dust settles, Midori is standing below, holding Minato in his arms. Minato is utterly spent, unable to move a single limb. One arm mangled beyond recognition. Midori calls out to the woman who accompanied him, "Jin, come over here." She approaches and asks, "How is he?" Midori flashes a bright grin. He passed. This kid is something else. Ah, mammy, arms gone completely numb. Mind patching me up too. She looks at him. She says flatly, "Fine." The students who overheard the exchange stare at each other in disbelief. Hey, did he just say passed? That means everyone erupts in shock. He actually landed a hit on Ikehara Midori. That guy actually did it. The thunderous roar of voices pulls Minato back to consciousness. Seeing him stir, Jin speaks up, "I'm healing your arm right now. Don't move." Minato glances over at her awkwardly, hesitating before speaking. Thank you." Jin looks at him, the corner of her mouth lifting slightly. "Congratulations, you passed the test." He closes his eyes and forces a smile. "Thank you." The words barely register before his eyes snap open. He bolts upright, astonished. "Passed? I actually hit Ikehara Midori." Midori props his chin on one hand, chuckling. "Oh my, you don't even remember, that's just cruel." Minato turns to look behind him and jumps with a yelp. "What the? Oh my god, it's really him, in the flesh." Midori stands, dusting off his clothes. "So the thing is, I may have given you a few extra points, but either way, you passed the test." He continues. "That barrage of attacks you unleashed earlier," he pauses, recalling, "that was Jiro, wasn't it?" But more importantly, Midori replays the fight in his mind, admiration creeping into his voice. "The way you repositioned to dodge my strike, that was truly brilliant." He smiles at Minato. "Be proud of yourself." Minato, stunned by the praise, meets his gaze and replies softly, "Yes." Minato thinks for a moment, then as if something just clicked. He turns to Midori. "Can I ask?" Midori glances over. Minato asks. "Genuinely curious, what happens after I pass the test?" Jin turns to look at Midori, suspicion in her eyes. She narrows them. He stands and lets out an unintentional, awkward Minato watches the silence stretch between them, completely lost. The sudden void of conversation leaves him grasping for words. That evening at Minato's home, the sizzle of meat frying in oil crackles through the kitchen. Minato's mother calls out to him, "Minato, we have a guest coming over tonight, remember?" Minato is wringing out a cloth, furiously scrubbing the ceiling beams spotless. He polishes them until they gleam. Guiltily he calls back, "Yes, ma'am." "It's probably just one person," she sighs, looking at him helplessly. "This kid." She shakes her head and returns to cooking. She scoops rice with a ladle, her voice gentle. "You know, today is a wonderful day. You passed the hunter exam and even got scouted by Ikehara Midorisomion, that famous." She spoons red bean rice into bowls. The aroma drifts through the air, enough to make anyone's stomach growl. She encourages him warmly, "I always believed you could do it." Minato can't help but feel a wave of warmth. He answers his mother softly, "Yes, Mom." A beat later, his mother's voice turns worried, "But is it really okay for someone that famous to visit our house? It's so tinny, let's just hope he doesn't mistake it for a dog kennel." Minato panics, immediately protesting, "Mom, Midori isn't like that." He retreats to his room, flops onto his bed, and stares at the business card in his hand. The card reads Ikehara Midori. Thinking back to this morning, he can't stop wondering why didn't he say anything about it. Jin has Midori locked in a mounted position, her legs clamped around him like a vice. She wrenches his arm back hard, his face turning beet red as he screams, "Aaghow, ow ow, Jin, stop, please." After everything's settled, Midori says, "Didn't I tell you, if you won, you'd become my teammate?" Minato sweats nervously, "Pretty sure I never heard that part." Midori stares off into the distance, remembering. "Again, that's right, isn't it?" He tightens his grip on Jin's hand even further until Midori can't hold back, "Stop it." He glances over at the group of students, too many of them by the windows, word could easily spread. After a moment's thought, he says, "Too many people here." Then he offers, "How about I come over to your place tonight, Minato? We can talk things through in detail there." He smiles faintly, hinting cryptically about the choices in store for him and about their true enemy. Minato stares blankly at the ceiling, bewildered. Our true enemy, he can't make sense of it. The towers had long been destroyed by the ancestors, and a modern hunter's job is nothing more than killing monsters that escape from spatial rifts. He thinks vaguely, is there something else out there? What else could there be? He drifts off to sleep without even realizing it. A voice echoes from somewhere, "Minato, wake up." Jiro's voice jolts Minato awake. He yelps in surprise, propping himself up on his hands, confused Jiro. Before him stand all 106 ancestors. Minato can't help but panic. Why is everyone gathered here? "No, what's going on?" Jiro, standing before the ancestors, explains, "I've just finished speaking with everyone." Minato says, bewildered, "What do you mean?" He crosses his arms defensively, alarmed. Have they already decided who's going to possess this body? Jiro tries to explain before he can finish, a noise echoes from downstairs. He hurries down and says, "Sorry, it seems Midori has arrived. Let's continue this later." He wonders what. Why is it so dark? The scene before him freezes Minato in place. He stares in shock. His mother lies unconscious on the floor. He looks at her and screams, "Mom!" He rushes toward her. But as he passes the kitchen doorway, a strange man is sitting at the dining table inside. Minato stops dead in his tracks. The man has garishly painted nails, eating with his bare hands. He picks up a piece of meat, pops it into his mouth and savors it. He chews loudly, smacking his lips with every bite. After swallowing, he sneers, "Absolutely disgusting." He calls out, "Hey, kitty, your mom needs to be taught some manners." A sinister grin twists across his face. Pots, lids, and shattered dishes litter the floor. He says arrogantly, "You should serve prime beef to your guests, got that?" Minato's face darkens. He growls through clenched teeth, "Who the hell are you? What did you do to my mother?" The man sneers arrogantly, "This brat's got some nerve talking to me like that." He sticks out his tongue, lapping up more food. His grin is utterly sinister. "I'm an S-rank hunter here to pick you up. Let's head back to the association." Seeing Minato still standing motionless, he urges, "What are you waiting for? Pack your things, let's go to headquarters." Before he finishes, Minato's fist rockets toward the man's head. The attack comes lightning fast, crackling with a powerful blue aura, but it doesn't even graze him. The man smirks, having appeared behind Minato at some unknowable instant. Tanigoro looks down at him with contempt. "Oh, you want to fight me?" Minato looks at the chaos in the kitchen. He remembers his mother lying unconscious by the door. He growls, "I asked, what did you do to my mother?" Memories flood in. His mother hugging him at his father's funeral, whispering, "I'll raise Minato well." Her worn-out shoes still stubbornly on her feet. Forcing a smile, "It's fine, they still work. Don't worry about me, go buy yourself new shoes, and just tonight." Her warm smile, "You worked so hard training today. Tonight, Mom will make that meat dish you love, okay?" Every memory stokes the fire raging inside him. "I'll ask one more time, what did you do to my mother?" "My mother?" Jiro watches the S-rank hunter through a small screen, muttering, "So this is what a modern S-rank looks like. Not bad, though we still need to deal with that Midori situation first. This fight will determine how we handle you." Jiro's lips curl into a smirk. Minato glares at the S-rank hunter, fury burning in his eyes. He's barely holding himself back, ready to avenge his mother. Tanigoro sneers at him. He taunts, "Oh, getting serious? How adorable." Then without warning, He raises his hand, aiming straight at Minato. Minato keeps his eyes locked on him, calm and steady. In an instant, he seizes the outstretched arm, wrenches it hard, and sends Goro crashing to the ground. The man can't hide his surprise. Not yet awakened. What Minato just pulls off stuns Kodo Hyoma. He recalls the day Minato defeated the Void Worm. That was the old man's technique. Fighting indoors doesn't leave much room, though. Minato hurls Goro with full force, sending him crashing straight through a wall. Goro quickly recovers, flipping to his feet. The smile on his face fades. He's genuinely surprised now. What was that? Was that some kind of coordinated technique? His doubts only grow deeper. I watched the footage of his fight with Midori this afternoon. Wasn't he just recklessly swinging aura and swordsmanship around? Minato steps closer to Tanigoro, his voice firm. You're stronger than that A-rank Kai. Aura blazes around his body. He stands firm, voice hard as steel. Answer Menno. Killing intent blazes in his eyes. Minato asks again, what did you do to my mother? His mother lies unconscious on the floor, dark poisoned veins spreading across her neck. Goro bares his teeth and laughs mockingly. Kekekek. With that tone, isn't it obvious? He shouts, poison. She was in my way, so I put her to sleep. More and more. Tanigoro grows more delighted by the second, his voice gleeful. If she's unlucky, there might even be some lasting aftereffects. Minato lowers his head. I don't understand. Goro grunts in annoyance. What? Minato fights to control himself. Why would you harm the family of your own comrade? Goro freezes. He repeats the word comrade, then runs his fingers through his hair. Finding it so absurd, he bursts into wild laughter. Laughing like a madman, he dashes behind Minato, lunging to attack, cursing as he goes, you idiot. Minato leaps up, successfully dodging the strike. Goro presses the assault, raining blows as he snarls, you're not my comrade. You'll become my puppet and obey my every command. A weakling like you, the only way to control you is by taking someone you care about hostage. While dodging, Minato suddenly notices something. Goro stomps down on his foot, pinning him in place. His foot. But in the next instant, Minato breaks free. Goro cackles, ha. No way. Minato leaps back, putting distance between them. His cheek bears a scratch from Goro's swipe. He stares at Tanigoro, eyes sharp with vigilance. What? A burning sensation spreads across one side of his face. Dark, blackened veins surface on his cheeks. Been poisoned. Watching the toxin spread, he frowns. Goro grins smugly. He holds up the hand that struck Minato's fingertip, tipped with venom-laced needles. He smirks. Poison transfer complete. He flexes his fingers. I can synthesize thousands of different poisons within my body. It's called death vision, he sighs. Bored, what a pain of a mission. If I wanted, I could release a lethal toxic gas in a 5-kilometer radius. But sadly, that's restricted within city limits. Goro's voice turns, threatening. The poison I just injected will kill you in 1 minute. Join my organization, and I'll give you the antidote. Refuse and die. Minato stands frozen. He thinks in silence, toxic gas that can kill everything within a 5-kilometer radius. Is this the power of an S-rank? They call them human-shaped natural disasters. He lowers his gaze and quietly calls out Medicine King Wallenstein. Are you there? Hearing her name called, all the ancestors turn to look at her. She blinks in surprise. Minato makes his request. I'll need that antidote formula later. She responds, flustered eyes. Seeing Minato standing frozen, muttering strange words, Tanigoro lunges forward with claws extended, mumbling something. So scared you've turned to stone. Minato calmly dodges the incoming attacks. He confirms the coordinated technique from earlier was. He pauses, then says, Kodo Hyoma's. Hearing this, the old man freezes, eyes wide. Kodo Hyoma recalls that moment and replies, so it was you. You copied my coordinated technique after seeing it just once. He thinks of the names Van Quan Tram, Hinoki Gyro, Diet Thuongzan, Shimakan, Kistin, Kung Munit. He remembers how he used to devour every book about them. He says the ancestors I once admired, I read their biographies over and over again. And now they're inside me. Tanigoro frowns, bewildered. He stares at Minato. What nonsense are you spouting? What? Minato glares at him and declares, what I mean is thighs much isn't nearly enough. The provocation succeeds in enraging Tanigoro. His brow furrows with fury. Fine if you don't know fear, how about pain? Goro shoots toward him, extending his venomous hand. Grinning wildly, the next poison will have you begging for death. As he speaks, he launches a relentless assault on Minato. from every direction, but Minato dodges each strike effortlessly like a withered tree pushing out new growth. Goro keeps pressing the attack, sneering, "Get on your knees and beg, and I might consider giving you the antidote. Though I can't guarantee it'll fix a brain already destroyed by agony." He throws his head back in laughter, taunting Minato to his face. When Tanigoro thinks he has cornered Minato and lunges in, Minato raises his calm eyes. He gathers every ounce of his power, activates his mark, and roars Holy Fist. Goro takes the blow head-on, blood erupts from his mouth. Jiro watches, stunned. Goro is blasted far away, screaming in agony. Before he can even recover, Minato drives a fist straight into his face, warping his features. Then he follows up with a powerful kick, the technique called Radiant Kick. The ancestors watch, astonished. As their techniques are reproduced to perfection, Goro is hurled backward, losing his balance, desperately clawing at the ground. He groans in agony, but Minato closes in fast. Hayden Goro roars, clasps both hands together and charges at him with everything he's got. Minato's hand moves like lightning. Wu's HHE darts straight at his opponent. His strike splits Hayden Goro's clasped hands wide apart. Every finger shatters. His hand plunges straight into Hayden Goro's torso. Crane beak. Kalen watches on. He narrows his eyes at the pinpoint precision of the technique. Next, he unleashes Dragon Claw attack after attack, leaving wounds riddled across Hayden Goro's entire body. The little dinosaur watches, jaw hanging wide open. Minato seizes Hayden Goro's body. He channels force into his feet, gritting his teeth as Guna's roots erupt forth. Guna stands with arms crossed, watching him fight, speechless, astonishment swelling in his heart. Hayden Goro is launched whoosh into the air. Drained of strength, panic floods his mind. What the hell is this? He can't believe his judgment was this wrong. He was certain Anion infected by the poison would crumble in fear and lose their composure. Not to mention the toxin invading the nervous system, paralyzing the body completely. And yet, this kid, Minato looks up. A brilliant golden aura streams from his fingertips, crackling with energy. Truth Mage Melius. Wallenstein stares up, mesmerized, unable to look away as the decisive moment approaches. 9 lures, he calls out the final name, Melius Cienos. A blinding, dazzling burst of light erupts as every technique of the ancestors floods into Hayden Goro's body like a trial by fire. The ancestors. Standing within, they all look up at him with eyes full of awe. Veo grins, his voice swelling with pride. You see that? Picture that battle again. He clicks his tongue in admiration. That day when we destroyed T-Name Tora, he only borrowed our power onsate. He could already copy and use our techniques, both physical and magical. I don't know whether this is the power of the void mark or not. The more he speaks, the more excited Hinoki Jikairo becomes, shouting, "But doesn't it make your hearts race?" Finally, he looks up at Minato, who is cradling his mother. "I propose we all train this kid together. If ancestors like us personally mentor him," he continues, his conviction unwavering, "then Shenyang Minato will become the strongest transcendent in all of history." On the rooftop, figures in black dart forward at breakneck speed. Faster, they leap across rooftops. That guy who was fighting just now. 15 guilds have already sent agents to recruit Ikehara Midori. One of the black-clad figures shouts back, "We need to move now." HMMPH. Midori appears right behind him. That many? He surges past the figure. The man panics, but he said it was clearly 15. Then he smiles. "Hold out your hands, you're the last ones." A streak of blue light appears. It slams straight into the black-clad figure. Cold sweat pours down his face. Midori, cough. He generates a terrifying pillar of force, blasting the black-clad figure off the rooftop. Crows darken the sky in a swirling swarm. Midori picks up his phone and makes a call. Jin. Jin lands on a nearby rooftop and answers the call. "Yes, we've arrived at the location." Lucky Breakai don't sense the aura of any other transcendence. She looks down at a house with its lights on, hesitating, but Midori responds, He listens quietly. "Looks like we were one step too late." Jin extends her hand for the crow to perch on, looks down and observes Hayden Goro, S-rank hunter, poison specialist, lying collapsed on that rooftop down there. Hayden Goro is sprawled out, limbs akimbo, tongue lolling out. Electric arcs crackle around the area near Minato's house. He lies wide-eyed, tongue out, convulsing in pain. Midori grins, surprised, Midori claps in applause. Meanwhile, Hayden Goro lies bound and pinned to the ground. "Brilliant. Even though I had a rough idea beforehand. I didn't expect you could actually defeat an S-rank hunter." He asks with concern, "Are you all right? Did you get poisoned?" Shenyang Minato scratches his head and replies no. Meanwhile, his mother lies with her eyes closed on the sofa. He assures them both my mother and I are fine. Veo glances at Wallenstein, arms crossed, and says, "Fine, you say. If not for Wallenstein, you two would be meeting the king of hell right about now." She is panting heavily, utterly spent. He then adds, "Still. It was all wrapped up within 5 seconds. Wallenstein recalls the memory of Minato tormenting Haydengoro while under ancestor possession. She responds, "Again, I was just extracting the antidote from the one who poisoned me, that's all." The scene was rather brutal. Shenyang Minato repeatedly jabbed the dying Haydengoro, asking here, here, or maybe here. Midori brings up the video that was posted and apologizes for arriving late. "I had to settle some matters with those guilds because of the footage from this afternoon." Shenyang Minato hears this and asks, "Guilds, you mean?" He points at Haydengoro. "That guy lied. He's not your ally." "That's right, there are quite a few imposters out there pretending to be me." Jin's illusion appears and he asks if she's finished. She confirms the barrier has been restored to its original state. Jin says, "I've finished repairing the barrier." Shenyang Minato is left utterly stunned. Midori turns and suggests warmly, "Then let's talk inside." Minato is surprised as Midori speaks about his future. Birds chirp merrily on the power lines. Minato stands at the gate with his mother talking. "Are you all packed and ready? Forgot anything? Where's your wallet? What about your power bank?" He replies helplessly, trying to reassure her, "I packed everything already, Mom." She looks at him with worried eyes, then thinks back to yesterday's events. "Our son, you mean Minato?" Everyone is seated at the table talking. Midori says calmly, "Yes, he has tremendous potential. I'd like to take him as my apprentice and train him to become an outstanding hunter." Minato's eyes light up. He slams the table and springs to his feet. "Whoa. Mom, Mr. Midori wants to recruit me." However, his mother's solemn expression leaves him puzzled. She returns to the present, hands Minato a bag and reminds him, "Take this lunch box. Dear, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? I packed it in a disposable container, so don't worry about returning it." He replies, "Ah, thanks, Mom." Minato's gaze drops, lost in thought. He recalls last night when his mother was speaking with Midori. "This work must be dangerous, isn't it?" Midori answers solemnly, "Yes." She falls silent at his reply, her heart heavy. Minato has always admired the legendary ancestors and dreamed of becoming a hunter. She remembers all the times she saw her son battered and bruised and speaks from the heart. Having Mr. Midori take him as an apprentice is a great honor, but as parents, we can't help but worry. Midori clasps his hands together and says, "It's Truthai's path is fraught with danger. Though I cannot guarantee absolute safety, I can promise this with an unwavering gaze." He says, "I swear I will train him well, to make him strong and resilient, as strong as the ancestors themselves." Minato's mother looks at him hesitant. "You, Midori," she bows deeply, earnest and sincere, "please, take care of my son." Elsewhere, Jin drives the car and glances over to ask, "Are you certain about that promise?" "Absolutely certain, no matter what happens." Midori glances at the rearview mirror, watching Minato's mother still fussing over her son. On her end, she keeps reminding him, "Stop lifting your shirt when you sleep. You catch a cold every single time you do that, Minato." Minato replies, "Mom, that was ages ago. And remember to sort the colored clothes when you do laundry." I know. Midori's eyes are resolute. He responds, "I will keep that promise no matter what." Minato tugs his suitcase along. "Well, it's getting late." He turns back and waves, "Bye, Mom." Seeing her still worried, Minato assures her, "I'll come visit, I promise." As he climbs into the car, she calls out, "Minato," then she smiles warmly at her son. She reminds him, "Come home and visit often, okay?" Minato's eyes glisten. Once inside the car, he says, "Sorry for making everyone wait." In the end, only his mother remains, waving as the car slowly fades into the distance. Midori asks one final time, "You've made your decision, right, Minato?" Minato replies, "Yes." He grips the seatbelt tight, bowing his head. "If I look back at Mom right now, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave." Midori leans his seat back, relaxing, "Then let's go. It's going to be a long trip. Make sure you eat and rest properly." Minato, sitting in the back, looks over at the bag his mother gave him. He spots the lunch box and recalls her words. He picks it up. "Oh right, I haven't eaten breakfast yet." He opens the lunchbox and then his eyes widen in astonishment. Inside the lunchbox, his mother had left a message of encouragement written on the egg. "Do your best, dear." Those words, that lunchbox, how warm they are. Shenyang Minato once again recalls the memories of being beside his mother. He clasps his hands together. "I'll eat well." Then, as he takes a bite of rice, tears fall. He chokes up. "Delicious." Jin drives in silence, focused on the road, while Midori leans back, enjoying the ride. The car rolls slowly along the highway. Sunlight blazes over hills blanketed in deep green foliage. Minato turns around, surprised. This is when he looks back. Midori greets him with a smile. "Welcome." A massive gate slowly opens before them. Midori introduces a national organization that only a select few transcendents can join. The enormous building gradually comes into view. The Great Oracle for Sealso, known as xianxia. "Welcome to the main headquarters." Minato stares in bewilderment. Above the xianxia building, someone silently watches them through a window. He turns back. "Hey, everyone, look." Then he alerts a group of others. "We've got a new recruit." A girl floats in midair, hugging a stuffed bear, and asks, "Who is it?" A girl sips her tea. A new teammate, Hanada Hikatero, props his legs up on the desk. "Oh, a fresh breeze blowing in, how exciting." A figure in red approaches the window and asks a teammate, "Hey, shouldn't we test him first?" His gaze turns ice cold. "We need to see if he's even worthy of joining the Great Oracle." Meanwhile, Minato stands there, completely lost on the situation. Minato presses the Great Oracle headquarters. He looks up, confusion written all over his face. "That's the... What is it? Isn't that Mr. Midori's organization?" Jin speaks slowly. "Sorry, I forgot." After that explanation, Minato is stunned. "Because it's a national secret, I couldn't discuss it in front of your mother." Minato exclaims in shock. "A national secret?" Jin replies calmly, "That's right." Midori speaks up. "I'll explain the details once we arrive." Opening the door and stepping out of the car, Midori says, "Go store your things in the dormitory first." Jin steps forward. "Let me help you with that, but the cameras will..." Minato declines. It's fine, I can carry it myself." Suddenly, a voice screams from above, startling Minato. "Wait, wait, wait." A figure drops from the sky, booming, "Let me teach you some manners." He delivers a kick that sends dirt and debris exploding everywhere. It's Hikatero. He grins. "Ha ha ha, how entertaining. You actually stood your ground against me. Not bad." Minato grits his teeth. "Hey." He raises both arms to block the kick. "What Thuho is this guy?" Immediately after, Hikatero backflips away. Before Minato can react, the force sends him stumbling backward. He lands gracefully, then immediately bows. "Allow me to introduce myself." He raises his hand, waves, and introduces himself. "I'm Hanada Hikatero, your teammate and your classmate." Minato stares, thinking nobody asked. Midori and Jin lean against the car. He says, "Jin, brew some tea." She responds, "Yes." Meanwhile, Hikatero launches another kick. It tears through the air straight at Minato's flank. Faced with the relentless barrage, Minato desperately raises his arms to defend. "Teammate, what the hell are you doing?" Hikatero answers mid-strike. "Isn't it obvious?" He continues attacking. "I'm showing you about the Great Oracle, of course. By testing your strength." Minato is forced to block test kick after test kick. Then Hikatero leaps into a spinning roundhouse with tremendous force. The kick releases a dazzling golden light carrying immense power. Hikatero's feet smoke as he grins broadly. "First, let me tell you about the origins of the Great Oracle." Minato drops to one knee, catching himself with his hands, thinking this guy is seriously going to lecture me while fighting. Hikatero charges in. "Oh, right before that, let me ask you something." Minato shouts back, "Kaminaga." Meanwhile, Midori calmly sips her tea, reminiscing, "That was right after the hunter qualification exam at the vocational academy. I already passed the supplementary exam too, you know. Why is it that after getting tested by an S-rank hunter, I'm now being tested again?" Here no less. After finishing his thoughts, Midori starts chatting with Jin. "Don't you think that kid's life is just one endless gauntlet of tests?" She replies, "Either way." Minato watches them fight. Jin adds, "He's the one Midori brought back after all," with yet another kick. Hikatero throws out a question. "All right then, first question, what's a hunter's job?" Minato, locking his guard against the blow, shouts, "To swiftly eliminate monsters that emerge from spatial rifts." Hikatero gives him a thumbs up. "Correct," he lands and adds, "In other words, it's basically pest extermination." Then Minato's face freezes when he hears the second question. "What about the other disasters?" He pauses, hesitant. Other disasters? Hikitaro smiles. Yes, there are disasters in this world. Far more terrifying than spatial rifts. Then he lists them off: the monster riot 10 years ago, the giant monster outbreak 5 years ago. Minato responds in surprise. Weren't those caused by large-scale spatial rifts? The moment those words leave his mouth, his eyes go wide as another attack comes. Hikitaro slams a kick into Minato's face, sending him flying. That's right. Minato is blasted backward over a long distance. Hikitaro explains that's what they teach at the vocational academies. That's what ordinary people are told. Minato looks up, but Hikitaro is already descending with a crushing aerial strike. The kick is so powerful it splits the tree behind Minato clean in half. The deafening crash echoes through the entire forest. Minato barely manages to leap back. Hikitaro looks up and speaks in a low, solemn voice. Those are incursions from another world in the same level as the monster tower that appeared 300 years ago. Super disasters. Minato's eyes widen in shock. On par with the tower, Hikitaro confirms. Exactly, and their invasions haven't stopped. Darkness closes in around Minato. Shadowy hands appear, seizing him. He continues his lesson. Something from the other side has always been plotting to invade our world. Hikitaro steps closer. Compared to the era of the tower, the power of transcendence has diminished greatly. Those who possess strength on par with the ancestors can be counted on one hand. Kaminaga asks, then what are we supposed to do? Hikitaro smiles and answers, that's exactly why we exist. He raises his hands, making a gesture. Those who possess the ability to foresee and predict will uncover the omens of coming disasters, and those chosen will rise to fight them. Hikitaro places a hand over his chest, smiling with pride. That's us, the great oracle. Midori and Jin stand nearby, their silence a tacit agreement. Minato sits in a daze, processing the information. Prophecies, an organization that fights against disasters. Hikitaro extends his hand, and from today you are one of us. You're the first person among your classmates to withstand that many of my kicks in a row. With a warm smile he says, welcome Minato, welcome to the great oracle. Minato and Hikitaro shake hands, making peace as Midori and Jin applaud. Minato responds, ah, nice to meet everyone. Then Hikitaro turns around and shouts, hey everyone. I acknowledge Minato. On the rooftop, figures stand watching. He calls out to them, what about the rest of you? One by one, Kai, Senjin, the bear pajama girl, and on. Then, in a single blink, they all vanish. Dissolving into thin air, Hikitaro sighs, there's something else, disappearing like actual ninjas. He shakes his head. Guess they all need to see it for themselves. He turns and offers Midori, let me take him. Midori responds, is that so? Then I'll leave him to you. Hikitaro grabs the suitcase and leads Minato toward a building. Follow me. I'll show you to the dormitory. Let me take that suitcase. They walk side by side. Minato nods, yeah. Thanks. Hikitaro, he responds, just call me Hiko for now. Evening falls. Inside Minato's room, a single in the Great Oracle's dormitory rests after unpacking his things. Minato sits on the bed, lost in thought. Super disasters. An organization that fights based on prophecy. Picturing the devastating scenes, he wonders, could there really be disasters on par with the tower the ancestors once defeated? If such prophecies exist, can I even fight? Minato clutches his head in frustration. I'm way too anxious about this. A voice appears, then just gets stronger. Minato lifts his hands from his face, startled by the sudden appearance. The ancestors materialize before him. He calls out the name of the one who spoke, Vero. Vero tells him, there's something I forgot to mention. We've already decided what to do with you. He looks Minato dead in the eye and states with absolute certainty, we're going to make you the strongest transcendent who ever lived. Recalling all that has happened, Vero declares, even surpassing that Midori fellow. We all believe you possess the potential to surpass every single one of yous and become the strongest transcendent in history. He then makes his proposal, Kaminaga Minato, become the disciple of all 106 ancestors. Minato's eyes go wide. Disciple. He looks around the room at the assembled ancestors, astonished. Of all of you, Vero answers frankly, yes, disciple to every one of us. Confused, Minato asks, but why, didn't you originally want to take over my body? Vero smirks, heh heh heh. Of course we did, but if we did that, all their eyes gleam. Rai flashes a dangerous grin. Vero draws his blade, we'd have to fight each other to the death for this body. Minato panics internally, a battle royale between ancestors. He hastily shouts, "Don't fight over me." Rai composes herself and speaks, "Honestly, we thought the same at first. But after observing you, we changed our minds." Vero looks at Minato and continues, "Rather than seizing your body to return to our former glory, the ancestors, reverting to their true forms, fix their gazes on him as Vero voices their unanimous decision. We choose to train you. You're far more interesting this way." Hearing this, Minato is stunned. A flicker of warmth enters Vero's eyes as he smiles gently. "When you defeated that poison master." He recalls the Sineth moment that man charged at him. "The times we took control of your body. Your body instinctively used our techniques to defeat him. It copied and wielded the very techniques we once employed. Of course, the power and precision are nothing compared to ours, but at the very least you've achieved results." Vero pauses. He finishes and asks, "Do you have any idea how remarkable that is?" Looking at the circular void mark on Minato's hand. He wonders, "I'm not sure if that's the effect of the void mark or not." Then, with a confident expression, he smiles warmly, "But your true talent is your absorption ability, and that surpasses every single ancestor among us." Minato sits in silence, fingers interlocked, listening. Then a tear falls without his permission. His dazed face looks upward as tears roll down his cheeks. After hearing Jeikaros's words, tears suddenly pour out. Recalling a time long ago, a bespectacled teacher rests his chin on his hand, sighing in disappointment. Watching him fail to control the great fan, that person passes judgment. This boy has absolutely no talent. Minato pours every ounce of strength he has, until his face scrunches up, turning beet red. Sweat pours down his face. He thinks, "What am I supposed to do?" The people behind him treat him like a nobody, mocking, sneering, jeering. No one has ever believed in him. His classmates look down on him, bully him, trample him underfoot. Fakey Kai sneers, "Know your place. You worthless trash." A classmate snatches his phone, smirking with contempt. "What the hell is this? First time I've ever seen someone fail the hunter exam 3 times in a row." All Minato can do is reach out helplessly. They spit out 2 words, "Give it up." The camera crew turns and walks away. They mutter to each other, loud enough for him to hear, "What was his name again? Forget it, who even cares?" And when Fakey Kai shoves him into Yifeng Abyss, "What was his name again?" Shenyang Minato knows it clearly. No one believes in his future. When Midori stands before him, beaming, her face lit with a smile, Minato thinks, and yet her son, one who today received Jiro's recognition with the words, "You have tremendous potential. You meet every condition." He clenches his fists, head bowed. He never expected to hear that he possessed the qualities to become the strongest transcendent in history. Tears roll down his face. He questions himself, "Am I really okay? Do I even deserve to remember those happy days?" Smiling, burying my head in books. He doubts such beautiful things, not just the person he has always admired, but also those who stand before him now, who understand his dream of connection, and who place their hope in him. Rairo smiles warmly, drapes an arm around Minato's neck and advises, "Why are you crying? Look at the rest of us." Rairo says, "We're living inside your body, you know." Everyone lifts their gaze. He continues, "Especially when you're asleep, we have far more freedom to manipulate time and space than in reality." Jiro's gaze softens. "From this day forward, we'll train you 100 hours a day in real time." He imagines the group bursting into carefree laughter. He continues, "During the day, you fight the prophecies. At night, we pull you into the subconscious. Everyone raises their weapons at you. Sleep. You train with us." Then, looking up, he declares, "From now on, you'll never get a good night's sleep again." Vero grins, wearing an expression of absolute confidence. "But I assume you've steeled yourself for this, yes?" He turns and walks away. Minato, tears streaming down his face, shouts with fierce determination, "Yes." He bows before everyone and says, "Please teach me everything." High above, the moon is cleaved in 2 by a streak of light. Time passes, the first rays of dawn replace the moonlight. In the bathroom, Hikitaro splashes water on his face. A pair of footsteps approaches. He turns, recognizes the figure, and lets out a surprised "Oh." Minato covers his mouth, yawning wide. "Hiko, good morning." Hikitaro responds cheerfully, "Good morning, Minato. You look totally wiped out." He starts brushing his teeth, then says, "Yeah, I still haven't gotten used to it." Hikitaro crosses his arms, speaking warmly, "I get it. My first day here." While gargling, he notices something strange incoming from Minato. He's radiating an unusual aura pressure. Midori's eyes snap open. She suddenly lashes out with a kick. but he dodges it, bending down to spit out the mouthful of water. Then he turns and walks away. Don't overexert yourself first thing in the morning when you're half asleep. I'm heading to the cafeteria first. Hikitaro steadies himself and murmurs a quiet, yeah. Watching Minato yawn as he strolls off, Midori thinks my kick was definitely faster than yesterday's. The xianxia cafeteria is bustling with people eating. The two each carry a food tray over. Hikitaro exclaims, oh, there's still one empty seat. His fork stabs into a piece of fruit. He asks cheerfully, mind if we sit here? I can. She doesn't respond, simply pops the fruit into her mouth. He sits down anyway and gestures to Minato, sit. Remembering the trio standing on the wall, the girl at the far end thinks, is she the classmate Hikitaro mentioned yesterday? She frowns, suddenly annoyed, and says, welcome to the Great Oracle. He notes to himself, she doesn't seem too thrilled about me. He puts on his friendliest face and starts, I look forward to your guidance. I'm xianxia. Akan doesn't even glance at him. She cuts him off immediately. Don't know, I didn't hear a thing. I don't need to remember. Her cold response leaves him stunned. She jabs her fork toward him and adds, when you've earned my recognition, that's when I'll call you by name. The fork catches the light. She flashes a smug little smirk laced with challenge. It's training time, we're heading out to deal with a prophecy soon, you're coming with me. An image of a convoy crawling across a snow-covered road appears. The first prophecy book was discovered in 1945, in Antarctica, buried beneath 3,000 meters of ice. Bernard Jasso uncovers a book. He wonders, what is this? He picks it up, puzzled by the strange title, Book of Doom. The pages are covered in crude, messy scrawl as if written by a child. For the next 80 years it documents disasters that will drown the world. And right now, those disasters are still unfolding across this world. Inside a car, someone asks, why do they believe in that book? Minato sits in the car and says, by the way, there are 5 people total in this car right now. Xianxia. Minato speaks up, I still don't even know your name. She retorts, is it necessary? Well, hurry up and answer my question. He presses further, the prophecies have already come true, so show me, teases dummy. She explains, if even a single prophecy in the Book of Doom had come true, this world would have been destroyed ages ago. He hears this and shouts, what? He turns to the person next to him, Hiko, how many prophecies are there? Hanada. Hikitaro grins, holds up 2 fingers. Still smiling brightly, he says, about 200. Minato yells, no way, isn't this world way too dangerous? Midori turns back from up front and gives him the number, but the Great Oracle has prevented around 180 of them. The prophecies in Xianxia. Minato. Minato jolts, exclaiming in awe, that's incredible. He looks at everyone, then asks, so what I said before, does the world believe in that book in the first place? She rests her chin on her hand. She explains, the explorer who discovered the Book of Doom was named. An image of a bald-headed man appears. Bernard Vasso. She recounts, when he opened the cover on the very first page, this is what was written along with. Bernard Vasso's face twists in shock. No less than this, inside the book it reads, hello, Bernard. March 17, 1945, 11:35 am on a sunny day, just the explorer discovering the Book of Doom. Hello, Bernard, March 17, 1945, 11:35 am on a sunny day. Just the explorer discovering the Book of Doom. Translation, Nanas. March 17, 1945, 11:35 a.m., a beautiful sunny day. Explorer Bernard Vasso discovered the Book of Doom in Sumida Ward, Tokyo. In a narrow alleyway, a dark void materializes in midair. This is the emergent site of a medium-scale spacetime rift. 2 guards in black coats stand watch. One calls out, hey, you lot, this is a restricted zone. Turn back now. Hold on. Minato's group pushes forward regardless, right past the 2 guards' blockade. Stop right there, Xianxia. Minato. Minato asks nervously, is this really okay? Hikitaro replies, of course it's no big deal. She speaks up, listing off every type: World War III, the Dark Moon, giant tree pathogen attacks. Every single one was a catastrophic crisis. And every single one was resolved by outstanding transcendence from around the world. Resolved. The most recent was the monster outbreak that Midori handled. The person she just mentioned is still sleeping soundly, not a care in the world. She concludes, in short, aside from the Book of Doom, many other prophecy books exist in this world. An image of a base appears. Akan explains the reason for its founding: to collect, analyze, and neutralize all of them. The Great Oracle was established and has endured to this day. She points and continues. Put simply, it's like this. A danger level chart materializes. Supercritical global extinction guaranteed. Book of Doom Level 1 worldwide environmental transformation. Level 2 national or continental scale catastrophe. Level 3 destruction of a region or multiple cities. With some exceptions. Minato nods, finally understanding so. But then he suddenly asks, "Wait, do you mean we handle all of this ourselves?" Akan states bluntly, "As members of the Great Oracle, that goes without saying." A guard in a black coat calls out, "Kisari Somion's coming." Kisari turns around. He stammers, seeing the group approach civilians. Kisari warns them urgently, "It's dangerous here, get out now." She steps forward and announces today's prophecy is level 3. This rift is projected to be B-rank medium scale, but she adds gravely, in the Golden Anthology of Psalms. A level 3 prophecy book recorded this when the rift opens. At that very moment, the rift in the sky cracks wider and wider. Minato stares ahead and shouts, "What?" The rift has torn itself into a single gaping void. A massive rift with countless wolves pouring out from it. She warns that A-rank monsters will swarm through. Kisari drops into a combat stance. The fight begins. A-rank. Countless streams of white energy blast toward him in rapid succession. Wolves lunge and bite, screams erupt everywhere. Kisari grits his teeth and curses, "Damn it," he thinks, with only B-rank and C-rank members. This is impossible to handle. Plus, this Oraith rift keeps getting bigger. Kisari reaches his conclusion, there's definitely a boss in there. He glances at Akan standing beside him. The three of them haven't moved an inch. Panicking, Kisari tries to stop them. "Yule. Out of the way," Akan cries, "Chim Majestus." She slams her hand onto the ground. A stream of crystalline, pure water surges forth. And then, a barrage of blades erupts into the air. The technique mercurious. Civilians scream as wolves attack, but in the next instant, Akan's blades skewer them clean through. The beasts' bodies are pierced by razor-sharp swords. A foot clad in golden shoes touches down. Hey! Hikitaro executes his specialty gliding and flipping through the air in rapid succession. Kara glances up at the sky, bewildered, and thinks, who are these people? Even stronger than mean S-rank hunter, Akan speaks with a stern expression, "Move aside. To us you're the ordinary one." He catches sight of the badges pinned to their bodhisand, recognizes the insignia at once. "Are you people with the government?" Countless razor-clawed hands burst from the massive rift. Everyone thinks the same thing, this monster is above S-rank. That thing is, the beast. The S-rank humanoid Giulio Renal. Sasaragi cuts in, "Wait, don't attack recklessly." Seeing two of them charge forward, she warns, "Wait, don't attack recklessly." But neither Akan nor Hikitaro listen. He stares ahead. Frowning in deep thought, Hanada Hikitaro thinks to himself, "My kick was useless." Physical resistance armor. The Giulio Renal creature lunges at Akan in an instant. She extends a finger to channel her power, then clicks her tongue in frustration. Kaminaga Minato rushes in to shield his teammate. Shomi-an is startled to see him appear right in front of her, letting out a surprised "huh." Minato plants his palm on the giant creature's snout, pouring his power into it. The entire scene erupts into red, followed by a massive boom. The surroundings fill with orange-red smoke and dust as the others stare, stunned. Before Hikitaro can even process what just happened, his jaw drops. What the hell? Then he suddenly shouts, "That's it." He recalls this morning when he attacked Minato. Did Minato actually dodge that? Weight defeating an above S-rank monster in a single strike, so that uneasy feeling this morning wasn't just my imagination. He looks toward Minato and confirms, after just one night, he's become so strong I can barely recognize him. Akan speaks up to warn, "Don't go acting on your own." Minato looks at his own hand, thinking to deal with an enemy that has physical resistance. "Focus your Kai and attack from within." Recalling the master's silhouette, he thinks, "The technique I learned from Master Qian, Gontak, last night." Then yesterday's scene flashes in his mind when he practiced maintaining his balance. The most fundamental technique, piercing fist. Minato clenches his fist, elate, never expected it to be this useful. He turns to An and calls out, "Hey." Minato smiles, "Tell me your name, we'll need to cooperate in there it be awkward not knowing each other's names." She seems pleased. Acknowledging him with a smile, she introduces herself, Akan. "My name is Shomi-an, a rookie." Meanwhile, Hikitaro uses physical reinforcement to attack forward. Piercing PCH. The wolf's body begins to warp and deform under the force. Akan activates Mercury counter, regic Hanada Hikatero laughs just as Minato said. Show me. Akan laughs in agreement, attacking from the inside really is easy. Someone calls out new recruit, and Minato turns reflexively. A black void tears open in the sky. Hikatero and Akan shout in unison, let's go. Kisaragi furrows his brow, go in. Inside that rift is an entirely different space. No matter how you look at it, that's way too reckless. Minato sprints forward and says, yeah, I'm coming. Kisaragi is taken aback. What? Everyone then leaps into the rift one after another, leaving him standing there, staring blankly. Kisaragi mutters, what's gotten into these kids? He watches the three of them disappear. He can't help but wonder, could this be the secret organization I've heard about? Scene transition, countless wolves charge up from a deep pit. Akan extends her hand. She remarks, inside looks exactly the same as outside. She launches countless swords forward, shouting, how boring. Show me. Akan unleashes waves of power everywhere, annihilating the wolves. Minato sprints ahead, glancing back. He praises, that's incredible. Hikatero laughs in response, her Widaria suppression ability is the best among our entire graduating class. A giant wolf appears before An and lets out a deafening howl. She watches Hikatero step forward and calls out, Hiko, you're up. He charges in with confidence. Leave it to me. The giant bear swings its massive claw forward, but Hikatero dodges, leaping upward, then laughs and taunts, over here. Suddenly, countless golden streaks of power streak across the sky. Minato laughs in admiration, wow, incredible. Hikatero lets out an excited grunt. He then charges forward with a grin, launching countless blue energy blasts ahead. Kaminaga. Minato laughs, is this how it's done? Hikatero hums in response. After clearing out the enemies, everyone dashes forward. Akan thinks the enemy count has dropped. As if sensing something, she says, then it's almost time. Minato suddenly looks ahead, puzzled, why is this place so vast? All three of them stare wide-eyed ahead. They think something is falling from above. Immediately after, a massive foot slams down right in front of the three. Minato exclaims, it's huge. Hikatero says that monster is. A giant bull lets out a thunderous roar. The boss S-rank Minotaurus, the hawk-eyed. Akan speaks up, so you've finally shown yourself. Are you the master of this place? She raises her hand and attacks, triple holy punishment magister. The giant bull now stands within a circle of light. Golden. Countless swords rise from the radiance. The golden power stream taking solid form. Show me. Akan thrusts her hand forward and shouts, rule number 1 when facing a powerful enemy, unleash your strongest attack from the very start. Never waste time with a gradual build-up. She makes her decision, I'll keep this up until my mental energy runs dry, help me finish it off. Hikatero laughs, ha ha ha. Akan's skill is spectacular, I'm so jealous. Leave it to me, Minato. Minato stands behind the two and remarks, what a powerful attack. However, he understands and speaks up. Hikatero hears this and turns confused, Akan immediately shouts, newbie, you've got something to say about my strongest attack. At that moment the boss swings its axe. All three of them stare in shock. The giant creature roars again, then its attack slams straight into the ground. The bull stands within the circle, surrounded by countless rays of red light. Akan says in disbelief, impossible. She stares at it, it's still alive. All three ready their battle stances. Minato recalls Killick's words, a prodigious talent. He glances back and calls out, Kisaragi, the alchemy master. Kisaragi speaks, that child, her alchemy, speed, precision, and meticulousness. It's hard to believe a young girl could possess such incredible skill. He offers his assessment, her approach against a mysterious enemy was flawless. Normally, a creature of this level would have been eliminated easily. But then he frowns with regret, what a pity, Minotaurus has 100% physical resistance. The girl didn't realize the creature's physical immunity. Hearing this, he asks, then how do we defeat it? Kisaragi pushes his glasses up. As he speaks, the final creature charges forward. Hikatero rushes in, looks like it specializes in physical resistance. Show me, Akan says in frustration, Siriauslu should have brought a magic-type member. At the same time, Minato transforms and declares triple holy punishment. Magister, Akan whips around in shock, Kisaragi, a voice echoes in his mind, Minato, lend me your body for a moment. Let me demonstrate for the child. Then a mercury technique rockets forward. The giant bull raises its axe and swings it down. Akan exclaims, She stares at him and shouts, how can you use the same skill as me? Wait, what are you doing, attacking that creature with physical force? Kisaragi has possessed Kaminaga's body. Minato Kisaragi remarks how foolish. He explains before Akan's bewildered eyes that's the result of overspecialization, a true alchemy master. He looks toward the boss. Must know how to distinguish and utilize the three states of matter depending on the situation. The mercury boil, steam rises. Waves of heat engulfing the entire area. The creature howls from the searing temperature. Hikitaro grimaces, covering his nose, it's so hot. Akan shields her face from the heat as well. She then stares at the creature being scorched by mercury. She thinks attacking with heat instead of physical force, moreover at extreme temperatures, freely manipulating temperature like that. How Kisaragi laughs, you're not bad yourself, but this child has real potential. I'd like to take her as my disciple. Minato hesitates, that's a bit. The place is now a scene of total devastation, stones and bricks cracked to pieces. Akan and Hikitaro declare this mission preventing the Tier 3 prophecy recorded in the Golden Psalms anthology. Minato stands there now, beaming with a bright smile after defeating the boss. Minotaurus the Hawk-eyed. The boss's axe gradually fades away. Mission successfully completed. With the mission status marked complete, Akan stands frozen. Her eyes widen as she stares ahead. 3 words flash through her mind, that's impossible. Looking at Minato and Hikitaro laughing and joking. They high-five. Akan silently thinks to herself about Minato. Transcendence can only specialize in a single system, that's what's carved in the ancient texts. I thought he was a physical type transcendent like Hikitaro, yet he's even better at alchemy. Who on earth is he? Minato extends his hand forward in greeting. Akan, he looks at her. He flashes a bright smile. My name is Shenyang Minato. Remember that, Akan. Akan can only grit her teeth and bear it. In the end, she reluctantly shakes Minato's hand. Fine, I'll remember. Minato silently repeats the name in his mind, Shenyang Minato. Hikitaro turns to look at Minato and Akan, thinking Minato. Looks like you finally earned Akan's approval. Before them stands a rift. Kisaragi is there, observing. Behind him are the injured. 2 people beside. Support each other. Someone shouts, look. The rift is shrinking. The one who is supporting their teammate hears that the rift is shrinking and quickly looks up. What's happening inside? Kisaragi also looks up from within the rift. Minato emerges first. Minato steps down. He stands there reaching out his hand. He braces to catch Akan. Up above, Hikitaro leaps, preparing to land. He cheers excitedly, woo, awesome. The people around them see they've safely exited and exclaim, they made it out of the rift safely. Akan lands on the ground while Minato still has his hand raised, ready to catch her, but she doesn't seem to need the help. Hikitaro looks at Minato and can only smile awkwardly. He asks, so is the mission complete? Akan replies, that's right. Just report back at HQ and we're done. Hikitaro adds, it wasn't easy. But it was one hell of a mission. Kisaragi clears his throat, drawing Minato's attention, then he bows his head and says sincerely, first, please accept my gratitude. Thank you all for saving me and my team. He raises his head and Kisaragi quickly gets to the point, who are you people? And what exactly happened inside? Could you possibly tell us? Akan asks in surprise, huh? You're a fellow hunter. On Akan's chest gleams a golden badge. She holds it up for Kisaragi to see. Akan, she says, now just stamp this symbol on your report. That's all you need. Watching the 3 Hikitaro, Akan, and Minato walk away, Kisaragi calls out, all right. If anything dangerous comes up, I'll call on you again. Akan reassures him, cases like this are extremely rare, so don't worry. Standing between Minato and Hikitaro, Akan doesn't look back. She only says, we won't meet again. Go back to your normal lives. Meanwhile, beside her, Minato is still looking back toward Kisaragi. Hearing Akan's words, he can only smile wryly, unsure how to react. Haha. Does she mean we're just ordinary people? May 11th. Ka Province Vilageth's sun has already dipped halfway below the horizon. Its light spills across the landscape, painting everything in deep crimson. The scenery looks different, yet the people seem to carry on as usual. A police officer watches an old woman with a cane walking down a deserted road, gazing up at the towering mountain. Below it sit dozens of homes, all bathed in the sun's crimson glow. At the Great Oracle's headquarters, a black car pulls to a stop in the middle of the road. Minato steps out of the car slowly. Akan stretches outside and says all that's left is writing the report. Hikitaro holds his phone, staring at the screen. His expression flickers with surprise. He then speaks up, Akan, you've got a call. Akan hears this and asks, we just finished the mission. Who's calling? Hikitaro replies, the research division. The scene shifts to meeting room number 3 of the xianxia research division. Akan from the Great Oracle opens the door and says politely, excuse me. All three lower their gazes forward and their eyes widen in shock. Standing on the podium is Kurihara. In the front row of seats, Shinji is already sitting there. He calls Akan's name. The entire room is pitch dark. Only light seeps in through the doorway, which Akan just opened. Shinji doesn't look back. He addresses the three standing behind him, a C-rank mission, and it took you that long. Minato briefly recalls the image of three figures from before, including Shinji, and realizes who he is. He's also in the same cohort as him. Akan, hearing Shinji's sarcastic tone, grows furious. She grits her teeth and snaps, Shinji, don't act like you're so great. Think you're the squad leader or something. Hikitaro beside her tries to mediate, come on, stop it, you two. He then asks, what's this about? Why did you call us here, Chief Kurihara? Kurihara lets out an annoyed huff, turns around and holds a remote control in his hand. He presses it. Take a look at this, an image sent by the decryption team. Below, all four watch intently. Before them is an image of something that looks like blazing red-hot charcoal. Akan asks, what is this, charcoal? Kurihara answers, it's a prophetic book. Hikitaro studies it closely and says, but it's been burned. Since it was found in a volcanic region, decryption has been extremely difficult. Minato looks at it and says, a burned prophetic book, how are we supposed to read that? Kurihara adjusts his glasses and says to everyone this time, we've used cutting-edge technology, X-ray imaging, and Aido partially decode its contents. There's a wealth of information, but among it all, the next words from Kurihara leave everyone present absolutely stunned. There is a prophecy related to Japan, his voice trembles, and it's an entirely new prophecy. Minato turns to Hikitaro in surprise, is this really that rare? Hikitaro glances at Minato and answers, I've never heard of it happening before. He continues, the Great Oracle is world-renowned in prophecy research, so we've collected countless prophecies from across the globe. Other than this case, you could say there are no new prophecies whatsoever. Shinji, silent until now, finally speaks. In other words, the four of us will handle the investigation. Kurihara continues, Shinji, you catch on. Vast. The main squad will handle operational response, but they're currently deployed abroad. Minato hears this and pieces it together, so that's why I didn't see them when we returned to HQ. Midori Kurihara adjusts his glasses and issues his orders, therefore. I want you four, those who can mobilize immediately to undertake the preliminary investigation. Mission details will be sent via email. Depart at once. Contrary to Akan's calm expression, Minato asks in alarm, you want us to take on another mission right away? Akan looks at him. Unfazed, that's normal. Hikitaro smiles wryly, Minato, you'll get used to it soon enough. Minato reflects for a moment and realizes they're right, the fate of the world is at stake, so it makes sense. Shinji places his hand on the table and stands, understood. He reports to Kurihara with a serious tone. Shinji and the remaining three accept the investigation mission and head to the rear. Minato, Hikitaro, and Akan shout angrily, hey, who are you calling the remaining three? Black car. It continues down the deserted road. The sky is still ablaze in crimson. Kurihara's reminder flashes on screen, since this was just decoded and the danger level remains unknown, exercise extreme caution. If there are signs that the prophecy is coming true, wait for the main squad to arrive. Inside the car, Minato thinks to himself, a special mission with an unknown danger level. Even just the investigation alone is nerve-wracking. Shinji sits in the front passenger seat and addresses everyone, you three just completed a mission. Get some sleep while you can. It's going to get complicated. If we run into trouble at the scene, Akan, seated between Minato and Hikitaro, is annoyed by Shinji's instructions. Why do you always have to give orders? Fine, I don't need sleep, you can sleep if you want. This puts Minato at ease. He replies with a grin, Shinji. Then I'll take you up on that. Good night. Akan jolts and whips around to look at Minato. She shouts, what? Beside them, Hikitaro also says wearily, same here, good night. Akan stares at Minato, then quickly whips her head toward Hikitaro. Before she can finish, both Hikitaro and Minato quickly doze off. Only Akan remains sitting there, head bowed, seething with frustration. Grrrr. She raises her head and slaps both cheeks hard, shouting, I am not sleeping, watch me, I won't fall asleep. Night falls. In the car, Akan finally can't hold out and falls asleep. She leans against Minato, sleeping soundly beside him. The circle on Minato's hand suddenly glows. A voice wakes Akan. Huh. Wake up, Akan. The moment she hears it, Akan jolts awake in a panic. Ms. Seimei. Ms. Seimei. I told you I wasn't going to sleep. She rushes over to where everyone is gathered and asks frantically, why didn't anyone wake me up? Minato looks ahead and tells everyone look. Akan behind them also cranes her neck to look. Standing on the cliff's edge, all four gaze down. Akan gasps, this is. Below the cliff are crystal pillars surrounded by a red-hot glow. Hikitaro observes and says the situation is quite severe. Those crystal pillars down there, inside each one is a bone, just as the prophecy described. It's coming true. Akan, standing near Shinji, stares at the sight and says, a massive magic circle. Those red pillars of light, are they the final images of the 23 civilians recorded in the report? Shinji's eyes remain fixed. As if recalling a case from the files, he continues, the apartment fire in Wakayama Prefecture. That prophecy was from 30 years ago. It nearly tore open a gate to another spacetime realm. The crystal pillars suddenly erupt with blazing red light, seeing the change. Hikitaro panics. Akan tells everyone there's no time to waste. Shinji and Hikitaro both look up. Hikitaro asks, so what do we do now? Shinji grips the sword in his hand, eyes locked dead ahead. We stop it. Akan remembers Chief Kurihara's orders and asks, you're going to ignore the chief's orders? Behind them, Hikitaro, Shinji and Akan suddenly feel a surge of blue light rising from the ground beneath them. It shoots straight up and all three whip around in shock. The source of the light is none other than Minato himself. Minato looks at everyone. He speaks, shall we go? Akan stares at Minato in astonishment, thinking, Minato, who is he really? Hikitaro also can't believe this power is coming from Minato. He remarks, he's even stronger than this morning. Shinji looks ahead and says, looks like he won't be a liability. The instant he finishes speaking, Shinji charges straight toward the pillar of light, not forgetting to command, everyone follow me. The second to launch is Minato, followed by Hikitaro and finally Akan. She slides down the cliff while shouting furiously, stop acting on your own like that, and don't you dare give me orders. The crystal column housing the bones suddenly blazes with light. Melius lifts her gaze skyward. This scent, it's been a long time. Beside her, Gyro senses it too. Yes, I caught that smell many times while I was still alive. Before the tombstone not far away, a small patch of ground cracks open in deep crimson. A guttural growl rumbles from within. Thina hand punches up through the earth. Wei Ro stares into the distance, then confirms the scent of a forbidden art. A page inscribed with an incantation, the oracle's word. The Book of Doom. After an eternity of waiting, thousands upon thousands of moonrises and moonfalls, when the blood-red full moon melts away and silently opens its eyes. Darkness shall blanket the sky in an impenetrable shroud. When the hollow flame ignites, cast him down into hell. The image shows a man sitting on a tattered mat. Beside him, a bowl of black blood. Human bones hang from every branch. That man is Bando Shijima Transcendent, and the supreme leader of the sorcerers. Legend tells that after unleashing a horrific massacre in a bygone era, he was struck down by an Onmyaji who was also a transcendent. He drifted to a remote village. Bando Shijima coughs, violent blood pours without end. Behind him, dozens of corpses lie strewn across the ground. Bando Shijima, his head wrapped in white cloth, tips a bucket of blood onto the earth, muttering as it spills, my time is running out. But his one uncovered eye blazes crimson. A sinister smile creeps across his lips. 1,000 years from now. Come to me, he bursts into maniacal laughter. I shall become the Demon King, devour all life and rule this world. A circle of fire drawn on the ground, inscribed with arcane characters, forbidden art. The forbidden art Bando Shijima left behind before death, resurrection in the present world, achieved by sacrificing the lives of all living things. Existing within a painting drawn by my own hand, Bando Shijima stands beneath the full moon's glow, though parts of the sky are swallowed by black clouds. This mission prevent the new prophecy inscribed in the Book of Oracle. Charred remains flash before their eyes, and there, Bando Shijima's face comes into sharp, unmistakable focus. Boss encounter under the moon level unknown. Bando Shijima extends his hand forward. He examines his own palm. HMPH, with only this much power you dared to resurrect me. I need more sacrifices. he touches down on the ground. Bando Shijima surveys his surroundings. 1,000 years have passed, this place is truly desolate. But no matter, he thinks of Shinji, Akan, Hick, Taroned, Minato. Bando Shijima grins maliciously. It seems I've already found some fresh prey. Come. He raises his index finger, activating the skill. Red light erupts, immediately engulfing Bando Shijima's body. Then he roars the incantation behind him. A pillar of red light surges from the earth, aimed dead at the four of them. Minato clenches his fist and screams toward the pillar of light, calling his teammates names Hiktaro, Akan. From within the smoke, Hiktaro and Akan emerge. Hiktaro reassures him, don't worry. Looking up, Minato shouts from below. Hearing Minato's cry, both Hiktaro and Akan glance down at the same time. As their feet near the ground, a forbidden art circle blazes beneath theme arcane characters inscribed within. A hand reaches up from it. A voice speaks, there's one more. Then they hear the voice ring out, skill noose of the death god. Dozens of spectral hands materialize across Akan and Hiktaro's bodice, grasping, seizing, binding them. One hand locks around Akan's throat, another coils tight around Hiktaro. Their thoughts scream, my body, I can't move. He still has enough power to chain skills like this. Under the moonlight, Bando Shijima grins like a devil. Everyone below shares the same thought. He's too strong, this opponent is absolutely terrifying. Bando Shijima flicks his gaze aside. A slash. Decisive. Minato launches a rapid barrage of strikes, but Bando Shijima remains just fast enough to dodge each one. However, Minato's ability forces Bando Shijima to reassess. He lets out an impressed hum, you have talent, but you're still far too green. At that moment, at Minato's feet, the forbidden art circle Bando Shijima created locks him in place. Bando Shijima shouts the incantation before him. A pillar of light erupts, soaring to the heavens. He looks up. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. HMPH. High above is Minotoned. What's astonishing is that his hands are enveloped in radiance, electricity crackling around them. Minato's eyes lock onto Bando Shijima, unwavering, resolute. He roars, take this head on. A massive bolt of lightning crashes down directly onto Bando Shijima. He raises one hand, forming an impenetrable barrier. Seeing this, Minato's expression darkens. From below, looking up, Bando Shijima grins with delight. Oh, not bad this time. But so engrossed in fighting Minato, Bando Shijima forgets there's one more, Shinji. The boy darts past him, blade thrust forward. Shinji activates his skill around Bando Shijima's neck. Blazing red light erupts, encircled by the marigold bind. Shinji stares him down with steel resolve. Suddenly, Bando Shijima laughs. He flips his body, points his index finger to the ground, and looks at Shinji. Ha 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 ha, what a pity. What a pity. Looming before Shinji's eyes is Bando Shijima's sinister face, lips curled in a mocking grin. Shinji grips his sword with both hands, raising it high overhead. He brings it crashing down toward Bando Shijima. From the very start, I never expected you to fall. Not from this attack. Skill two-handed sword grip. Shinji plunges the blade into the earth. Red light rains down like a relentless downpour. Shinji roars, heavenly rain. Before this devastating skill, Bando Shijima doesn't flinch. He laughs, ha ha ha, just like rain. Your technique turns the sword's light into clones, does it? Bando Shijima's hair whips in the wind, veiling one eye. The mark on his hand glows bright. Bando Shijima continues, though I'm not particularly fond of swords. Shinji stands with blade raised in defense, his expression unchanged, not a single flicker of fear before this overwhelming foe. Bando Shijima lunges, catching the blade barehanded, staring Shinji down at point-blank range, but magnificent. You are the strongest one here. Watching from the sidelines, Minato gapes in disbelief. How powerful is this guy? Minato suddenly remembers something from the past. He thinks of Midori, completely different from any opponent before. Maybe on par with the ancestors, or Midori. What do I do? While Minato stands frozen in thought, a voice calls out from afar, Minato. Akan and Hiktaro are still struggling to unleash their power, fighting to break free from Bando Shijima's chains. In that fleeting instant, Hiktaro charges ahead, Akan right behind, yelling at the stunned Minato, what are you standing there for? Meanwhile, Shinji faces Bando Shijima in ongoing combat. Bando Shijima speaks, stop getting in my way. As the two clash, Akan and Hiktaro arrive just in time, but three cyclones of red, green, and blue block their path, coalescing into horrifying forms. There, Shikigami. Sea Kingdom phantoms, Hiktaro and Akan charge at full speed. Hikitaro lunges with a vicious kick. Both shout in unison, "Get lost." After that cry, their expressions shift instantly. Seeing the Sea Kingdom Phantom completely unfazed by the blow, Hikitaro thinks, "Damn it, each one of them." Recalling Minot's immense power, he gauges the Sea Bone Phantom's strength on par with Minot itself. Before Minato, a massive blue Sea Bone Phantom stands in his path, fists clenched, arms raised in a fighting guard. It lifts its head, staring forward with an unyielding gaze. On this side, every slash Shinji throws, Bando Shijima effortlessly dodges with a flick of his wrist. While fighting, he mocks Shinji. "How pathetic. No one's coming to help you." Shinji repeats the word help. Then another slash cuts horizontally, biting into Bando Shijima's shoulder, drawing blood. Bando Shijima can barely believe the speed. His face freezes in shock. Shinji holds his blade steady, expression cold as steel. "I don't need help." The words drag a memory to the surface. Somyeon once told him, "Shinji, don't come." Sword in hand, what stands before Shinji is the broad back of his brother Makoto. Before Makoto stretches a horde of vicious beasts. Makoto tells him, "I alone am enough." Resting the sword on his shoulder, Shinji continues, "The only thing I can trust in this world is my own strength." Blood drips from Bando Shijima's hand. He bursts into laughter. "Ha ha ha, well said." Bando Shijima's face twists with malice, his mouth gaping wide. "You don't need anyone else. Then I'll devour everything." Before Shinji's eyes, Bando Shijima's hand comes crashing down. Relentlessly. Laughing, he strikes. Shinji struggles to raise his sword. "Block this." Bando Shijima's hands move so fast they leave no visible trace. At first, Shinji holds his ground with composure. But now even he is struggling. His expression shifts as a thought crosses his mind. His speed has increased. Mid-battle, a shout suddenly rings out toward Shinji from behind Bando Shijima. It's Minato sprinting in at full speed. Minato arrives, the void mark on his hand glowing bright as he rushes to fight alongside Shinji. But Minato's appearance splits Bando Shijima's focus. He keeps fighting while glancing back. A flicker of confusion. How did he get here? Over on this side, Hikitaro and An are still locked in combat with the Sea Bone Fiend, while both Red and Blue stand guard with swords drawn. As for the Sea Bone Fiend 6 in the middle, its upper body still stands. The rest has been cut away. Looking at what remains of the Sea Bone Fiend 6, a short stump of exposed bone protrudes from the severed section. The sight tells Bando Shijima everything. Sea Bone Fiend 6 has been destroyed. In that instant, Minato drives his fist straight into Bando's face. Minato's entire body erupts with terrifying power. The punch sends Bando Shijima hurtling across the battlefield. Shinji stares at Minato in shock. "This guy still." Minato cuts in quickly. "How long do you plan to fight alone?" Bando Shijima's entire body burns crimson, licks his bloodied lips. Facing him stand Shinji and Minato, brimming with power, ready to strike. Minato proposes, "Let's join forces and take him down." Minato stands beside Shinji. "I can't let you fight alone." Shinji turns to look at Minato, then glances toward Hikitaro and An, still battling the monsters. He thinks they can't finish off the monsters quickly either. And she barely made it here, locked in fierce combat right now. Shinji looks back and questions, "Then how did he?" Minato repeats, "Let's join forces and defeat him." Shinji grips his sword with both hands, rises, and echoes, "Join forces. Unnecessary." "What?" Minato is stunned. Shinji says with deadly seriousness, "I don't need anyone's help in this fight." His pride hasn't wavered one bit. "I'll handle him myself." Minato calls out, "Wait." Bando extends his hand toward both of them. Perfect timing, an orb materializes in his palm. "I want to play with each of you two at a time." He immediately activates a skill, but Shinji is faster. His blade severs the hand in one clean stroke. Bando's hand. But Minato takes the full brunt. Bando activates his skill, Calamitous Lightning, both hands erupting with crimson light. The blast hits Minato dead on, sending him hurtling backward. Bando's severed hand reattaches itself. He throws his head back in laughter. "Ha!" He resumes his assault on Shinji, who can only defend. Minato has been blasted far away, slumps against a tree trunk, his eyes going vacant. Then to his shock, two ancestors stand before him. "What? Why am I?" Viro and Melius gaze down at him. "You passed out at just the right time," Viro says. "We've been trying to reach you." Melius nods. Minato calls their names and his whole body suddenly throbs with pain. He forces himself upright. "Right. This is no time to," but Viro cuts him off. "Minato," Viro says, his tone measured. "Step back for now." Minato is stunned by Viro's words. Meanwhile, Bando and Shinji are still locked in combat, Bando relentlessly attacking with bare hands. You share the same philosophy as me, Bando taunts. Shinji seethes with rage. Damn it, none of my skills can land a single hit on him. While pressing Shinji, Bando says that's right, I don't need those others either. A hungry grin spreads across Bando's face, that's why I'll devour everything myself. He swings his arm. He cleaves Shinji's sword clean in two. Shinji's brow furrows. He activates his skill and thrusts at Bando, but Bando leans back and dodges effortlessly. Bando laughs. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Keep entertaining me, Shinji. Sweat pours down Shinji's face, but he grips what's left of his sword and charges. Off to the side, Vero and Melia stand beside Minato. Take a look, Vero says, that's Shinji over there. He's stronger than Hikitaro and An, but still far below the sorcerer's level. Shinji continues to hold on, barely. Vero adds, with your current strength you cannot defeat him. Melius explains he's using a high-level forbidden resurrection art. If this were a densely populated city, Melius says, imagining Bando seizing an entire metropolis in his grasp, he'd already be a demon king. She continues, if he devours your life force, he'll only grow stronger and humanity will suffer catastrophic losses. Minato suddenly recalls the great oracle's prophecy, threat level undetermined. This is an incident they must handle. Vero follows up, therefore. This time we will fight in your place. Surrender your body to one of us. He lowers his head and answers firmly no. Vero and Melius are stunned. Minato clenches his fists tight. Sorry, but this isn't training, this is real combat. Minato remembers his encounter with the two ancestors. The hardships ahead will never ease upon me because my strength is still lacking. Minato smiles with confidence. Right. Melius moves to stop him, but Vero suddenly bursts out laughing. Melius doesn't understand. Vero speaks, I was spectacularly defeated. He recalls Minato's unwavering declaration, I will surpass all of you. Vero nods, indeed. Minato are the one who will surpass us. Vero drapes a hand over Minato's shoulder. Go, show us. Minato and Vero share a confident smile. Use everything you've learned. Give it everything you've got. Minato steps forward, toward Shinji without looking back. Yes, he turns to face the two ancestors with a confident grin. Watch me, everyone. Then he rockets toward Bando and Shinji. Vero and Melius watch from behind as Minato charges forward. Bando still has Shinji completely overwhelmed. Oh my, looks like you've run out of moves. Then what about Shinji chokes out, gah. Bando swings upward from below, but Shinji blocks with his blade. But the next instant, Bando launches Shinji skyward. He gathers his power, readying the finishing blow. It's over. Shinji hurtles through the air, his sword torn from his grip. Damn it, he watches the blade spin away. Moonlight glints off steel. Shinji exhales. Is this how it ends? Then Minato catches the falling sword. Shinji's eyes widen as he stares ahead. Minato places one hand on Shinji's shoulder, gripping the sword in his other hand. Lend me your blade for a moment. Shinji furrows his brow. Fine. Then he plummets downward. But Shinji immediately flips midair and lands on his feet. Bando channels his power and unleashes a skill at Minato, Calamitous Lightning. Kaminagi. Minato raises the sword overhead and activates his skill, Hinoki Itori. He brings it down, surging slash. A single cleave splits Bando's attack in two. Minato's technique nullifies Bando's skill entirely and severs his arm clean off. Bando stares in disbelief. What? That technique is, he roars. Tell me, who the hell are you? Minato introduces himself with absolute confidence. Kaminaga Minato, one who will surpass the ancestors. He repeats, voice unwavering. Kaminaga Minato, the one who will surpass the ancestors. He smirks. What do you think? Off to the side, Vero and Melius observe the battle. Melius speaks, are you asking whether Minato can defeat that sorcerer? Vero sighs, well, all we can do is watch. He crosses his arms and reflects Minato's no fool. Perhaps he grasped something during his sleep and training on the road. Unless, Vero suddenly grins at another thought, maybe he's found his own way. Minato now faces Bando head-on. Shinji watches from the side, observing the two clash, thinking about the rookie. Minato unleashes a relentless barrage. Bando is losing ground. He sees his hands beginning to crack and thinks, that kid, who the hell is he? Shinji recalls Minato's words, let's join forces and take him down. Yet you. Shinji recalls his own retort, I don't need anyone's help in this fight. He presses his lips into a tight line. Shinji seethes on the sidelines. Minato slashes horizontal but misses. Bando reappears in the distance and activates a skill Forbidden Thunder rounds. Multiple projectiles scream toward Minato, but he dodges to the right with lightning reflexes. But the thunder rounds curve him straight back toward him. Minato leaps high into the air, eyeing the pursuing projectiles. You think you can chase me until you land a hit. Then he suddenly drives the sword into the ground, stopping dead. Kaminaga leaps up to launch his skill. Watching this, Gongzo praises him, well done. The memory flashes training alongside Master Gongzo. Minato stomps his foot down and activates his skill Earth Stomp. Beneath his feet, the ground shatters into fragments and a slab of rock erupts before him. The stone wall absorbs Bando's attack. Still controlling his own skill mid-assault, Bando stares in shock. That kid can control rocks too. Minato glances to the side with fierce determination, then detonates the boulder to shield against the incoming attacks. The two skills interweave, triggering an explosion behind the rock. Bando's figure emerges from the blast. Minato shifts into position to unleash another skill. He recalls his training with Alexin, using the light refraction footwork to leap across the shattered debris, sword in hand, charging forward. In an instant, Shenyang Minato materializes behind Bando. Bando detects Ith, tilts his body to dodge the attack. But Minato's slash still grazes across his face, slicing. Blood trickles down. Bando wonders to himself, who is this guy? He clashes with Minato, muttering in disbelief, impossible. He unleashes the seal technique, again a pillar of light rockets skyward. Shenyang Minato takes the full brunt of the attack, crying out in agony. He lands on a piece of rubble, then dives back in. His mind screams, don't forget the fundamentals. Minato recalls what the ancestors taught him, use everything you've learned. Then he charges straight at Bando. Shenyang Minato swings his sword downward into the ground, then vaults to another position. Bando raises his arm to block the strike. Suddenly, Bando realizes something is off. That's it, that's what it is. He recalls everything Minato has shown: swordsmanship, physical arts, magic, footwork. Each technique is flawless on its own, but still not enough to threaten me. But this kid. Bando watches the relentless barrage of techniques flying toward him, astonished. Just how many techniques do you know? Vero and Melius watch the fight with their jaws hanging open. If it were a monster, that'd be one thing. But to actually overwhelm a sorcerer of that caliber, Melius remarks in disbelief. I can't believe he's improved this fast. Yet Melius knows things aren't that simple. Meanwhile, Bando thinks, how interesting. But then Bando unleashes his ultimate techniquia, forbidden art. A beam of light pierces the sky. Everyone around is stunned. A skeletal foot crushes the monster Aki had been fighting. She looks up at the sky in shock. That's demon rage. The forbidden art manifests a colossal three-headed, six-armed skeleton. Bando stands atop the skull and laughs. Thanks for the entertaining fight. Suddenly his expression shifts. His gaze turns deadly serious. But it's still not enough. Time to end this. The colossal skeletal arm comes crashing down. Minato Vero sees it and screams, danger. Run, Minato. He stands frozen in place, ignoring everything around him. Still not enough, Shenyang. Minato stands still, deep in thought. You're right, even at full power I'm still far behind. But still, he closes his eyes to concentrate. Think further, think higher, surpass your limits. Shenyang Minato recalls the lesson Melius taught him. My lesson is magic. Take it one step at a time. This is the most basic spell. Following her words, she extends her hand, chanting the incantation Jira. A flame ignites in her palm. Ms. Kane Minato does the same, channeling fire through his hands. He recalls what Jiro taught him. Hinoki Itori has two types of swords, the soft blade and the hard blade. Vero holds his sword, demonstrating the drawing motion, then explains Kirilang's slash is a hard blade, cutting down the opponent in a single strike. He remembers when Jiro possessed him and swung the sword. The moment the blade descends, no hesitation, no fear, just. Jiro's piercing gaze offers the instruction, look into the life force of your enemy. One hand grips the sword, the other blazes with flame. In an instant, the two merge into one. A sword of fire is born. Minato raises it high. Melia sees this and gasps, impossible. Riro, two Minatos. Down below, Minato grips the flaming blade and looks up. Prepare yourself, Bando Shijima, the technique that Shenyang Minato created. From this day forward, it shall be called 8 Wastelands slash. He cleaves the skeleton in two. At the same moment Bando himself is bisected. Minato's face is carved with resolving, the giant skeletal palm comes hurtling down directly. Minato stands directly beneath the shadow of the palm. A voice suddenly echoes in his mind, "Look into it." Vero grips his sword with both hands, holding it before his chest, and instructs, "How you see things differs from person to person." From through the blade, Gyro holds up a flickering silver thread. He envisions it looks like a fragile strand of silk. "And I'm confident I can cut through it." That taut thread in a single stroke. Vero fixes his gaze dead ahead. He asks, "Well, what do you see?" Before Minato stands the colossal skeletal hand about to crush him. A horrifying pressure washes over his entire body as the hand descends relentlessly. Bando Shijima stands casually atop the skull, controlling it. Minato's eyes burn with resolve. He raises his sword high. What he sees is that arrogant, xianxia contemptuous smirk looking down on him from above. "Genial Minato." Minato answers in his heart, Bando Shijima's life force. "I see a dark void and a single lamp burning. A lamp, its flame is dim, murky, and ugly. That lamp is swiftly engulfed by waves." Minato steals his resolve. "I will cut it down with the Kiri." Lang, the flame begins to spread, kindling then roaring to life. Minato tells himself, "If I'm not strong enough, I'll incinerate it with a colossal blaze." Minato swings with both hands, bringing the blade crashing down upon the colossal skeleton with the technique woven slash. Phantom slash, a torrent of flame erupts along the arc of the blade. It engulfs the colossal skeleton. The skeleton burns, screaming in agony. Ghostly white spirits swirl around it like specters. Together with the resonance slash cleaves Bando Shijima's body clean in half. The cut is clean, blood sprays out. His face hasn't even registered what happened. He mutters, "Unbelievable." Seeing this, Gyro exclaims in shock, "How is this possible?" Melia stares, mouth agape. "He combined my magic with Gyro's swordsmanship, merging Gyro's sword form shadow with sorcery." Fire blazes on Melius's hands, perfectly harmonized into Minato's silhouette. A voice calls out in surprise, "Huh." The scene before them shocks everyone to their core. Minato still holds his sword aloft, eyes unwavering. The blade in his hand still flickers with an orange-red flame. "So cool, not bad at all." Suddenly, behind them, the two figures throw their heads back and burst into laughter. "How interesting. Truly fascinating." Both are stunned by his display and exclaim, "Huh." He points out with his own eyes what makes Minato special, his ability to fluidly switch between different skill systems. KCK is deeply impressed by Minato's final technique, practically buzzing with excitement. "I thought as much. But if he can use two skills simultaneously, no, even more than that." KCK finishes speaking and wheels his chair away. He lets out a long, drawn-out "ah." Vero and Melius watch the wheelchair recede into the distance. "What an eccentric person," Vero thinks to himself. The two return to the blue-hued space. Melius speaks up and Gyro tilts his head to listen. "If what KCK the alchemy master says is true, then we've underestimated Minato's potential. All along." She murmurs uneasily, "Do we even have the right to teach Minato?" "Do we have the right to teach Minato?" Vero, on the other hand, is brimming with excitement. He looks up and affirms, "Of course we do. Don't you want to see it?" The image of Minato, resolute, gripping his sword, flashes in their minds. Where exactly are his limits? Minato blinks several times, exhaustion crashing over him. Everything around him starts to blur. He plants the tip of his sword into the ground, drops his head and gasps for air. Huff. Bando Shijima's severed upper body lies right before Minato's eyes. Blood pools around the corpse. Suddenly, the crimson blood begins to bubble and boil. His upper body starts to levitate. From the bubbling blood, the rest of his body gradually reforms. A dark aura radiates from Bando's form. Minato, drained of strength, still can't stop panting. He struggles to lift his head. The voice across from him speaks, "That was dangerous just now." Bando Shijima clenches his teeth in fury. "If that had hit my head, I'd be dead." Although it was a bit surprising. But suddenly he smiles and declares, "That's enough." A crimson sphere forms in Bando's palm. Its destructive power is clearly no joke. A sword slashes from behind, cleaving Bando Shijima's head clean off his body. The head flies upward, still frozen in a look of shock. Shinji stands mid-swing, having just executed the camellia technique. Bando Shijima still wears that mocking grin. He lets out, mildly surprised. You're still alive." Shinji furrows his brow. He slides forward, catching Minato's body just before it crashes to the ground. Minato has completely lost consciousness. Bando Shijima's eyes widen at the sight. Shinji gently rests Minato against his knee. Both his arms still cradle Minato's body to keep him from sliding down. Bando Shijima's expression shifts. He begins to slip into memory. A long-haired figure, face hidden, cradles a boy in their arms. The boy is draped in a tattered mat, trembling ceaselessly, mumbling weakly, "Ha, so cold, Haru." Outside, the sky continues to pour heavy snow. The long-haired figure, gaunt face, ribs visible through skin, breathes out mist, clearly enduring until dawn. Tomorrow, Bando, before his corruption, forces a strained smile and promises, "Han, I'll bring food back." The person in his arms says nothing. Their eyes are hollow, their pale face skeletal. The air around Bando turns leaden at the sight. His expression darkens as he calls out, disbelieving, "Haru." The sound of horse-drawn carriages passes down the road. The long-haired figure continues to breathe out cold mist. They clutch the tattered mat, both sides trying desperately to shield some warmth against the biting wind. So cold. The carriage is surrounded by attendants, bustling with noise and fanfare. A fan-wielding figure sits happily, flutist standing nearby playing. The atmosphere is festive and boisterous. The space seems split into two separate images. Above, people dance merrily on the bridge. Below the bridge, one figure clutches the boy resting on their knee, silently bearing an unspoken grievance. "Why, only we have to endure this." The snow keeps falling like a painting burning into the retinas, a clash of warm and cold colors, agony pushed to its absolute limit. The flashback ends. Bando Shijima lets out a soft sigh. Being alone is comfortable, but lonely. Shinji lifts his head. Watching Bando Shijima's body slowly dissolve into light, fading and scattering into the air, he presses his lips together, then gently lays Minato onto the ground. He whispers, "Not lonely at all." Shinji clenches his teeth, speaking to the empty air, "I'm all alone." Suddenly, the barrier above emits a sharp cracking sound. His eyes snap open in shock. He realizes, but this is. Just then, Hikitaro and An rush over in a panic, shouting, "Shinji." The two arrive to find Minato unconscious on the ground. An panics, "Minato, are you okay? Are you even alive?" Shinji, standing nearby, replies, "He's fine." An exhales in relief, "Thank God." Hikitaro looks up and cuts in, "Everyone's safe, but we can't celebrate yet." Above them, the crimson barrier has dark cracks spreading across its surface like veins of water. Hikitaro gasps, "The barrier. It looks like it's collapsing from the inside." The barrier is large enough to engulf the entire village. If the energy sustaining this massive barrier detonates from within, Shinji concludes it will be lethal. The only way is to unleash our strongest skills. At the exact moment the barrier collapses to neutralize the blast, Hikitaro and An both shift into combat stances. Golden and purple auras simultaneously erupt around them. Shinji ponders, but with our current strength it's impossible. Even at full power, can we actually pull this off? Shinji steels his resolve, eyes hardening with determination. Only one way to find out. Suddenly, Minato, still lying on the ground, raises one arm skyward, gripping his sword. His hair shifts to cerulean blue and his body erupts in a radiant azure glow. Shinji whips his head around, baffled. The rookie. Minato's eyes remain shut, but his body radiates raw, unbridled energy. He floats. In that mental space, eyes still closed, the silhouette of Vero stands beside him. His voice echoes, "You fought well." Minato still cannot open his eyes. He sees himself smiling, confidently extending a hand forward. "Follow me, everyone." Vero smirks. He raises his sword forward. "I see it now." At that exact moment, the barrier shatters completely. Shards rain down. The three standing below brace themselves. Whether by chance or intent, they've positioned Minato at the center. They shield him as his sword still points skyward, blue light cascading endlessly outward. The technique activates Hinoki Yaro. Outside the barrier's reach, footsteps race across the earth like the wind. All three spot the shattered barrier. Takeru shouts, "Captain, that's the successor kid." Where the crimson barrier once loomed, flames blaze upward. Nothing inside is visible. They rush toward the barrier. Two figures from behind. One of them curses, "Damn it, are we too late?" Makoto spots something. He asserts, "No, look from the center of the barrier." A pillar of blue light erupts skyward, annihilating the collapsing barrier's energy in a single blast. Minato's hand still grips his sword pointed skyward, its energy so immense the crimson barrier disintegrates without leaving a single speck of dust. All three observers stand frozen in awe. One gasps, "What a magnificent light!" The captain of the Joe squad. Under the great oracle's forces, Joe Makoto. Makoto stares at the light, murmuring pure and untainted. Curiosity flickers in his eyes. Who is this person? In the distance, Minato stands with eyes peacefully closed, one hand still pointing his sword forward. A few days later, skies above Peru, sunshine, crisp air. Today's weather is perfect. An aircraft soars across the blue sky. Midori grins cheerfully into his phone. I hear those kids actually took down a prophecy of unknown rank. Oh, that's incredible. Over in Japan, night has fallen. Makoto has just felled a golden dragon-shaped prophecy, sword in one hand, phone in the other. He replies, though it was ultimately classified as rank 2, he sheathes his sword behind his back. Watching the prophecy's light dissolve before him, calm yet with a hidden edge, it was practically on par with rank 1. Midori sits on the aircraft's wing facing the wind, eyes crinkling with a grin. You've all been amazing. He chimes in, it's been a while, you guys have really leveled up. Through the phone, Makoto's voice continues among them. The one who contributed the most to our victory was xianxia Minato, rookie who joined only 2 days ago. The image of Minato smiling confidently, sword in hand, flashes to mind. Makoto's voice carries a hint of curiosity. I heard you're the one who brought him in. What kind of person is he? Midori falls silent for a moment, then states, the one who will end all prophecies. Makoto pauses, visibly caught off guard. Midori's tone is dead serious. That existence we've all been waiting for, it might just be Minato. Makoto comments, you're placing quite a lot of hope on him. Well then, Midori grins cheerfully again. If you're curious, go see for yourself. Makoto hums unhurried, HMPH. Let's head back first, no opponents left to fight. Boring as hell. Midori bursts out laughing. Sorry. Makoto suddenly calls out Midori. On the ground below, standing behind 2 soldiers, Tin speaks into his radio with a grave expression. It's appeared. Right before them, in midair, a massive prophecy materialized, long hair streaming like a specter, blotting out the sun. The aircraft looks tiny by comparison, the creature's entire body wreathed in black smoke. Alert, prophecy rank unknown, boss entity, self-pathogen, IEA conditions, sun obscured. As the aircraft draws closer, Ita's eyes snap open and it lunges at the plane at blinding speed. Hold on a moment, Makoto, Midori says calmly into the phone. An energy sphere coalesces in his palm. I'll handle this quickly. Now, before the chaos entity can even react, green light explodes into motion, dancing through the air. A violent gale erupts. At that same moment, Minato's consciousness stirs. His vision blurs, he blinks several times, then his eyes fly open. Minato lies in a hospital bed, wounds bandaged. A nurse leans into his field of vision and smiles. You're finally awake, xianxia Minato. Minato props himself up on one arm. Where am I? The nurse gently explains, the Great Oracle's medical wing. You've been unconscious ever since you returned from the mission, she continues. Minato holds up his hands, completely swaddled in bandages. I passed out. I couldn't even reach the ancestors' space, he berates himself. The nurse parts the white curtain around his bed with a smile. Well, I'm glad you're all right. If you need anything, just call me. As the curtain draws back, Minato spots someone sitting before him, arms crossed, and gasps, Shinji. Shinji stares him down. Minato thinks, has he been here the whole time? He looks around, puzzled. Where are Hikitaro and An? Shinji is silent for a beat before answering, they went to train right after we got back. The image of their determined silhouettes lingers. Shinji continues, it seems they're furious they couldn't do anything during the last mission. Shinji lowers his head, questioning, it was that bad. He recalls the skills Minato displayed during the mission, the explosive sword draw, the flame wing blade shattering skeletal remains, and finally, the pillar of blue light that annihilated the barrier. Shinji mutters, your strength is terrifying. Minato meets his gaze, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Hey, Shinji rises from his chair, standing directly before him. Who exactly are you? The room grows heavy with tension. You've barely been here 2 days, yet you've already taken down 2 bossazone rank 3. One with potential on par with rank 1. Shinji's suspicion deepens as he recalls the techniques Minato unleashed, countless skills and combo synergies I've never seen or even heard of. Shinji presses, who the hell are you, really? Shinji, Minato calls out, startled. Shinji suddenly shouts, how can you just? His composure is completely shattered, emotions running wild. As the two lock eyes, the curtain is pulled aside. Excuse me, Makoto's calm voice cuts through the tension. Both of them turn toward the sound. Makoto stands in the doorway, one hand placed over his chest, the other resting on his sword. He addresses the figure inside. Are you Xianxia Minato? Minato has no idea what this person wants. Wait, who is this? Shinji is visibly startled by the visitor. But Makoto walks right past him without a glance, leaving Shinji frozen in place. Out of the corner of his eye, Makoto catches sight of Shinji's slumping figure behind him. Minato is equally confused. He said. A flash of crimson blade light cuts through the air. Makoto swings his sword directly at Minato without a moment's hesitation. The blinding light from the blade forces Shinji to shield his eyes behind the curtain. An afterimage of Minato stands tall, sword raised. From above Makoto's head, a voice calls down, let me ask you something. Makoto tilts his head upward. Minato is clinging to the ceiling. He furrows his brow. What kind of test is this? He drops lightly from the ceiling. Makoto tilts his head, studying him. That attack, just no ordinary trainee could have dodged it. Hearing Minato's question, he replies calmly, correct. Then with a serious tone, and you passed. Passed? Minato echoes, bewildered again. Makoto introduces himself, Great Oracle Forces, Joe Squad, I'm Joe Makata Captain. Minato's eyes drift toward Shinji, so that's why, Joe. So that's why he calls him brother. Xianxia Minato, Makoto continues. Given your achievement of defeating a rank 1 potential boss, I'm assigning you to the Joe Squad temporarily. Minato's eyes widen in shock. Shinji whips around, staring at Minato's back in disbelief, and his expression sinks deeper into lonely silence. The captain of the Joe Squad, did Big Brother really come all this way just to recruit him? Even I was never allowed to go with him. Makoto walks ahead and announces, all right then, let's start the briefing, follow me. Minato is about to follow when he turns back and sees Shinji standing there. Yes. Shinji's fists clench tight, blood dripping plop onto the ground. He trembles, forcing out the words Kaminaga Minato. At the training hall, Hikitaro launched a flying kick and Akane raised her shield to block. Both of them managed to hold. Hikitaro backed off. And Akane also lowered her shield. Behind her, spears lie piled in a heap. She can't help but curse, damn it. The two recall their own pathetic showing during the last mission and then the image of Minato's unbelievably beautiful combat. Words fail them. No matter how hard they train, Akane grits her teeth, frustrated that she can't close the gap. Across from her, Hikitaro practices his breathing exercises, drenched in sweat, unable to argue back. At the doorway, a figure appears. A cheerful voice rings out, hello, hello, making the two turn to look. Midori complains it's way too hot. He grins brightly. I'm back. He's carrying a ton of stuff and wearing a bizarre outfit. Try some Peruvian fruit chocolate, and this alpaca wool blanket too. Midori's loud shout sends his hat flying. The blanket drops. The chocolate goes scattering. Whoosh! The two scramble over in a flash. Midori sets the goods at Akane's feet. While running over, she asks, how long are you staying in Japan this time? Midori answers, about a week. Both of them make their request with utmost seriousness, please help us get stronger. Their eyes burn with resolve. We don't want to lose any more, Midori. Midori is taken aback. He thinks these kids actually have eyes that burn with such hunger. The two before him radiate a blazing energy. Minato, has he lit a fire in these children's hearts? Midori smiles with interest, not a bad idea. A figure appears at the door. Midori knows who it is without turning around. Shinji, what about you? He steps inside. His eyes did fast. Please help me too. Meanwhile, on the other side, Makoto walks ahead and Minato hurries to catch up behind him, his face still somewhat bewildered. Please, help us too, Shinji. His gaze is resolute, his fists clenched tight around the bandage wraps. I can't let Kaminaga Minato leave me in the dust either. Hearing him say that, everyone freezes. Akane blurts out in disbelief, Shinji. Shinji is silent for a moment, then speaks, Kaminaga Minato. He recalls what Makoto told him about being recruited. Before everyone's astonished eyes, he continues, has been recruited into my brother Joe Makoto's team as a temporary member. Everyone is stunned, each thinking the same thing, that guy's already gotten that far. Recalling what he overheard over the phone, if you're curious, go see for yourselves. Midori smiles mysteriously. Shinji continues, he's pulled that far ahead of me, hasn't he? Meanwhile, Minato runs to catch up. From behind, Makoto speaks. He asks, what's this briefing about? Makoto replies, about the mission, of course. We deploy tomorrow morning. Suddenly, Makoto stops and calls his name, Kaminaga Minato. He stands with his back to Minato. You're close with Shinji. Makoto's question catches him completely off guard. Shinji, he told me to try and get some sleep. The times they fought side by side flash through his mind. He even asked to borrow Shinji's sword, lend it to me for a bit. He thinks even though we only met 2 days ago, we took down Bando Shijima together and grew close. Something like that. He even lent me his sword and stayed by my side until I woke up. After a moment of thought, Minato silently decides in his heart, maybe, when you think about it. He immediately answers Makoto with a bright tone, yes. Hearing his answer, Makoto is silent for a while before saying, I see. On the other side, Shinji Continueshi's face clearly tinged with sadness. He continues, he never pays any attention to me. However, contrary to what Shinji claims, Makoto says to Minato, I'm very worried about Shinji. He's been frustrated lately. Just now, he barely glanced at me like I was a stranger. But Makoto says his wounds just now, I couldn't bear to look him in the eye. Shinji shouts furiously, to make him acknowledge me the only way is to get stronger. Makoto speaks with a calm expression, he doesn't need to be strong. As long as he's safe, that's all that matters. Hearing Makoto's words, Minato sighs, you two are really close. Makoto responds, of course. But on Shinji's side, he declares, I'll surpass Minato and make him acknowledge me. He shouts, one day I will definitely beat you. Meanwhile, Makoto says to Minato, I love my little brother very much. Hearing this, Minato smiles foolishly and thinks to himself, what a harmonious pair of brothers, huh? Back at the training grounds, Akan doesn't know how to put it. Normally, Shinji never talks about himself. So I had no idea his reason for wanting to get stronger was because he looks up to his brother. Hearing her say that, Hikitaro asks innocently, really? Akan sighs, looking at how he acts in defiance of his brother. It's not that surprising. She recalls when she asked him, do you hate your brother? The scene of him turning around and shouting furiously, who said I hate him? I respect him more than anyone. Back in the present, she sighs, he screamed it just like that. Akan speaks while striking, he definitely wants to be noticed. Hikitaro dodges with ease and replies, I see, that's actually kind of heartwarming. Their entire conversation reaches the ears of Shinji, standing not far away, his expression darkening. He shouts in anger and slashes at Midori, who's casually eating chocolate. However, Midori dodges every single strike. Seeing his reaction, Hikitaro asks doubtfully, heartwarming, the 3 ironclad rules of Team Joe: first, speed above all; second, never stop attacking; third, overcome adversity. Team Joe is the strongest official combat squad within the Great Oraclete, least in direct combat. They follow an elite doctrine, only 7 members, and they only handle Class 1 prophecies and above. People on the plane often say this. Kayama Takaru, a member of Team Joe, says the truth is 90% of our squad's strength comes from Captain Makoto. We're just backup singers. Takaru speaks to Minato, who's fiddling with his phone. Don't stress about the temporary member thing. Just leave everything to Captain Mako. Seeing Minato not paying attention, Takaru snaps, put the phone down and listen. He barks, Minato fumbles and whips his head around, yes, yes. Minato explains awkwardly, I need to contact my friends. Hearing the explanation, Takaru asks contact. Minato forces a smile, yeah. The image of the ancestors practically swarming Minato flashes in his mind. He replies with a strained smile, they keep nagging me for not keeping in touch. Hearing him say that, Takaru is utterly baffled. On the other side, Hikitaro receives a message from Minato. He looks at his phone and grins. He says, oh, it's from Minato. Hearing that, Akan also checks her phone. He sent one to me too. Let's see. The moment she reads the message, Akan shouts furiously, what the hell is this? Who is this? Hikitaro covers his mouth in shock. Minato, this is. Shinji is so angry his face goes dark. His hand grips the phone so hard it might crack, barely holding back his voice. What's he trying to pull? Seeing everyone's reactions, Midori is intensely curious. He grins, What's wrong? What happened? While asking, he glances at the phone screens Hikitaro and Akan are holding up. Hikitaro explains Minato sent these useful tips to get stronger. Hikitaro Hanada useful tips to get stronger, Akan useful tips to get stronger, Joe Shinji useful tips to get stronger. After reading the messages Minato sent, Midori bursts out laughing. While laughing, he scrolls through them. Checking the message contents, Midori thinks, wow, he wrote them in great detail tailored to each person's abilities and personality. What's more, these tips are at a higher level than what I've been teaching them. Midori says to the 3 standing across from him, impressive. Everyone. Midori smiles and extends his hand forward. "What do you think, should we have a word with him?" Hearing his question, Hikitaro grins and holds up his phone obviously. Akan shouts furiously, "Of course we should." Shinji growls, "We'll make him regret ever helping an enemy." Hearing Shinji's words, Midori laughs, "Enemy, he's a classmate." But in his heart he thinks, "Get ready, Minato." Aboard the plane, Minato suddenly sneezes. Takeru. He looks at him and says, "Minato, there it is at last." Hearing that, Minato immediately turns to the window. He raises his hand to wipe the glass, and upon seeing the scene outside, his eyes widen. He whispers inwardly, "That's the plane is flying over a region blanketed in snow and towering jagged ice pillars shooting skyward. They've arrived. A Class 1 prophecy glacial globe. A cataclysm that freezes the earth and spreads outward. Predictions show the freeze zone expanding exponentially if left unchecked. The entire planet will be encased in ice." On a world map dotted with red markers, a voice speaks. This catastrophe is simultaneously unfolding at 17 locations worldwide. Reports say one country already experienced a localized freeze causing massive destruction. Kayama, vice captain of Team Joe, continues, "Japan's lucky it struck a mountainous region, but the freezing is progressing faster than projected. We can't afford to hesitate any longer." Everyone lines up in 2 rows, leaving a path down the middle for Makoto. "The helicopter can only take us this far," he says. The aircraft door slowly opens. Makoto instructs, "We'll parachute directly into the field from the rear hatch." Over the roar of the aircraft, Makoto gives his order, "Under no circumstances do we let the catastrophe reach the residential zones." Then, his voice cold as steel, the 3 ironclad rules of Team Zhao recite them. Upon hearing the command, both rows shout in unison: first, speed above all; second, never stop attacking; third, overcome adversity. While everyone chants the rules, Minato lowers his head, lost in thought. Minato ponders, in the final battle against Bando Shijima, I had to rely on Jiro's help. Minato watches each person one by one as they parachute down. He thinks Thai's temporary enlistment is a perfect chance to learn directly from the official members. Minato's gaze hardens with more resolve than ever before. He whispers to himself, "This time I will complete this mission with my own strength." Then, Minato steps toward the edge of the rear hatch. Minato immediately jumps down alongside everyone. The first-class prophecy, that noble mission, I will have to taste the bitterest of disappointments. 10:17 a.m., the second squad arrives on site. Takeru of the Oracle sneezes, his nose running from the freezing cold. His noise draws Minato's attention. Takeru shivers and says, "It's so cold, don't transcendents have superior temperature resistance?" Kimana glances at the watch on his wrist and speaks. -37 degrees lower than the report. He continues, "The search radius is too wide, we might have to camp here overnight for now." Before them stretches an endless expanse of frozen tundra. Seeing this, Makoto silently observes and assesses the situation. Minato suddenly asks, "Hey Takeru, this prophesith is so-called eternal ice ages it also recorded in the Book of Prophecy?" Takeru immediately responds, "No. This is a prophecy from a transcendent with divination skills under the Great Oracle. Prophecies like this do surface from time to time, but this is the first time one has been classified as first class." Takeru concludes, "So, after reviewing the contents, they decided to dispatch our second squad here." Minato understands everything now. Suddenly from behind, Kimano approaches and asks nervous Minato. He smiles and reminds him, "Stay sharp but don't be too stiff." Takeru also appears from behind, patting Minato's shoulders. He laughs, "That's right, relax. The Great Oracle's Japanese branch has 8 official squads, and among them, our Sioux squad holds the record for defeating the most first-class prophecies." Hearing Takeru say that, Kimana snaps angrily, "Takeru, I mean, don't get too comfortable." Before he can finish, Takeru cuts him off. "Sorry for interrupting the vice captain." Countless golden light rays emerge from Takeru's fingertips. Before Minato's astonished eyes, he says, "But my radar has already picked up hostiles deep inside." Surprise flashes across Minato's face. Takeru says calmly, 2 o'clock direction, distance 200. Kimana responds, "Copy." The moment he finishes speaking, vanishes. Minato watches it all, utterly stunned. He wonders to himself, he's gone already, but he hasn't even. Before he can recover from the shock, Kimana reappears at Makoto's side. He reports to Makoto, "Captain, report at the position Takeru detected." He pauses, then continues, "We've located a group of monsters. estimated C rank approximately 30 in number. They are the Frost Gagi tribe. The Alpha is estimated at C rank. Makoto issues the order all units eliminate the target immediately. Kamana directs everyone into action and responds, yes sir. Everyone charges forward to engage the Gagi from a distance. Watching it all, Minato marvels inwardly, incredible. Minato recalls everyone's movements and thinks their situational awareness and coordination, their attacks are way faster than ours. He can't stop praising them. Internal jokes aside, they truly are top-tier official members. Minato suddenly shouts, Captain Makoto. Before Minato can finish, Makoto speaks, S rank, C rank, C rank, no problem, join the fight. Minato immediately responds, yes sir. He charges in, driving a kick straight into a monster's head. The blow sends it crashing to the ground, shuddering on impact. Minato draws his sword, ready to continue fighting. Suddenly, a Gage appears. Kamana shouts, watch out! A Gage lunges through, knocking everyone back. He yells in warning there are powerful individuals among them. Suddenly, a fierce burst of flame erupts. Phantom slash. The flames startle the Gage. In an instant the blaze engulfs it completely. Seeing this, Takeru whips around in shock. Behind him stands Minato, a flame-wreathed sword gripped tight in hand. Takeru thinks in astonishment, a fire sword. Kamana also turns to look. Red threads crisscross like a net, materializing in midair. Makoto stands amid the Gagi, now entangled by the crimson threads. The creatures are shredded to pieces, their fragments raining down in a cascade. Makoto speaks calmly, sheathe your sword, night outside a cave. The snowy landscape is blanketed by sweeping golden radar pulses. Inside, everyone sits huddled around an oil lamp. Kamana asks Takeru, how's the scan? Takeru sits slurping noodles and responds, nothing, at least within a 10-kilometer radius no boss-type monsters detected. Hearing the answer, Kamana says, looks like we're sleeping here tonight. He wonders aloud, where are Minato and the captain? Outside the cave, Minato sits warming his hands by a campfire. He closes his eyes and thinks. The battle against Bando Shijima gave me clues on how to combine skills. So then the other skills definitely, unconsciously. Minato extends his hands, forming two opposing polaritous lightning on one side, water on the other. Minato tells himself, focus, I can do this, I have to make it work. The moment the thought completes, he snaps his eyes open. But before he can even see the result, Makoto appears behind him and says, training hard, I see. His sudden appearance nearly makes Minato's heart leap out of his throat. The skills that had just formed instantly dissipate. Seeing Minato's reaction, Makoto realizes, did I disturb you? Minato stammers, no, not at all. But internally he thinks I got startled because he appeared out of nowhere. In the flickering firelight, Makoto asks, is this your first time camping? Minato answers, why yes. Makoto continues, are you tired? Minato raises both hands, brimming with energy, I'm totally fine. Hearing that, Makoto pauses silently, then is that so? He smiles faintly and says, I want to go home right now. Hearing him say that, Minato asks why. Makoto continues, I want to smell. Hearing this, Minato immediately responds, when you're out on missions you always miss the scent of home. But Makoto's next words leave him completely at a loss, the smell of my cat. Makoto buries his face in both hands, his mind completely consumed by the image of himself nuzzling into his cat's belly. Heavy breathing, I want to smell it right now. Minato, utterly stunned by this, shouts, you're talking about that kind of smell. Minato hesitates and asks, you have a cat. What breed? Makoto answers with his face still buried in his hands, it's a hey. Makoto immediately walks over and sits down beside the bewildered Minato. He holds up his phone. Minato screams internally, that reflex was insane. Makoto doesn't care, holding out his phone. Look. In the photo, an orange tabby cat plays with a feather wand. Minato says, so cute. What's its name? Makoto answers instantly, Orib Manju. Upon hearing the answer, the image of a traditional Japanese confection immediately flashes through Minato's mind. He wonders. Confused, Minato asks why that name. Looking at its expression in these photos, it doesn't seem to like you very much. In the photo, the cat wears a thoroughly grumpy face. Hearing Minato say that, Makoto protests immediately, not at all. He continues, no matter how many times I use a lint roller. My clothes are still covered in fur. It scratches everything. The walls, my body, are all covered in claw marks. It even coughs up hairballs and it hates being picked up. Every day is pure chaos. As Makoto recounts all this, he smiles with such warm fondness. Yet the way it refuses to open up to me, just like Shinji, adorable isn't it? Seeing Makoto like this, Minato thinks are all cat lovers like this. Makoto continues, eyes soft and wistful someday. Will I be able to get that close with Shinji? Minato can only fall silent. Then Minato speaks hesitantly, I'm an only child so I don't really know. He recalls the scene of Makoto and Shinji arguing, leaving him one caught in the middle unsure what to do. Thinking about it, he smiles gently and says, just treat Shinji the same way you treat Oribe Manju. Hearing those words, Makoto looks stunned. As if something has finally clicked, he smiles softly and whispers, I see. Suddenly Minato swipes to a video, he laughs, there's even a video. Whoa, so cute! A voice suddenly comes from the video, so adorable. But the footage leaves Minato confused. In the video, Makoto's voice says, there you go, have a little snack. However, the cat completely refuses to cooperate, bites Makoto's hand, making him yelp, ow, my hand. After watching, Minato turns to ask him, are you talking to a toddler? Mixed in with Minato's question, a doting voice spills from the phone, our Oribe is an angel. Hearing the question, Makoto nods, so that's how it's done. Suddenly, Makoto turns to Minato with an absolutely terrifying expression. Minato, could you be my sparring partner for a bit? Hearing this, Minato screams internally, no way, just as he's about to refuse. Kimana appears from behind the two of them. Captain Minato, you're both out here. Why? After asking, Kimana immediately gets back on topic. Get back to sleep, we have an early start tomorrow morning. Makoto responds coolly. Hearing this, Kimana yells in exasperation, Captain. That night, while Minato and the other members sleep, two figures chase each other through the darkness. The one behind shouts, hey you, going up the mountain in that getup at this hour is suicide. The blonde-haired man in front keeps walking. He suddenly turns to look at the one behind him. The other immediately shines a flashlight on the blonde man and asks, are you a transcendent? Here to do the quest? The blonde man replies, ahis, that's right, I came here to run a quest. To fulfill the prophecy at this location, a critically important quest. That person keeps walking forward. A transcendent has entered the mountain where Minato and his team are camped. Shenyang Minato is asleep, night training hour. The final drill of the day focused archery training. In his dream, Minato is practicing archery alongside a white-haired man. The man suddenly speaks, it's been over 25 hours now. Wondering when the next target will appear, the white-haired man stands. Arms crossed, he is the ancestor of the celestial bow unit. Minato asks. Minato is drenched in sweat below. Tired already, Minato? This exercise only has meaning when you've pushed yourself to complete exhaustion. Suddenly, from afar, the ancestor of myriad slaughter Hinoki Gekaro appears, screaming, AAAGH, why is there no swordsmanship class tonight? The ancestor sorcerer of truth, Melius Centus, responds, we already covered that yesterday, didn't we? Hinoki Gekaro hears this and shouts furiously, damn it! Seeing Minato still holding his bow, staring straight ahead, Munit thinks to himself, he isn't fazed by the surrounding noise at all. Then speaks, your concentration has improved tremendously compared to your first lesson. Suddenly, Minato replies, right now, he speaks, recalling everything he has experienced. Because I'm running a quest with a very powerful team. As he speaks, Minato draws back the bowstring, determination burns in his eyes. So I want to do it right. The arrow whooshes off the bow toward the target. It flies dead center into the bullseye before both witnesses. Seeing this, Munit praises, well done. Minato lets out a sigh of relief, phew. Munit continues, don't forget that feeling just now. That's it for today's lesson. Hearing that, Minato collapses backward. Yes, finally done, Hinoki. Gekiro overhears their conversation and immediately shouts, already done. He strides over to the fallen Minato. Speaking with blazing enthusiasm, come on, Minato, time for training. Hearing those words, Minato's face twists in pure agony before he can answer. He is jolted awake by Makoto bolting upright. When he opens his eyes, he is standing in formation with the rest of the team. The entire team stands atop a massive slab of ice. Makoto addresses everyone, all right, ready. Hearing this, Minato's expression turns dead serious. Makoto continues, today we find and eliminate the boss of this prophesied eternal ice age, day 2. Takaru shouts as he surges forward. Golden threads trailing around him. Distance 150 meters. 20 hostiles. Hearing this, Kamana immediately orders scatter and engage. Dozens of colossal bluebirds fill the sky above. They are Frost Tribe Glacial Blue Hawks, estimated rank S to C. Elsewhere through a screen, someone watches everything unfold. A voice hums with suspicion, ancestors. The ancestor of radiant decay, Alex, is painting her nails. This quest seems way too easy. On the other side, the ancestor of uprooted legacy, L1EAFC, smiles faintly. The people accompanying them are all quite strong. Nothing should go as badly as last time. From across the way, Melius suddenly notices Kodo. She asks, "What's the matter, Lord Kodo, ancestor of divine beasts?" Kodo Homa stands stroking his beard thoughtfully. "I'm not sure myself." But his gaze drifts toward where Shenyang Minato is fighting. He continues, "I have a bad feeling about this." On this side, the Sioux team has wiped out every last glacial blue hawk, preparing to push deeper into the ice forest. A team member steps forward to report to Makoto, "Captain, all targets eliminated." Makoto praises excellent, then asks Takaru status. Takaru responds at a distance of 2,000 massive energy reading. "I think that's the boss." Wait, before Takaru finishes, a blue object is already hurtling toward them. He finishes, "Closing in on us," then starts the countdown. Enemy contact in T-9, 0 as Takaru hits 0. A colossal woman with sword-wielding arms erupts into view. Ancient weapon boss Kamir's, estimated level unknown. Even Kamana flinches at the sight. He thinks this aura, it's on a completely different level from those monsters. Then roars begin. The fight. The instant he finishes, every member whooshes forward except Mao, who remains rooted in place. There, countless golden threads fly toward the boss. The golden threads lash out, binding Kamir's arms tight. Everyone charges into fight. Everyone counts in unison, 1-2. Kamana surges forward, blade in hand. He slashes at Kamir's legs. On 3, a team member instantly conjures a magic circle aimed at the monster. A blaze erupts, slamming straight into Kamir's and sending her staggering backward. However, Kamana is stunned to see her still standing after absorbing hit after hit. Kamir's assumes a defensive stance, her expression twisted in irritation. Suddenly, she senses something Somyeon diving from the sky straight at her head, utterly unscathed. Vero once said, "Do not hesitate, do not fear. Just focus on the life force of your opponent." Aiken also said, "When facing a powerful enemy, unleash your strongest attack from the very start. Never drag it out with incremental strikes." Kimi. Minato charges in, sword in hand. His thoughts race. "My strongest attack." The idea burns through his mind. Eyes blazing with focus, Minato raises his flame-wreathed sword. Phantom slash. The flames from Minato's blade roar toward Kamir's. She catches his attack barehanded. But what comes next stuns Minato to his core. Her hand is barely singed. He can only think it did nothing. How? Before Minato can recover, she swings her sword at him. Minato reacts, instantly block it. The impact is brutal. Minato holds for barely a second before Kamir's sends him flying. He slams into an ice pillar, shattering it. Takaru immediately rushes over. "Minato, are you okay?" He doesn't answer, his only thought, "Thank God that ice pillar absorbed the blow." At the same moment, every single person thinks the same thing. Incredible power. Kamana dodges Kamir's next strike while calculating. This thing is exactly why this prophecy was classified as first rank. As if struck by a realization, Kamana's eyes sharpen. He turns to Makoto, who is already drawing the blade from his back. "Captain, I'm sorry. But please." Before he finishes, Makoto responds with a calm expression, "No problem." Takaru immediately rushes to Minato, binds him with golden threads and drags him away. He shouts, "Minato, get clear." Minato tries to protest, but Takaru cuts him off. "You being here right now only makes things harder." Kamir's begins raising her arms, then she slashes down at Makoto, unleashing a wave of blue light. Seeing this, Minato screams, "Captain." Suddenly, someone lets out a sharp grunt. This stuns Kamir's to her core. Under her devastating blow, Makoto hasn't moved an inch. Where his blade meets hers, the air itself cracks. He speaks, utterly nonchalant, impressive, then fixes her with an expression completely devoid of emotion. Witnessing the entire exchange, Minato is utterly floored, but Takaru seems entirely used to it. Nothing surprising about that. Kamana, on the other hand, panics and shouts, "Ah, here it comes again." The Sioux team only has its captain to carry them. Watching everyone's reactions, Minato thinks, is that what worries the vice-captain? Kamir's launches a new wave. A fresh assault, she swings at Makoto again. He casually raises his sword, parries her strike, then delivers a single slash that severs both of Camure's arms. On the other side, through the screen, Vero lets out a dry cough. Oh, impressive for a modern-era transcendent. Then he speaks in a bizarrely eager tone. I want to fight that one myself. Hey, Minato, lend me your body for O before he finishes. Minato shuts him down. No way. I'm not lending you anything. Meanwhile, Makoto has already severed every one of the boss's arms. I wanted my team members to accumulate experience by defeating bosses like you on their own. His eyes suddenly sharpen. He stares at her like a piece of merchandise. But never mind, I'll end you right now. The instant Makoto finishes speaking, Kamana orders the barrier deployed. All members of the rear team stand at the back, beginning to deploy the barrier. Before Minato's astonished eyes, the moment the barrier finishes, Makoto immediately activates his enchantment skill Blood Dragon. With Makoto at its center, a vortex of flame engulfs his entire body. The flames also swirl around the area where the team holds the barrier. Makoto seems to transform into an entirely different person. He raises his sword and activates the skill Scarlet Radiance Slash. A titanic blaze erupts from Makoto's blade, rocketing toward Camure's. The flames grow and grow as if intent on incinerating the entire ice forest. Minato stands within the barrier, utterly awestruck by the spectacle. Under the searing heat, Camure's is engulfed, screaming in agony. Minato is even more astonished. He thinks a fire blade. But wait, his thoughts continue. It's stronger than my own skill. If not for this barrier, I would have been reduced to ashes. This is, at last he completes the thought, in the true power of Captain Makoto. After the battle he speaks with calm composure. What a pity, Makoto says, his mind drifting to the image of pressing his face into Oribe Manzu's belly. Protecting this world, that is our duty. Hearing Makoto say this, Kamana screams. Minato is utterly shocked. He thinks his brain has been completely possessed by cats. Minato recalls and thinks his sword style is different from Jakairo's. Just watching the way he moves, the rhythm of his breathing, I know I can never compare. As if realizing something, Minato cracks a smile. His thoughts amazing. I want to. He gazes toward Makoto, sword still in hand, standing far ahead, and silently adds, learn everything I can from him. The moment that thought forms, Makoto strikes. One slash bisects the camera's upper body right before the awestruck eyes of the entire squad. Everyone erupts into a thunderous cheer. Minato and Takeru are overjoyed as well. Takeru even throws his fists in the air to celebrate. But something streaks past Makoto, freezing him mid-motion. Makoto whips around, panic and dread flood his eyes. What greets him is a gaping, blood-soaked hole. The projectile punched straight through the barrier, straight through Takeru's chest right before everyone's stunned eyes. Minato spins around in horror, staring at Takeru. He collapses backward, his unfocused eyes brimming with indescribable terror. Before Minato can even process what happened, every teammate around him is struck by something unseen. Blood sprays across his vision. Minato can't believe what he's seeing. The only sound he can muster is a single choked ha-kuri. Minato screams in panic, lunging forward to catch the blood-soaked Takeru as he crumples. Takeru looks up at him, lips barely moving. You idiot. Then, summoning the last of his strength, Takeru shoves Minato away. At the same instant, another gaping hole tears through Takeru's body. A follow-up blast rips his arm clean off. Minato watches the bloodbath unfold, torn between terror and heartbreak. Before losing consciousness, Takeru's gaze drifts toward Captain Makoto. His final thought, damn it, then confusion, my radar didn't detect a single attack. His vision blurs further and further. He reaches out a trembling hand toward Makoto, voice breaking, Captain, I'm sorry. Takeru collapses, blood pools beneath him, staining the earth crimson. Until the very last second, his mind never stopped thinking about the battle. But surely the captain has figured out what kind of enemy we're facing now. Takeru lies there, and even behind his mask, you can tell is smiling with quiet satisfaction. His eyes are glassy, empty, no longer focused on anything. Beneath him, the ground is drenched in a blazing red. Makoto clenches his teeth in anguish. Right beside him, Hisano lets out a scream, taken multiple hits. KY yells from the side, HISANO. Makoto roars, issuing an order to the entire squad, everyone. Find cover, the enemy's about to fire another skill. Before their eyes lie the mangled remains of Takeru and Hisanoriddled beyond recognition. Kai screams, Kuriyama HIN. while another teammate clutches a wounded arm. Off to the side, that teammate clings to the gash on his arm, trembling while his voice shakes as he asks Makoto, "Captain, your arm." Makoto kneels on the snow-covered ground, head bowed low. His expression is unreadable. One of his arms has been obliterated. Only a stump remains from the elbow up. Blood gushes relentlessly from the wound. Makoto replays the scene in his mind over and over. The instant he raised his arm and activated his shield, the arm was blown apart. Makoto silently dissects the enemy's skill. An attack that pierces even a shield. A trait of this ability is likely annihilates everything it touches. His eyes widen, then in a burst of extreme speed he rockets toward one direction. KY gasps, "Captain." At that exact moment, the boss monster C-Mayas, thought to be defeated, suddenly lurches back to life. KY yanks out his sword and points it at her, thinking the boss can self-revive. If that's the case, then a voice shouts from outside, "What about us?" "Fine, then we'll just have to put it down again." "Can you still move, Cam Minagi?" He glances toward Minato and is immediately startled by his condition. KAMMINAGI, but Minato has been silent this entire time. Kneeling on the snow, his voice trembles. "Wallenstein." Minato stares into the void, unresponsive. Kneeling on the snow, surrounded by the bodies of comrades he shared dawn and dusk with. Minato's trembling voice murmurs like a desperate prayer, "Somyeon, anyone, please save them. Revive them." Wallenstein manifests within Minato's consciousness. She kneels with hands clasped before her, head slightly bowed, her expression sorrowful. "Minato, I'm sorry, but no matter how divine my power may be, I cannot bring your comrades back from the dead. Their souls have crossed beyond the threshold." Minato is silent. Then softly, "I understand." Rairo, Wintek, Air, everyone at Minato's call, each silhouette materializes in his consciousness. Vero lifts his gaze, as if waiting for Minato's command. In Minato's mind, the memory of his previous battle with Bando Surfacish had lost consciousness back then. Vero had taken over his body to defeat that monster. Minato can't help but think, during the fight with Bando, I still had to rely on Vero in the end. This time I will complete this mission with my own strength. Minato bites his lip, helplessness courses through every fiber of his being. "I'm sorry, but please withdraw." Vero responds immediately, "I understand." Minato remains bowed in silence. Kneeling on the snow, his hair gradually fades to a lighter hue. A faint, ethereal glow envelops his body. Meanwhile, Makoto continues hurtling toward the enemy at blinding speed. From a distance, he looks like a streak of light tearing through the wind and snow, charging straight ahead. As he flies, his mind races with calculations. That attack bypassed even Kuriyama's detection. His radar covers roughly 3 km, which means the shot came from over 3 km away. The enemy pierced both his own arm and Kuriyama with a single strike. In short, these enemy's power rivals his own. Su Makatoth, man who hides a razor-sharp blade behind an unassuming exterior. He always holds back his strength, giving his team room to grow. But his speed and perception are razor-sharp. He pinpoints the exact location over 3 km away, punching through obstacles to find where the enemy lurks. Finally, he spots his target. A blond man in a loud floral shirt, unbuttoned with tight-fitting pants. Flashes of his fallen comrades flicker through Makoto's mind. Kuriyama, grinning, Hisano deep in thought before a chessboard, Kawa's gently stroking a cat on a wall, Muromi challenging him to an arm-wrestling match. Makoto swings his sword, his eyes blaze with determination, every cell in his body surges with fighting spirit. He makes a silent vow to his fallen comrades, "I will not let your deaths be meaningless." Then he unleashes a scarlet light slash toward the enemy. The attack roars forward like a raging inferno, incinerating everything in its path. A black sphere floats in the air, crackling with dark arcs of electricity. Makoto's strike scorches the entire area surrounding the blond man. Amidst the scorch-ravaged terrain, he stands there unscathed, smiling. The ground beneath his feet is utterly untouched. Several dark orbs orbit lazily around him. He laughs, "You found me," and attacked straight away. Truly worthy of the captain of the strongest squad. Makoto maintains his stance. "Stunned me, flames were swallowed." The blond man looks up at Makoto. "If your left arm was still intact, I'd be dead for sure, but that's just a hypothetical." Then he launches the dark orbs forward, his face twisted with murderous intent. Die. Makoto swings his sword, sweeping up the snow from the ground and forming a wall of ice before him. The blond man eyes the snow barrier warily. Before the blonde can react, Makoto blazes out from behind him and swings his sword. He brings it down, a single devastating slash aimed at the blonde's neck. But then Makoto stares in shock at his shattered blade. A blast slams into his side, tearing away a chunk of flesh. The blonde glances back, smirking, pretty convincing. Huh, you thought you'd taken my head off, didn't you? But actually you were the one about to meet the king of hell. Makoto grits his teeth. Wound be damned, charges at the blonde again. But the enemy nimbly sidesteps his attack. Oops, there's the opening. He drives his foot straight into Makoto's wounded side. Not happening. Makoto levels his sword horizontally and slams the hilt into the blonde's chest. The force sends him hurtling backward, crashing hard into the snow. What just happened? You match me in close quarters. Makoto speaks, and the scenes from the battle replay in his mind from the moment Kuriyama was hit after you fired those shots. You went silent for a while, a skill that annihilates everything it touches. Just hearing that description, it sounds insanely powerful. So it can't be spammed. If I'm not mistaken, the mana cost is just as steep for you. As Makoto lays out his deduction, the blonde springs to his feet. He maintains his casual stance, hands stuffed in his pockets, eyes fixed on Makoto. HMPH. Seems like you and I aren't exactly on the same level. After all, you're at a disadvantage. Makoto, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, repeats disadvantage. In his mind, images of Team Sue's deployment flash by. He grips his sword tight and speaks the third rule of Team Sue. He assumes his stance and activates his ability. A blazing inferno erupts, engulfing Makoto's entire body in its searing embrace. His voice rings out the third rule. The blonde watches cautiously, thinking, is he cauterizing his wound to stop the bleeding? The severed arm stump sizzles under the flames, turning black, but the bleeding stops. His voice still unwavering, surpass it. Makoto readies his stance, unleashing his sorcery blood dragon crimson blaze. He shouts adversity. A dark sphere floats in the air. The blonde's voice cuts in. Oh, you're burning your own life force now. He activates his own power. Grinning at Makoto, fine then, I'll play your game. In Makoto's mind, the silhouettes of his fallen comrades appear once more. He silently speaks to himself, everyone watch me. Makoto's face is iron resolve, his eyes burning with unbreakable fighting spirit. He grips the broken sword and screams, don't you dare look down on Team Suyu. Makoto grips his sword tight, ready to unleash the sorcery blood dragon crimson blaze. The blonde smirks darkly, dark orbs hovering before him. Rairo. Wintech air everyone. Minato bites his lip, torn between heartbreak and helplessness. He begs the ancestors within him, please help me. Rairo has answered his plea. Understood. Minato remains silent. Kneeling on the snow, his hair gradually pales, a soft glow wrapping around his body. A monster's roar tears through the air. KY raises his sword to guard, standing protectively over his wounded comrade. Damn it! He stares at the monster for arms raised like 4 razor-sharp blades. Roaring, it charges straight at them. Kai assesses the situation silently, still too strong. Taking it down alone is impossible. Then he glances back. Minato is still kneeling in the snow. Kaminaga, but Kai immediately senses something wrong. Minato's fighting spirit has completely vanished after witnessing the deaths of Kuriyama and the others. But it makes sense. He's just an ordinary person who only recently joined the Great Oracle and became a hunter. Then Kai jolts. Minato pushes himself up from the snow. He stands with his back to Kihai's pale hair seems to glow. The circular mark on his hand pulsing with blue light. Kai calls out in surprise, Kaminaga. Minato appears before the beast in an instant, driving a devastating kick into its body. The move is so fast that Kai hasn't even turned around yet. Minato's body holds its kicking stance, but behind him, the silhouette of an ancestor materializes. Kai stares at Minato, stunned. He lands and steps forward. The two teammates watch his silhouette as the ancestors manifest around him. Their voices echoing with resolve, leave this to us. On one side, Makoto, wreathed head to toe in crimson flames. On the other, the blonde with dark orbs orbiting around him. Both remain locked in a brutal exchange. Makoto raises his blade high, the entire sword blazing with radiant fire. Then he swings hard, launching a torrent of flame at the blonde with Zich Kwang Tr letter 1EA3M. The blonde dips low, dodging the lethal arcs. In a flash, the blonde frownstone of his dark orbs shatters. One sword strike, and things keep escalating. He can't help but think this is getting tight. The flames that should have been snuffed out are surging back. Even channeling all his power to control the dark, he can only suppress so much. The blonde breaks into a cold sweat, calculating if that's how it is. He immediately launches his dark orbs at Makoto. Makoto dodges nimbly, his mind screams opportunity. Now, he explodes forward, closing the distance on the blonde in a heartbeat. Swift and lethalone clean strike severs the blonde's arm. He roars, the tables have turned. The blonde's face is streaked with blood, but he smirks through the pain. Then take this. He drives his foot into the wound on Makoto's side. Makoto coughs up blood. The blonde clutches his severed arm. His own severed arm. He watches Makoto double over in agony, gasping for air. You only took one arm, that changes nothing. There's still a hole in your gut. After I fired off the dark, you charged straight in for close combat. You're strong, always choosing the best move, never wasting a second, but that makes you predictable. He gazes down at Makoto with absolute confidence. That's exactly why your defeat was inevitable. Makoto, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, looks up at him. Furthermore, the blonde slides his hand into his pocket. I knew from the very start you were already finished. Makoto's eyes snap to the blonde's hand in alarm. The blonde raises a leather-bound book, its cover emblazoned with a blazing golden circle. He declares, remember this book. Makoto gasps. A book? Don't tell me. The Book of Doom, the dark leather tome, its blazing golden circle and runic inscriptions gleaming, rests in the blonde's hand as he grins with malice. He opens the book and continues, if there's an organization fighting against prophecy, then isn't it only natural that another exists to fulfill it? Makoto recoils. An organization? The blonde holds the book with pride. I am one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. The 12th of the dark element, and I will be the one to fulfill this prophecy. Fulfill a prophecy of annihilation for what purpose? Makoto grips his sword again, still on one knee. The blonde smirks with contempt. If I told you, would you forgive me? Makoto slashes at him. He roars as if. The blonde is caught off guard, a gash tears across his shoulder. Makoto activates his ability once more. Golden light envelops his blade. He reassures himself silently, I can still win this. His mana is depleted, he won't use that skill again. His body is hitting its limit too. All or nothing, let's go. Makoto grits his teeth and commits. Once more assumes the stance for the blood dragon art. Flames erupt around him again, the blonde's shoulder shredded, clothes drenched in blood, leans forward. He speaks with venom, this is where it ends for you. He holds a transparent glass vial. Its cap sculpted in the image of an angel with hands clasped in prayer. He pops the lid. A blinding golden light engulfs both of them. Even Makoto is blinded, forced to turn his head away. From within the radiance, a fist rockets out, slamming straight into his face. The blonde's punch is devastating. It sends Makoto flying, his body crashing hard into the surrounding ice pillars. Makoto lies on the ground, unable to comprehend what just happened. Why? He looks up, the blonde stands before him, fists clenched. The hand that just struck him, the one bearing the circular mark, was severed moments ago. Makoto is utterly bewildered. My right arm, the one you cut off its back, the relic I mentioned, that angel-capped glass vial, is extremely precious. I really didn't want to use it. But against you, I had no choice. Su Makoto swings his blade, zich kwang tr letter 1ea3m. Flames burst from his sword. The blonde lines up 4 dark orbs and shatters the attack. Then he charges in, dismantling Makoto's techniques one by one. Impossible, this can't be. He's fully recovered. Strange images flash, relics of various kinds, an era of chaos teeming with serpents and monstrous beasts. Makoto thinks relics. Objects so powerful that every nation tightly controls them. Artifacts from the era of the ancient tower. No organization should have free access to those. The blonde closes in and drives his foot into the wound on Makoto's side. Blood sprays. Makoto lies sprawled on the ground. Blood soaks the earth beneath him. His sword slips from his fingers. The blonde stands over him. Finally, you've gone down. Makoto's eyes glaze over. He stares straight ahead, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. His hand reaches desperately toward the sword. His mind screams, not yet. Images flood in Hai's parents smiling, young Shinji clutching a ball with tearful eyes, Jin and Midori's gentle faces. Fallen comrades flashing one after another. A single thought burns, I still have things to do. Minato's words echo through his memory, I'm an only child, so maybe I can't fully understand how you feel. But why not try treating Shinji the way you treated Orihime? In that memory, realization dawns on Makoto. You're right, Kaminaga. That's it. He grips his sword once more within Minato. The ancestor's spirit surges with killing intent. Tears roll down his cheeks. Vero glares furiously at the dark apostle. You're the one making our disciple cry, aren't you? Makoto, struggling on the ground, hears a familiar voice and looks up. Kaminaga, but he shakes the thought away. No, it's not him. Even the 12th apostle senses the anomaly emanating from Kaminaga. The boy before him is no mere rabbit to hunt at will. This is a presence he doesn't dare ignore. The 12th's best option, don't be reckless. He points toward the weakened Makoto lying in a pool of blood. Make one move, and this one dies instantly. But Thenhai's arm is severed clean from his body. The 12th recoils in horror, unable to believe his arm just was sliced off in one clean cut. His eyes widen. He never looked away, not for a second, yet he has no idea when the arm was severed. Minato stands motionless in the falling snow, still as a statue. His expression is unreadable. The sword in his hand is bent and warped beyond repair. Vero within his body mutters, truly a dull blade. Kick sitting alongside him sighs. One swing and it gave out. He moves on. He raises his hand, channeling his power, but pauses. Tam Thon ph letter 1ea1t descends like a tornado, slamming into the ground. Within the vortex, countless weapons of every shape and form materialize. Kick guides Minato's handfingers spread wide, reaching forward. Let us give you a new weapon. Through the lenses, Kick's eyes gleam with unmistakable sharpness and cold authority. He signals the others, everyone. Show him what hell on earth tastes like. The 12th stands frozen. He watches Minato's expression as his severed arm slowly regenerates. Vero observes in surprise the arm. I cutis it regenerating. Melius, standing beside him, explains that's reversal. Impressive, honestly. Modern-day transcendence can still pull off tricks like that. They recall the strange vial and piece it together. Must be the relic. It keeps regenerating all wounds until the effect wears off. There's definitely a limit on how many times it can activate. While the 12th stands dazed, an arrow aimed at his skull pierces clean through his head. Duong Kung draws 3 arrows at once. Seeing that even a lethal strike didn't kill the 12th, he agrees with Melius's hypothesis. What you said is absolutely right. The 12th can't even react. The dies again, struck down in a relentless barrage. All he can do is rely on the relic's effect to continuously resurrect. He crosses his arms. So how do we put this guy down for good? Melius's answer, only one way. Kill him over and over. No matter how many lives he has, they'll run out eventually. But the 12th won't stand still and wait to die. He clenches his teeth and roars. Minato doesn't flinch. He releases the bowstring. 3 arrows whoosh toward the 12th. The first pierces through the dark orbs and buries itself in the 12th's eye socket. The remaining 2 treat the mark on his chest as a bullseye, both punching through the center in a single volley. Duong Kung trains his bow on the 12th, eyes blazing with menace. Tremble. With that many openings, did you really think you could escape my sight? How did he get cornered so fast? He wants to curse his damn fate. Then he finally gets his chance to counterattack, hurling the massive purple orbs back with full force. Minato moves with precision. His body dodges the attack with fluid grace, speed nearly rivaling the speed of light. He moves so fast he leaves nothing but afterimagestreaks of light trailing in 2 or 3 curving arcs behind him. In the blink of an eye, he's already in front of the apostle, seizing the enemy's wrist. Then he drives a straight kick into the apostle's jaw. The apostle is sent crashing backward. But he's yanked right back and another fist slams straight into his face. With one hand gripping the apostle tight, Minato's other hand unleashes a relentless barrage of blows. Finally, he understands how the relic works. I see now. It's a skill that can erase or annihilate anything it touches. Not bad. It takes effect the instant it's launched, but the moment it loses line of sight, it backfires. That move, dodging it, is child's play. Minato's body drops without warning, closing in on the apostle. His elbow crashes straight into the apostle's gut. The force within Minato inflicts a critical wound, sending the apostle flying thousands of meters while Minato himself stands unmoving in the air. Growing impatient, how many times has he died now? Allison raises a hand and gazes into the distance. Looks like we don't need to keep counting anymore, do we? Minato then walks over to Makoto, who is collapsed on his knees amid a pool of blood staining the ground crimson. Makoto lifts his head to look at Minato before him, struggling to speak, voice barely forming words. Are you Kaminaga? He waits for an answer. Wallen, who is simultaneously tending to the wounds, answers on his behalf no. She raises her hand and casts a healing spell. Makoto's entire body is enveloped in a layer of golden light. The state is maintained, steadily restoring him. Although the voice is Minato's, the one inside is not him. They introduce themselves to Makoto. We are the ancestors residing within Kaminaga Minato's body. Within Minato, they manifest like heroic spirits. Seeing that he can't quite process this, they give an excuse to leave. We're rather busy. We'll be on our way. Makoto gazes toward Minato in the distance, lost in thought, so those were the ancestors. On the other side, the apostle hides behind a massive wall of ice, panting relentlessly. He then doubts himself, can my darkness really be dodged that easily? Impossible, that damn monster. Think, damn it, think. A silver spear pierces straight through the heart, still pounding wildly. Saima drives her weapon through the dead center of the apostle's chest, causing his eyes to roll white. He collapses just like that, mouth gaping in defiance without even time to process what happened. Saima turns to ask Melis, if I hold him like this, will he stay dead? But Melis immediately denies it. No. Saima's weapon is embedded deep in the ice, surrounded by countless cracks, a testament to the terrifying force behind it. And the apostle's torn body regenerates once more. Saima finally exclaims, "Ah, I get it now." 2 points of light flashing. This apostle just won't stay dead. What a pain. A massive energy pillar slams down from the sky, obliterating the apostle completely. Allison and Minato begin to grow curious. If we destroy his entire body, then which part will regenerate first? Turns out the hand regenerates first, then the rest gradually forms afterward. The apostle regenerates, panting heavily. Ha ha, the repeated deaths have finally broken him. I can't let that brat stand in my way. I have to kill Sue Makoto and get out of here. He immediately burns every ounce of speed to rush back to the battlefield. But the moment he arrives, the expression on his face freezes solid. Makoto is down right there. But standing between them is Minato, sword resting on his shoulder, waiting for him. You're late. He lifts his head, a vicious grin spreading across his face. The apostle stands frozen, unable to utter a word. Vero rises with his sword and says to Makoto, watch closely. Makoto's eyes widen in disbelief as Vero performs a sweeping blade technique, forming a massive net that slices the apostle into pieces. The apostle's body is diced into cubes in that very instant. He begins to question his own purpose. My entire life has been devoted to fulfilling the prophecies. I don't fear death. But this overwhelming anomaly has shaken my resolve. The fear I cast aside so long ago was always this close. He is willing to sacrifice his life to complete the prophecies, so he must not. Before being completely dismembered, the apostle thrusts his hand into his pocket. He pulls out a golden vial. I have to overcome this fear. But an action that obvious can't escape Gyro's notice. He swings his sword down, severing the apostle's arm clean off. The relics scatter and clatter to the ground. A time cage materializes, trapping Minato inside. Blood stains the snow crimson. The regeneration effect has expired. The apostle's severed arm no longer regrows. If I'd been killed just now, I really would have died. Drenched in sweat, he collapses to his knees and exhales in relief. I did it. I actually did it. Vero raises his gaze to the thing now trapping him. This is, Melius recognizes Ida cage created by that relic. She raises the question, what do we do now? Vero silently glances down and sees the apostle's severed arm still lying at his feet. Vero knows that his apostle has reached his final limit. His regeneration skill has stopped. The apostle clutches his bleeding arm, staring at Minato trapped inside the time cage. Relax, even my darkness can't do a thing to that cage. I can't kill you and you can't kill me either, but I can leave this place. The result of this battle is, before he can finish, Vero cuts him off. Hey, you saw it clearly, didn't you? Those words come from Vero, addressed to the person slowly rising behind the apostle Sue Makoto. A chill runs down the apostle's spine. He cautiously glances over his shoulder. It's as if he's terrified of seeing a ghost, and a ghost is exactly what he sees. Makoto is brimming with killing intent, ready to tear him apart right here and now. Deep in his consciousness, Midori finds it truly strange. I could never surpass Makoto's swordsmanship. Could it be, he's also a genius like me? Then maybe I should find a master to learn from, shouldn't I? This is Makoto's flashback following the advice of the world's strongest transcendent. I went to find a master, becoming a disciple of those at that caliber, but one master. The scarred master turns to face Makoto. I have nothing left to teach you. Another master, an elderly man with a silver beard, crosses his arms before him. You have surpassed me, child. Yet another stands in the rain with his back turned, hand resting on his sword. Find yourself a different master. And one more regards him with gratitude. You've made me realize I'm nothing but an ordinary man. That is Makoto's bitter struggle. Every one of my masters gave up on me in less than a month. The master who was grateful to Makoto introduces him to someone else. From today onward, this person shall be your new master. This is the strongest swordsman I have ever known. Become my little sister's disciple. Her name is Hinoki Ikika. That was my last master. I served as Hinoki Ikika's disciple for about 3 years. At their small home, in front of the yard stand hundreds of swords warped from relentless practice. Makoto calls out master. He holds up an ancient text and asks, what is this technique? She turns around, puzzled. The text reads, the unyielding. She lets out an oh. That's a lost secret art that I still haven't been able to fully comprehend. It's a technique that only the ancestor Hinoki Jaikiro can wield. Makoto gazes at the book, murmuring, only an ancestor. Eventually, the day comes when Ikika has nothing left to teach him. Very well, Makoto, I have nothing more to teach you. You've mastered the Hinoki school's one-handed swordsmanship. But Makoto feels it still isn't enough. He hesitates. Master, how do I become even stronger? She closes her eyes in thought. Then sighs, I believe your talent is simply too great. Even after all this time, despite all the training you've endured, you're still like a flower that has yet to bloom. You could challenge other sword masters or keep fighting as you are. But in this lifetime, it will be difficult for you to truly blossom. Someday, a swordsman stronger than anyone you've faced will appear before you. He gazes at Minato's silhouette. Ikika's voice echoes in his mind. Perhaps it's a once-in-a-lifetime moment. But whatever you do, don't let it pass you by. Makoto finally understands. Thank you, master, I understand now. Makoto's aura intensifies dramatically, even with both hands severed. He still stands in his sword-fighting stance. Right now, that opportunity, Melius watches Makoto's strange behavior, confused. What is that guy doing? Only Vero remains silent, his eyes studying Makoto with razor-sharp focus. Having once witnessed Makoto's movements, every ancestor spirit within Minato watches to see what Makoto will do next. Minato never expected Makoto's will to be this formidable. He calls out anxiously, Captain Siu. The torrent of power erupts from both Makoto and Minato, rocketing straight into the sky. Inside the Great Oracle's training grounds, Midori suddenly senses a strange, surging power. He looks up, bewildered. What is this strength? Just then, Shinji walks over and notices Midori's bewildered expression. What's wrong? Without warning, a colossal burst of mana erupts from Midori, forcing Shinji to shield his eyes and stagger back. The people inside the training grounds hear the commotion and panic. What was that? Did something just explode? Only Shinji stands there, dumbfounded, staring ahead. A massive hole has appeared in the wall, leaving him in utter disbelief. At the snowy mountain, the apostle is cornered between two ferocious beasts. The apostle's mind is consumed by dread. The swordsman before him is done waiting, and he will surely be shredded to pieces. His face is ashen, drained of every drop of blood. Minato, Vero suddenly calls his name. If humans are like flowers, they only bloom to their fullest in a single moment. Is it when their physical strength peaks, when they discover their ultimate technique, or perhaps, when they've found their truth? Vero points toward Makoto. For him, that moment is right now. Engrave what you see before you deep into your mind right now. Minato is stunned. Could it be? Makoto lets out a deep breath. Countless fragments of memories flash through his mind. Memories of days gone by. Makoto is like a late-blooming bud. The moment he raises his hand, the petals begin to unfurl, gradually revealing the pistil within. Before Minato's very eyes, and even the 12th widens his at the spectacle. He raises his hand high, his piercing gaze locking onto the 12th. At last the flower blooms in full. The exclusive sword style of the Hinoki school, lost forbidden art, Bu cuculaves the 12th's body clean in two with a single stroke. He can't believe it. The 12th's mind reels. My darkness should have activated instantly. To be precise, it cut through my body without any blade or hand. Right here, right now, has his end already come. The 12th's body has been split completely in two by the young Makoto. His darkness falls away, rendered useless. Down. Veo is thoroughly pleased with Makoto's performance. Well done. Makoto stands there solemnly but then collapses. In that moment he knows he has done it. The sword that existed only in his mind has finally taken physical form. Even standing beneath layers of dark clouds, I can still see it far across the other side of the sky. Makoto smiles, so that's what it feels like. I've finally become a swordsman of that caliber. Heaven blessed me with a family. He thinks of Midori, a friend. He remembers all those who fought by his side. Comrades and subordinates alike. Very experience has made me stronger. Even if this is my end, please give their cat a hug for me. His expression is one of utter restraint, but Makoto does not walk toward that light. I'm sorry, Shinji. Forgive this brother of yours. I am content. Footsteps approach. Makoto looks back. It's Minato walking toward him. He says nothing, just forces a smile and extends his hand to shake Makoto's. Makoto freezes for a few seconds. Then he lowers his will. That's right, this death is not yet the end. Makoto believes in Minato. I can still pass on my legacy to the next generation. Then he whispers to Minato, thank you. In reality, Minato breaks free from his cage. He rushes toward Makoto in a panic. Right now, through the void mark, he can feel a connection forming with Captain Sue Makoto. Minato reaches out, crying in anguish, Captain Sue. At that very moment, a brilliant light erupts in the sky, piercing across the vast continent, cutting across the gaze of the surviving comrades and those who have sacrificed their lives. Midori is blazing toward Makoto at full speed, screaming Makoto. Midori slams down onto the ground. Then a blur immediately lifts Makoto's body and carries him to a nearby boulder. But Midori is too late. He's drenched in sweat. He stares wide-eyed at his friend. Makoto is dead, a supremely satisfied smile frozen on his face. Sue Makoto, at the age of 23, has fallen in battle against the 12th. Minato lies unconscious on the ground, tears flowing without knowing. The two Sue brothers and their katans playing together under golden sunlight, now reduced to a long trail of blood on pristine white snow. A voice screams out Makoto. He smiles, but blood keeps pouring from his mouth. Midori catches Makoto, his voice trembling, Makoto, damn it. He clenches his teeth in fury. Cut to. Earlier, Midori had come to talk with Makoto. He calls out Makoto. Why did you decide to become a captain? Makoto wipes the sweat from sword practice, looking at him in surprise. Midori tosses over a water bottle with a light grin. In this great oracle you rank second, only I stand at the top. Sure, you should fight at full power. Who could even match you? Don't you think fighting alone would be better then? Makoto sighs in exasperation. That attitude of yours hasn't changed one bit. Midori laughs. You mean I'm not cut out for teamwork? Makoto looks up and poses a deeper question, outshining every star in the sky. That's what matters to you, isn't it? Makoto puts on his shirt and begins to explain, but for me, how should I put it? A voice calls from outside the door, Captain Sue. A report comes through. Koshiro has passed the examination. Sword Art Level 2 mission complete. Hand it directly to the captain. Koshiro gets a pat on the head from Takeru, grinning. Now I can be of use to you. So the first thing I did was bring the good news to the captain. Takeru beams. Let's go grab a meal. Makoto doesn't look Midori in the eye. He continues, you're right. I cherish my comrades deeply. Even if I fall covered in wounds, I still want to leave something behind for them. Meeting these people, that is the thing that makes me happiest. Back to present. Midori kneels on one knee, his darkened face bowed low. Your comrades have witnessed it, every achievement, every battle won. Two of his teammates stand beside him in agony. Midori continues, two of them are still alive. Midori reaches out and gently closes Makoto's eyes. You did it. You fulfilled your duty as their leader. Something I could never do. Midori gently embraces Makoto's shoulder. You've done well, Makoto. Minato lies on the snow, fists clenched tight. The circular mark on the back of his hand begins to glow. A dark space materializes before him, the first generation of transcendence. The ancestors. Alexin looks up. Everything is growing darker. Munit follows his gaze. Nothing surprising about that. Milos thinks anxiously. That's right, he must be thinking this is all because of my own weakness. Every single ancestor has experienced the loss of comrades, friends, and family. Their hearts shattered after watching the silhouettes of their comrades walk away forever, and they nearly couldn't overcome that pain. Rairo steps forward. Minato. He hangs his head, dazed. I don't want to fight. No more. The ancestors hear this, stunned beyond belief. Minato raises his fist to his chest, bowing even deeper. Tears begin to fall. An old debt. My heart feels like it's being torn apart. If I had let the ancestors fight from the very beginning, no one would have had to die. He kneels with his back to them to become everyone's strength as the vessel. All I had to do was push myself harder. Rairo stands behind him. Speaking urgently, Minato, that's he cuts her off, I know. The hand that once clasped the captain's burns like fire. Then, under Jairo's watchful eyes, Minato looks up at him. He entrusted me with this. Tears still stream down his face. Minato stares straight ahead, resolute, and I refuse to waste his legacy. Everyone who hears this is deeply moved. Right now I'm not just thinking about surpassing the ancestors anymore. I want to surpass everything. A light appears in the dark space. It spreads wider. Mit tears through the darkness, flooding the void with radiance. Everything around them turns bright again. Minato raises his fist toward them all, his eyes burning with resolve. I won't let anyone else die. The sky clears to blue. The surviving squad members carry each other, awaiting the helicopter. They carry one another on their backs, but none of their faces hold any joy. Especially Midori lets his bangs fall over his eyes, his expression cold as stone. On his back he carries Makoto's body. Makoto is placed inside a body bag. The zipper is pulled shut. The helicopter pilot speaks to Midori. All personnel have been successfully rescued. Time to depart, Mr. Ikehara. Midori picks up his phone, turns his back, his expression unreadable. I'll head back on my own. Kimana. The crew member looks back. Midori. Then be careful out there. After the helicopter departs, Midori makes a call. Makoto is dead. Our enemy is the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. Handle the formalities later. Midori's eyes blaze as he issues the order, hunt them all down for me. And just like that, Ikehara Midori vanishes. 1 month later, Nagano Prefecture, Mount Miche. By the riverbank, two figures clash. Shinji throws a punch. The two of them, Shinji and Minato, are sparring. Minato pulls his hand back, then strikes with the piercing technique. Shinji crosses both arms, blocking Minato's attack. Shinji grimaces. Minato's strike sends the river water behind Shinji churning and splashing into the air. Shinji throws his hands back in a counterattack toward Minato. Minato is caught off guard, deflected the piercing technique. Then, in an instant, he recovers, seizing Shinji's arm and slamming him to the ground. Shinji is incredulous. Aikido. Shinji whips a kick toward the back of Minato's neck, but Minato raises his hand, catching the strike with a single palm. Worry flashes across Shinji's eyes. Minato counters with a kick of his own. A voice cuts in. That's enough. It's Ikika. She stands with a stern face. She crosses her arms, watching them. Cut to at Makoto's funeral, his memorial portrait. The annihilation of the Sioux squad has left a deep wound within the Great Oracle. At the ceremony honoring the fallen, Shinji stands before his brother's portrait, a solitary silhouette. He stands motionless before the memorial image of Captain Sioux. Then the scene shifts elsewhere, a corridor in the Kaminaga residence. Minato spots Shinji. He calls out in surprise, Sioux. Shinji, a stack of books tucked under his arm. One hand grips a cat carrier, eyes ringed with dark circles. Shinji speaks and a soft meow escapes from inside. A cat. Minato is caught off guard, so that meowing was from a golden-furred cat sits quietly inside the cage. Shinji speaks, you knew he had a cat. While I didn't know a single thing about him. Before I ever stepped into his room, there was a cat curled up on the bookshelf. I never knew that there was such a cute little thing in there. I didn't know what books he read, what clothes he bought, what food he ate, or what went through his mind. Before seeing the things that belonged to him, I knew nothing at all. Minato notices something and asks, is that a diary? What are those books in Shinji's hands? He answers, yeah, I'm going to take them with me. Makoto always left behind a message because he feared that he could lose his life at any moment during a mission. Shinji had opened the diary and read those words. I'll leave these diaries to Shinji. All of his daily training and every mission were recorded inside, and every entry was dated the 12th of month 0. The mornings and late nights are getting colder. I wonder if Shinji can handle this weather. He stands hunched over, turning page after page, reading every single word his brother left behind. March 7th, Shinji passed the hunter qualification exam just like me. I'm so happy. Month end 17th, it looks like the Great Oracle wants to recruit Shinji. I'm worried. July 19th, KY brought a really delicious watermelon. On the page, the words I want to share some with Shinji too are stained with teardrops. October 1st, Shinji was dispatched to an unidentified cataclysm for a reconnaissance mission. But I'm sure he'll come back safe. Makoto's figure fades away. Now only Shinji remains in his knees, collapsed to the ground in agony. He clenches his teeth, hugging the diary tight, crying without a sound. It was always, always about me. Minato speaks with empathy. Sue. Captain, he remembers the times Makoto talked about his family. He always said, I truly love my little brother. Makoto always spoke about his little brother. Shinji steals his resolve. I want to become stronger so my brother never has to worry about me again. Flashback to the present. Yik rests a wooden sword on her shoulder and asks, who are you two? Shinji answers, my brother Sue Makatofel in battle. Hearing this, Yik's eyes widen in shock. But she regains her composure almost instantly. I see. You two. Both speak in unison. Can you help us become stronger? From an overhead angle, the three of them stand in a triangle formation. Ikika evaluates, both of you are growing stronger. Though a month ago Minato had the overwhelming edge, Shinji, your growth rate is truly impressive. Shinji responds, thank you very much. Minato asks, Yik-sensei, what about me? Yik lets out a sigh. HMPHDO, I even have anything left to teach you. It'd make more sense for you to teach me honestly. She steps down onto a wooden staff. Oh, forget it, swish. The two wooden staves shoot straight toward them. Yik unleashes a massive surge of power, swings the staff onto her shoulder, and faces the two, sword raised, her face brimming with battle hunger. Come at me. Both of them charge forward, staves in hand. They shout in unison, yes, Ikika. He blocks Shinji's strike coming from the side. Minato leaps and swings his staff down. I have to get stronger when I become the world's most powerful transcendent, then surely. Scene shift. London, England. A lone figure walks down the street. The figure rounds a corner and stops dead. A voice calls out, you're one of the 12 apostles of the end, Kawato, isn't that right? The other, gripping a staff, stares silently and says, you finally came. Midori's silhouette stands against the backlight. The apostle speaks his name, Ikahara Midori. Midori's expression is unreadable. He speaks, tell Muher is your comrade's base. Try anything funny and I'll kill you on the spot. Kawato transforms the staff in his hand, conjuring a stream of black energy. Don't be so hasty, come on, have some fun with me first. Midori stares at him, expression cold as ice. Right at the street corner, Kawato steps through. Blood sprays. Midori emerges from the other side, one side of his face streaked with blood. I told him I'd kill him. He hands a booklet to a large man with slicked-back white hair and black sunglasses. Midori lowers his head and walks away. Calculating 7 more to go, in his hand 5 collected booklets. Midori's eyes are razor-sharp. Next, a hand grinds blue powder into dust. Inside the Great Oraclea Simple House, a top-secret location. The Cottage of Eternal Vision. 5 booklets Midori collected from the apostles lie neatly arranged on the floor. The head of the Great Oraclea Executive Director asks, Midori sent these? Synonymy Tanjin, Assistant Director, replies, yes. It appears these are the oracle books taken from the 12 apostles of the end. Beside her stands Katori Siki, also an assistant director, offering her own perspective on the matter. These look more like fragments of a single book. Du picks one up and opens it. I see. Eliminating them and reclaiming these books isn't an issue for us. Not at all. She closes the book, thinking of Midori's lone figure, and says, but this time he went and did everything by himself again. It seems Makoto's death left a deep wound in Midori's heart. Kitamori Siki asks, what should we do, ma'am? Joe smiles and replies, just leave him be. Even if we say something, he won't listen. When Midori gets back, I'll have tea ready for him. Beneath the surface, koi fish glide through the water. Director, regarding the aftermath of the Sue Makoto incident, Makoto's portrait flickers into view. Squad Sue has been wiped out. We have no choice but to fill the void. The name Sue Squad is crossed out in red on the roster. The 2 assistant directors speak in unison. We would like to propose forming a new squad under our names. Director Joe regards them silently. Somewhere else entirely. Tokyo, thousands of masked figures flood the streets, flags waving. A Tier 2 prophecy unfolds, a rebellion, the boss-class entity, the demon general. The nameless god of dawn. It swings an iron-spiked mace down at a figure. That person grits their teeth, barely blocking. It's just one of them and it's already this strong, can't you attack from range? The girl called out to responds hastily, each of these things has a different weak point. A shout rings out Captain Hibiki. Captain of Squad 2 Hibiki Zuna, after cutting down a monster she turns to assess what a boring bunch. She glances back well. Think you can handle it, Akan? Akan steps forward. She raises the back of her hand her mark. Glowsend answers yes. Sacred art trisanctifying punishment activate. A sphere materializes. Phase 1 she announces seniors please fall back. The sphere launches toward the bewildered monsters. She extends the back of her hand and recites gas. The sphere detonates noxious fumes send the monsters into violent coughing fits. Phase 2 liquefy. The gas condenses into liquid form engulfing their heads. Phase 3 ignite. The liquid ignites and the monsters shriek in agony AAARRGH. Akan spreads her hands wide and everything solidifies. Everyone charge. All the monsters twist and deform iron spikes burst from their heads. The spikes grow, elongating, piercing through other monsters. Everyone present stares in stunned silence at the carnage behind Akan. They stammer what the. She snaps her hands apart and everything erupts in flames. Akan turns back and says done. Z. Applause, incredible. Hibiki Zuna claps as she strides over poison gas, toxins, extreme heat, and physical attack for damage types in a single sequence. You're the real deal, Akan. She lifts Akan's chin and grins, shame I can only recruit you as a temporary member for now. Oh well, once your training's done, come join my squad for real, Akan. Akan grabs Hibiki Zuna's hand with a beaming smile. Thank you, I'll think about it. Two members of Hibiki's squad start whispering the captain's really trying to recruit her, huh? Strong, cute. Great personality, wonder if she'd actually join. Captain Hibiki Sessa smiles smugly the moment she joins. Life gets easy for all of us. The two panic. Captain, that's all you're thinking about. Meanwhile, Akan is already on the phone walking briskly. Hello, Kaminaga Minato. It's Akan, I finished the lesson on tri-state alchemy control. Hurry up and send me the next one. Back on the mountain, Minato is on the other end of the line. He answers got it. He thinks she's fast. Orobi Manju stretches and snatches his sandwich right out of his hands. Shinji notices too. It's the show me kick maneuver, pushes up his glasses and snickers. Ha ha ha. That girl finally passed Saturday's lesson. Minato thinks kick sensei, could you prepare about 3 more lessons for her? No need, he chuckles cheerfully and picks up a book. Leave it to me. After getting the confirmation, he tells Akan, I'll try to send it soon. She replies, thanks, Saitama Prefecture, Takurazawa City. Looks like Hikatero's already on lesson 8. A tier 2 prophecy. The Hell Beast boss class monster. SBINX, the gluttonous one appears, but in an instant the monster's head is kicked clean off. Hikatero clenches his fist in triumph. Lesson 8 radiant kick, power step complete. Captain of Squad Todoroki Kuikairu pumps his fist. Outstanding, Hikatero, join my squad. The whole team hoists Hikatero into the air. Cheering, Hikatero laughs. Ahahaha, let me think about it. He thinks which squad should I join though? Back at Akan's location, her voice is steel over the phone. I swear I will not be left behind and I'll beat every last one of you, just watch. Minato closes one eye and replies, sure thing. Shinji's getting stronger too, you know. Hey, how can I just sit still? But still, she's happy to hear it. Akan blushes, furrowing her brows. Hey. Meanwhile, Orobi Manju turns around and acts smug toward Shinji. Can you believe this guy? Why? Then why do you keep clinging to Kaminaga like that, Orobi? He replies, because you keep doing stuff that scares the kid. Akan on the other end. What are you so anxious about? Any disasters? Oh right, and suddenly speaks up. Hey, have you heard anything about the new team? Over here, Shinji is trying to pry Orobi Manju off Minato. He repeats in confusion, the new team. She frowns in response. Apparently a new team is being formed to fill the gap left by the Sioux team. It looks like the captain will be selected from the member with the highest performance. Minato holds Orobi Manju and responds, so that's how it is, huh? I wonder who it'll be. Then speaks up loudly from across the way, the real issue isn't who becomes captain. That stuns Minato. HMPH, Hikatero called too. I already talked this over with Hiko, and asks, what do you think about a Team Kaminaga? Minato laughs, Team Kaminaga, that name sounds pretty cool, haha, and was mid-sentence when Minato panics. Wait, what did you just say? Minato blurts out. Run! The person shouts Team Kaminaga. Minato stammers, what? You guys want to appoint me as captain? Why me? The question leaves an in thought for a moment. Then she replies, Xianxia has always harbored one ambition: there must be someone in this world capable of erasing every single prophecy. Minato hears this and responds, every prophecy, and envisions a burning castle and adds, that is what I desire too. Minato, hearing her words, can't help but wonder she wants that as well, and continues from the other end to fulfill that wish. Everyone on the team wants to find someone with an unbreakable will to lead them, and I believe you have what it takes to be that captain. Minato is left utterly stunned by her words. Shinomiya. Right at that moment, Habiki Shuna. That's in being called. I have to go now. She turns to Minato. Think it over, will you? We'll talk later. He panics. Wait. But the line goes dead. Minato lets out a heavy sigh. He sits on a rock, weighed down by thought. His mind races with everything and just said, Captain Ho, Captain. Over here, Hinoki Ikika spots him from afar and asks Shinji, do you know what that kid's doing? He's sitting there meditating, training. Shinji looks up and answers his master. Actually, after hearing Shinji's account, Ikika mutters, captain of the newly formed team, HMPH. If he wants the job, that's his call. Shinji shares his master's opinion. I think Kaminaga is the right fit for that position. As for Minato at this moment, he remains still, eyes closed, perfectly silent. Hinoki Ikika hums to herself. Deep within his mindscape, Melius observes Kaminaga Minato through a small screen and asks, does anyone have advice for him? The other ancestors respond in perfect unison, not a single thing. Alex throws up his hands helplessly. I don't know what to say. Shim Canis responds, we all spend our entire lives as true masters, you know. Gongtak adds, but when it comes to leadership, Hinoki Gyro agrees with them. Who among us knows a damn thing about that? Melius stretches out both arms and sighs, we really are a bunch of useless old masters. Hinoki Gyro snaps back angrily, you're insulting yourself too, you know. Then he turns around and asks, hey, what about you? Rang, founder of the Bin Thuan lineage, continues his work and replies, it's not yet time for me to show myself. Hinoki Gyro furrows his brow. Rang. Rang pauses his work, looks up and adds, besides, there's already someone here who can help him. Hinoki Gyro blinks. What do you mean? Suddenly, a staff flies toward where Minato is sitting. Ikika strides forward, walking across the water's surface and calls out, hey Minato, get back to training before you waste any more time. Really? She grins with blazing enthusiasm. Then let's train together. Now show me your flash step. Minato hastily responds, why yes ma'am. He activates flash step and leaps down. The moment his feet touch the ground, Minato chains it into a flicker step. Seeing his proficiency, Ikika praises him, excellent, not a moment's hesitation. She narrows her eyes. I'm starting to get curious about who you really are. Your current level, if you're merely a transcendent who just awakened less than 6 months ago, there's no way you should be able to do this. Minato scratches his cheek, recalling how Hinoki Gyro taught him this even in dreams, and lets out a nervous laugh. He thinks to himself, I had to train in my sleep until I was gasping for breath. Then his face goes wide with shock. Hinoki Ikika swings her staff at Minato. He dodges just in time, but the boulder behind him is cleaved clean in two. The river surges, startling Oribe Manju. Shinji cries out, Master. Hinoki Ikika is practically buzzing with excitement. I don't care if your mind is here or not, I'll make you pay attention. Minato raises his wooden sword before him, bracing for battle. Is that the girl? Hinoki Gyro asks, observing from the mindscape. Melius remarks, compared to the transcendence of this era, she's remarkably strong. No wonder truly is your descendant. Vero quickly corrects him, not mine. She's my senior disciple's descendant. I don't have children. Thinking of Makoto's unwavering figure in battle, Vero adds, HMPH, right, the one who trained Joe Makoto, so Hinoki Ikika is the successor, is she? At that moment, she hoists her wooden staff overhead, readying an attack. Hinoki one-hand sword style celestial descent. Watching from within, Hinoki Gyro murmurs in astonishment, what was that technique just now, Kaminaga? Minato barely blocks the strike, thinking she's going all out from the start. Hinoki Ikika follows up with a devastating hell blade. Minato's eyes widen. He raises his guard. A massive impact erupts. Vero exclaims with a grin, now that's something new to me. Heisha's created an entirely new technique from what we passed down to future generations. Interesting. Ikika rests the wooden staff on her shoulder and exhales, ah. the surrounding area lies in ruins. She praises him, dodging that one too. Now that's impressive. You should have been completely unfamiliar with it. Your Hinoki one-hand sword-style moves are remarkably similar to those of our ancestor, Kaminaga. Minato freezes upon hearing this. Ikika continues without pause. Let me take a guess at what's weighing on your mind right now. You're wondering whether you can ever be as strong as Makoto. Am I right, Kaminaga? Once again, Ikika's words strike Minato to the core. Makoto's back appears in his mind, that towering silhouette. Could I ever become a captain like that? Shinji watches from behind, muttering Minato's name under his breath. He thinks so. That's what's been eating at him this whole time. After hearing his master's words, Minato becomes more resolute. His grip tightens around his weapon. That's right, I'm the one who witnessed it all with my own eyes. Makoto was an incredible captain. But can I really walk the same path as him? Right then, a voice echoes from within. You don't need to be like him. Minato startles. From across the way, Ikika shouts, focus. She launches into Hinoki one-hand sword-style phantom dance, swinging her staff down in a blur. The techniques I'm using now were developed by the masters of previous generations based on the ancestors' own knowledge. They'll never match the ancestors' original power. There's a massive gap in power between us and the ancestors, but we kept striving, closing that gap little by little. And the dojo halls guided us along the way. Minato hears these words, unable to stop the thought from forming, always striving, closing the gap, bit by bit. As she keeps attacking, Ikika continues, I don't know what kind of captain Makoto was, but then again, he was certainly a remarkable one. He didn't start out that way though. But if you never stop honing your skills, you'll reach that point someday, guaranteed. She says this, then sets her face with iron resolve and calls out, isn't that right, Kaminaga? She points the tip of her staff straight at him. What you need to think about isn't how to become someone like Makoto. It's what the weight on your shoulders truly is. Along with her words, images of Makoto flood his mind, including the moment they shook hands. He answers with unshakable conviction, the future. Ikika's face lights up with joy. Excellent, she cheers. Then forge yourself for that future. Come on, Kaminaga. Minato grips his weapon and charges. The two clash, sending massive shockwaves rippling outward. Time races by like a dog sprinting across an open field. 2 weeks later, Daxienji headquarters. Habuki Shuna stares at the monitor and lets out a grunt, HMPH. Todoroki Kuikairu, phone pressed to his ear, speaks up, so this is the candidate list for the new team. Shomi nods. A moment later, Shomi Tanjin takes a drag from his cigarette and answers, that's right. The director submitted these nominations personally. The top 2 names on the list, Kaminaga and Hinoki Ikika. He scans the data. Kaminaga, Minatoge 17, male, 169 cm, 62 kg, affiliate trainee, active for 0 years and 2 months. Hinoki Ikika nominated by the Special Forces Division. He remarks, looks like we've got some rather unusual candidates this time. At that same moment, beneath the shadow of a tree, a mysterious figure whispers into a communicator, yes, infiltration successful. The captain selection exam for the new team takes place in 3 days. Rest assured, the captain of Daxienji's new team will be me. And he is none other than Avayan of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse, an apostle of the end, possessing the forbidden skill Celestial Demon. This skill allows its user to assume the identity and existence of a person they have previously killed. Their objective: become captain of Daxienji's newly formed team and destroy the organization from within. Iva slowly turns his head, thoughts churning. Ikehara Midori is currently on a killing spree. More than half of the 12 apostles have already fallen. On my own, I can't hope to beat that monster. The only thing left for us to do is sabotage Daxienji from the inside. He raises a hand to cover his face and murmurs, everything Gall of Theses to fulfill the prophecy. 3 days later, at the grand training grounds of Daxienji, the man standing at the front surveys the line of assembled candidates and bellows, everyone, fall in. He announces at the top of his lungs, from this moment, the captain selection exam for the new team begins. He continues with the briefing. The format and rules are as follows. There will be a total of 4 tests. Only the top 4 candidates will advance to the final round. The exam is point-based. First place receives 3 points, second place receives 2 points, and third place receives 1 point. In the end, the candidate with the highest total score will be appointed captain of the newly formed team. During the exam, the director will be present to observe. Give it everything you've got. The moment he finishes, every candidate responds in unison, yes, sir. Minato furrows his brow slightly and glances toward Tenjin. At the same time, a thought crosses his mind: everyone here is a candidate for the new captain. On top of that, it feels like someone is staring right at me. His face tightens, a trace of unease flickering across his expression. There are a total of 8 candidates. A young man with brown hair lightly touches his neck while glancing at the teammate beside him. That kitty's he, the oddball Ikehara Midori brought along. What do you think? Is he from Yara Koharu's team? The young man beside him replies with clear disdain, only 2 months in and he's already gunning for captain. Give me a break. Absolutely laughable. He's from Yorozaga's team. The moment he finishes speaking, a black-haired girl standing nearby smiles and remarks, so that kid is still just a trainee, huh? Pretty amazing, isn't it? Showa, she's from the Yushima squad. Sono, the young man with blazing golden hair, didn't look pleased at all. He glanced over at them and snapped irritably, quit yapping. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, that guy only joined about 2 months ago and he's already here. Who is he? That's Hisajizo from the Makabe squad. Nearby stood a man with violet hair. He gazed down at the tablet in his hand, casually adjusted his glasses and smiled with self-satisfaction. Thinking one of only 5 survivors who made it back from a first-rank prophecy, and he was personally recommended by Hinoki Ikika. He then murmured, interesting. That was Sakazaki Esuke from the Surek squad. Also present was an orange-haired young man who stood out like a bonfire. He was currently tearing into the bread in his hand with feral aggression, his expression absolutely savage, and he remarked, word is he even tutors his buddies. Hugh, what a flavor. He was from the Todoroki squad. Shaman. Nearby, a blue-haired young man with a rather timid demeanor stood quietly. He lowered his head slightly, thinking to himself, so that's your teacher, huh? Not nearly as cute as me. And he was from the Habai Kuranu squad. One among them was EVA member of the 12 Apostles. While every other participant had their squad captain accompanying them, Minato's side lacked a special endorsement. Shenyang Minato. He shut his eyes, thinking to himself, everyone else has their captain backing them up, and yet Master Ikika isn't here with me. The image of his phone and his master's message slowly surfaced in his mind. The message on the screen read, I overslept. If you fail, before I get there, prepare to be buried in a volcano. Then memories of all the things his master had done to him came flooding back. He thought to himself, look, when master says something like that, she means every word. She absolutely will follow through. And she'll enjoy every second of it too. I don't even know what this exam will entail, but at the very least, I can't afford to get eliminated before master shows up. The more he thought about it, the more panicked Minato's expression became. Suddenly, at that moment, the squad captain's voice rang out. The exam officially begins. The announcement shattered his train of thought, and he couldn't help but startle, thinking it's starting already. Deep in the forest, Shinji was tearing through the trees like the wind. Just as he was running, feeling utterly bewildered, he asked his master, Master Yik, is this really part of the training too? Yik stood above on a ridge, hand shielding her brow as she scanned the surroundings. At the same time, she kept pushing her disciple, faster, move faster. Shinji's eyes flew wide open in shock. Ikika narrowed her eyes and warned, no, hurry up or it'll be over before you know it. Shinji, go watch. Minato wins. Come on. Ikika appeared behind Shinji and immediately dashed forward, back to Minato's side. Tenjin furrowed his brow, his expression clearly bored. Mana measurement. A blazing blue stream of mana surged toward Minato. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand to be tested. The instant his hand made contact, Tenjin immediately declared first place Kaminaga. After the measurement complete, the sight of the destroyed measuring device in front of him left him utterly flustered. Ah, it broke again. I'm sorry, Suru stared in disbelief and exclaimed, the measuring device was completely destroyed. You're from the Yorizuya squad Zaga, Aki, Hina Mana rank 5 Esuke. Standing nearby, he pushed his glasses up and remarked, an anomaly. He was from the Surek squad Sehijaka Mana rank 3 Kuromo, standing beside him, found it utterly unbelievable as well and asked, 2 anomalies. She was from the Yushima squad Sanep Mana rank 2. Before the bewilderment of those around him, one person stepped in to explain, this sort of thing does happen from time to time. When someone is a genius in physical strength or mana manipulation, it means he must specialize in magic. Esuke listened, then glanced toward his own member and remarked, "Same type as you, Shiki." At that moment, N was crouched low, gazing at his own captain with a completely expressionless face. After hearing everything, he narrowed his eyes, a grin of pure fascination spreading across his face. "I see. System examination results Mana rankings displayed RK name affiliation Mana 1 Kaminaga Minato 2 Sonos Kuromo Yushima Squad 2-3 Sakazaki Esuksurak Squad 1-4 Kuki Haruki Yagirumo Squad 5-5 Akihina Yorizuya Squad 6-6 Hisari SW Makabe Squad 7-7 Sycamore Kai 8-8 Urukanum Habai Kuranu SQ1s." Everyone was in position. The organizer immediately shouted, "Round 2 begin." Tenjin then addressed the participants and began explaining the rules. One-on-one combat. Your opponents will be the other examinees. To Y, and each participant must score 2 points. The first participant will be. Before Tenjin could finish, N shot his hand up. He smiled slightly, eyes gleaming with excitement, and proposed they go head-to-head. In his mind, he was already thinking Shaman's strongest official member in hand-to-hand combat, and an anomaly to boot. At the age of 2, he had witnessed the emergence of monsters from another world. While his mother was pushing his stroller across the road, a swarm of monsters appeared out of nowhere. The creatures lunged at them. He sat in his stroller, eyes wide, glaring straight at the beasts. A strange source of mana erupted. A blinding light surged from his tiny hand. What followed was a chaotic battle. His mother collapsed to the ground, her body drenched in blood, her eyes filled with sheer terror as she stared at her own child. Blood dripped slowly from the stroller's wheels. He sat there drenched in crimson atop a mound of monster corpses, still in a baby stroller. He had slaughtered every last creature to protect his motherland. Became a legend. Back to the present. From the side, Sona smiled and asked, "A duel?" Todoroki sending out Shiki. Isn't that a bit unfair? Todoroki Kuikairu, standing beside her, immediately bellowed, "What's wrong with sending out our strongest fighter?" He then flung his cloak aside and struck a pose, flexing his physique. He wasn't gifted any mana talent, but his physical abilities are nothing like a transcendence. "I've trained him myself ever since he joined the team up to this very day. No one can beat him in hand-to-hand combat." Sesson, standing nearby, sighed in exasperation. "It's too hot for this. Stop posing already." She gazed ahead, resting her chin on her hand, and thought to herself, "Yeah. Shiki's combat ability really is on a different level compared to most people here. Looks like this match will be over quick." On Minato's side, N was already sprinting toward him at full speed. While running, he called out, "Let me ask you, are you seriously teaching Hiko?" Minato called his name softly, "N." Then he looked at him, smiled gently, and explained, "Yeah, but I'm just a messenger. I only gave him a few pointers, that's all." The moment N heard that, he was utterly stunned and blurted out, "What?" "The truth is, some self-proclaimed genius gave a few pieces of advice, but word got around that I was the one who trained him. Hiko is a super genius, same as me. Even without my help, he'd easily climb to greater heights on his own." When he finished speaking, Minato couldn't agree more. "You're right." Seeing him agree so readily left N momentarily stunned. Minato flashed a brilliantly warm smile and said, "That's exactly what I think too." Hearing that, N furrowed his brow, utterly confused. What a weird guy. Whatever. He slowly raised his hand, then began channeling his mana. Savage devouring. He also shouted, "Let's go." N stomped his foot hard against the ground, and in an instant he was like a bolt of lightning blazing straight toward Minato. Watching his silhouette tear through the air, Minato couldn't help but gasp in shock. He's so fast. As N closed in with his attack, Minato deftly ducked low, effortlessly dodging the blow. Around them, a torrent of mana with terrifying force erupted outward, hurling rocks and debris skyward. Haruki, standing nearby, had to raise his arms to shield himself from the mana shockwave. Todoroki Kuikairu watched with unbridled excitement. He looked over at them and cheered, "Incredible. N's going all out. No, give it everything you've got." On their side, N thrust his hand forward, channeling his mana. A massive, blazing crimson flame engulfed his entire body, and he launched a relentless barrage of attacks at Minato. But Minato continued to weave and dodge every strike with fluid agility. Suddenly, an attack came hurtling straight at his face. Minato's eyes widened, but his expression remained utterly calm. That was his guard stance. In one fluid motion, he seized N's arm. Then he swung his body in a full arc and slammed him into the ground with a devastating surge of mana, cratering the earth beneath their feet. Rocks and rubble continued to explode upward from the impact crater. A massive shockwave of mana radiated outward. C and Haruki, standing nearby, were scrambling to leap onto the flying debris, utterly stunned. "What the?" they exclaimed in unison. They stared at Minato, who had En pinned from above. Their eyes were wide with awe as they murmured, "All he did was redirect the attack and it was already that powerful." Minato looked down at En and praised him. "You're truly strong, Chikami." Hearing that, En's face twisted with rage and he snapped, "You bastard, dare to mock me." Minato looked at En and praised him once more. "You're really strong, Chikami." Hearing those words, En scowled and growled, "You bastard, are you mocking me? Minato, let go of En." A colossal surge of mana erupted from his body. En quickly landed back on the ground. Haruki and Kanem, watching from nearby, were left wide-eyed. "He recovered that fast, the terrain is completely wrecked and he's totally fine." Yuke, still holding his tablet and tapping away, looked over at Minato with an expression of pure fascination and remarked, "Of course. Shiki's physique is anomalous, the sheer hardness and density of his body far surpasses that of any ordinary transcendent." Back to En's side, he had already replenished his mana and without wasting a single second charged straight at Minato again. Minato, standing on elevated ground, had already taken his fighting stance. Minato began calculating, "Just playing defense won't be enough to beat Shiki, let me try something." His eyes snapped wide open as he began channeling his own mana. Minato unleashed his technique, Grand Light Kick, driving his foot hard into En's gut. Alan appeared beside him and launched a coordinated strike. A massive wave of mana surged forward in tandem with his technique. He didn't stop there. After planting one foot firmly as a pivot, combining it with penetration, he raised his leg high and unleashed a devastating attack at En. Gongtak, fighting alongside him, also unleashed his own technique, Grand Light. A powerful kick slams into En's stomach. The sheer force of Minato's attack leaves him unable to resist the descent, flying, crashing hard and tumbling across the ground. The group Haruhi, Kanem, Kumo, Seize, and Sura witnesses the attack. They can't help but stare in astonishment. On En's side, after being launched by Minato's strike, he plummets straight into the ground. A faint wisp of smoke escapes his mouth. His clothes are scorched black. He can't put up any more resistance. The team leader immediately declares, "Stop. The victory of this duel belongs to Kamen." Notification: 2 points awarded SHENYONG-MINATO. Minato turns around and lets out a relieved sigh. Alexin and Gong are overjoyed. They bump fists in celebration. Watching the scene unfold, Zoa is thoroughly entertained. His stamina far exceeds expectations. "Shiki's always been like that, hasn't he, Sakazaki? Didn't you say Kamen Minato only specializes in mana?" Asuke is still busy typing away on his computer. He responds, "That's correct." But in his mind he thinks, "Kamen Minato, I never expected his combat ability to be this formidable. If left unchecked, perhaps he'll eventually be eliminated too, but this one could get in my way." The more he ponders, the tighter his expression becomes, revealing deep unease. After a while, the unconscious En slowly opens his eyes. Minato's figure comes into view. En stays silent, but only for a few seconds. Fully conscious now, he immediately shouts, "Aw, you damn bastard." Minato is channeling mana to heal him. Seeing him move, Minato warns, "Don't move yet. I'm treating your wounds." En frowns, his face scrunching up as cold sweat pours from the pain. He looks up at Minato and asks, "Isn't it already absurd enough that you're exceptional in both mana and physical ability? And you can heal too. What? Can you do literally everything?" Minato doesn't respond. He stays silent, focusing on En's injuries. In his mind, painful memories surface, watching everyone die right before his eyes. Powerless to act, "But I couldn't save a single one of them," he thinks with quiet anguish, breaking free from the memory. Minato looks at En and smiles gently. "Not really." After a few more moments of mana healing, he says, "You can sit up now." En slowly rises, staring at him with a completely bewildered expression. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, an enormous explosion rings out from the distance. En looks toward it. What was that? Minato watches, then answers, "The final match of the duels." En's eyes go wide. "The final match already? How long was I out?" Minato, "About 5 minutes after our fight ended." They begin pairing the contestants and running the remaining matches simultaneously. In the match between the KOH Yaguruma squad and Fru Hai Suet, Haruhi has Kem locked in a tight headlock. He grins with pure arrogance. Over in the match between Suru and Koromo, Suru raises his hand with the smug bearing of a victor and strides away. Behind him, Koromo sits on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Minato remarks 2 matches just finished already, but the other 2 are still going. On Esuke and Zoa's end, they're still deadlocked. Sakazaki Shusaku's Ikaijima B squad versus Zoa. Esuke maintains a cold expression in a defensive stance. Zoa charges forward, unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast punches. Attacking while taunting, you think you're all that, huh? Just because your abilities are high-level and stable across the board. Esuke doesn't attack back, he just deflects her strikes. Zoa channels her mana, a massive surge of energy blasting Esuke backward. She declares, "Too bad you've got no special talent. You're nothing but someone easily replaceable. No unique skills means no shot at becoming captain. Not a chance." She charges again, her expression overflowing with arrogance. Esuke suddenly leaps backward, creating distance. He raises a finger. "Is that so? But I'm not really the type who craves the spotlight. Being an anomaly among Special Forces members, having some rare talent doesn't guarantee anything. No matter how exceptional you are, death always lurks right around the corner for everyone. That's why a captain needs the ability to adapt to that reality to at least give his teammates a slightly better chance of survival. That's what I aim for." Behind them, Minato stands watching. Esuke's gaze drift, recalls a funeral held for a defeated squad from before. Returning to the present, he glances back, a subtle, pointed look in Minato's direction, so that no one suffers the same fate as that squad. After that battle, I mean, Captain Su's squad. The moment Esuke finishes and standing nearby erupts with fury, he cracks his knuckles and roars, "You four-eyed freak. We heard every word, you've gone way too far. I don't want to hear another word of that garbage." Minato hears it all but shows no reaction, no anger, no irritation. His expression remains perfectly calm. He murmurs, "Thank you." Suru turns his attention toward Zoa and Esuke's match. There, Zoa deploys her physical arts. A torrent of overwhelming mana envelops her body. She activates the Crimson Law technique and strikes at Esuke. He silently raises his hand to block, then boom. A massive explosion rings out. His underestimation of the opponent shatters Esuke's defense completely, sent flying, but Zoa doesn't stop. She charges in again. Surprisingly, Esuke raises his hand, surrendering. "I forfeit." The team leader immediately declares the match over. Victory goes to Zoa. Zoa is stunned. "What?" Esuke's surrender sends her into a fury. She lunges forward, face twisted with rage, screaming, "You bastard. Are you mocking me?" Koromo rushes in and wraps her arms around Zoa to hold her back. "Calm down." Esuke pays no mind to Zoa's feelings. He slowly stands and dusts off his clothes. "Ha, fighting a violent girl really isn't my thing. I figured the match would drag on, so I'd rather conserve my energy. There are still several more exams to go." He removes his glasses and calmly wipes them. Zoa, still seething, yells, "Hey, you." Esuke doesn't bother with anything around him. He turns and walks away, thinking as he goes, "If I wanted to, I'd still have more than enough power to win." He glances back at the group, thinking, "I just didn't want to reveal my trump card to that Kaminaga kid yet." Minato stands motionless, watching Esuke's retreating figure. The second round of the duels concludes. The leaderboard appears. LEADERBOARD Round 2 Complete 1 Shenyang Minato PH 3 Mana 2 Combat 5 Total 9 2 Sonavishijima Squad 2 Mana 2 Combat 2 Total 4 3 Koki Haruki Yaguruma Squad Mana 2 Combat 2 Total 4 4 Akihina Suru Yorzuya Squad Mana 2 Combat 2 Total 4 5 Hisari Some Makabe Squad Mana 2 Combat 2 Total 7 6 Sakazaki Isuke Surokin Squad 1 Mana 1 Combat 2 Total 3 7 Shiki Squad 8 8 Uru Squad 2 Tenjin looks at them and says, "Well done. You now have a 30-minute break. After that, the third round will begin. And don't forget the 4 lowest scoring contestants will be eliminated from the competition." As Tenjin finishes speaking, Minato looks up, thinking, break time, huh? Master Ikika and Shinji are really late. Could they have gotten lost? Meanwhile, on Shinji's end, Shinji is panting heavily, completely exhausted. He bows his head before Ikika and reports, "We've arrived, master." Ikika smiles, "Well done. Once Shinji catches his breath, he looks up at her, puzzled, and asks, "But Mastery, aren't we at the exam venue? Instead of the competition grounds, we're at the backyard of the Great Oracle's headquarters." "That's right." Then she suddenly stops. "Someone died here recently." She halts before a tree. Shinji, trailing behind, gasps in shock. Ikika continues, "There's still a faint residue of the energy signature, but it's been concealed quite skillfully. It appears a transcendent was taken down by some terrifying monster." Shinji is utterly confused. He looks at Ikika. "Someone caused trouble at the Great Oracle's headquarters, but this place is supposed to be top secret." She immediately explains, "The self-proclaimed 12 apostles. As expected of the strongest captain, Joe Makoto would have known all about us. It's only natural they found this place." Hearing this, Shinji is utterly stunned. "That's impossible. What are they trying to do?" Ikika cuts off his questions and immediately turns to leave. "Come on, Shinji, let's get to the venue." Meanwhile, she thinks the victim must have been at least captain level, yet there are no casualty reports. She murmurs, "Interesting. Ikehara isn't the only one who wants to avenge Makoto's death." Lunch break. The new squad captain selection exam. Karumo carefully applies a bandage to Zoa's wound. Haruhi, Kanem, and Shuru are enjoying their lunches. Esug drinks milk while focused on his computer. Over here, En is happily devouring a chicken leg. Minato is using chopsticks to enjoy his own lunch. In the distance, two figures are approaching. The moment they appear, someone exclaims, "Master Ikika." Shinji is here too. It's Ikika and Joe Shinji. She looks at Minato and says, "How fortunate. I was starting to think I'd have to toss my disciple into a volcano." Haruhi suddenly looks over. "That's..." Suru continues, "One of the 5 members of the Great Oracle's special forces, including Ikehara Midori. Isuk, standing nearby, adjusts his glasses and says, "Hinoki." Ikika hears them talking. Zoa glances over and comments, "Sounds like you're introducing her like some kind of product." Shinji looks at the group, his expression worried and uneasy. "Master, something isn't right. You said someone at captain level was killed, didn't you? But there are 7 captains here." Ikika smiles at his question, then looks at Minato. "Minato, I need to speak with you. Come here." The moment he hears this, Minato exclaims in shock, "Wait, one of them is a spy for the 12 apostles." Seeing him shout so loudly, Shinji snaps, "You idiot, don't yell like that." Ikika turns back. She observes, then says, "It's highly likely. Based on the energy signature I detected in the backyard, someone at minimum captain level was definitely murdered. Someone was killed, yet everyone here is still accounted for. So in other words, the killer has disguised themselves as the victim and infiltrated this place." The realization hits. Minato turns his head, stunned. "Doesn't that mean the situation is incredibly dangerous?" Shinji immediately responds, "Of course it does. A ringleader who murdered a captain is hiding right inside the Great Oracle's own headquarters." Ikika adds, "If we don't deal with this quickly, there will be more victims. Not to mention, if we let them run free, they might help fulfill some apocalyptic prophecy capable of driving humanity to extinction." She pauses. "Or we could just kill everyone and be done with it." The moment she finishes, Minato and Shinji both shout in unison, "No, master." Minato sits down. He looks at both of them and says, "So, at this exam venue, we need to find and eliminate the 12 apostles spy hiding among us." Ikika smiles. "I knew you'd get there first." "Agreed. Exactly. And those apostles, they're the ones who murdered Makoto, the flame of vengeance. Is it burning yet?" Minato doesn't respond after hearing that. He silently watches the two of them, then recalls the memories. The old grief watching countless people die while he could do nothing. He speaks with conviction. Then, Joe Shinji. Standing nearby, Shinji clenches his fists, his eyes blazing with extreme fury. Minato sits on the ground, resting his chin on his hand. He begins to ponder, then lowers his gaze, eyes full of sadness, and asks, "What does everyone think about A's side?" Watching Minato's figure through the screen, he murmurs, "Let's see now." He takes the cigar from his mouth, glances at it, and says, "If possible, I'd like to see the murder scene in the backyard. But the exam's still going, so it might be tricky." Heth, investigator ancestor, ponders. Minato chimes in through the screen. "I'm on lunch break right now, though. If we're quick, it should work." Puts the cigar back in his mouth, "But doing that will tip off the culprit. If that guy's at the same level as the apostle we ran into on the snowy mountain, he could slaughter everyone here on a whim. We need to prepare for that scenario too." Hearing that, Minato nods firmly. He places his hand on his chin and says, "The next round is today's last test. Once it's done, I'll go investigate." But after a team captain from the Great Oracle HQ was assassinated, what if even you ancestors can't trace? Sure. Any trace? Vero, standing on A's side, speaks up. That's entirely possible. We've been holed up on that mountain for a whole month. Just withstanding the volcanic airflow, there is already a form of training. That's the birthplace of the Hinoki family's swordsmanship. Minato exclaims in shock. Really? Sino's standing beside A adds, besides, aura detection only works at close range. But that clearly came from an apostle of the same rank as the one we faced. He sighs in exasperation. Oh, come on. Why is everyone explaining things already? Then don't steal the detective's job. Vero frowns and snaps, shut up. Hurry up and find the culprit already. He grits his teeth, grinning fiercely, so I can deal with him myself. Seeing that, Minato panics slightly, thinking to himself, why are all the Hinoki family members like this? Puffing on his cigar, speaks up. All right, Minatosuke, Miss Hinoki, a question for me, will you? As soon as it finishes, Minato calls out, Master, and relays the question, what if the enemy isn't impersonating a team captain? What if they're actually one of the examinees? The moment he finishes, both of them freeze in shock, staring at him. She speaks up, come to think of it, if we consider the examinee candidates. That's very possible, but we still can't rule out suspicion of the team captains. Even so, she doesn't forget to add a reminder. Minato slowly stands up and says, that's right, if the next round tests the combat abilities of the examinees, I have a plan. The team captain announces, break time is over. Round 3 of the exam will be. Minato sits at his exam desk, staring at the pen and the written test before him. His head spins. The proctor keeps reminding everyone, no talking, no phones, every man for himself. Minato, at this point, he scratches his head while working through the test, muttering, this is hopeless. What can I even do here? I don't know a single thing about the Great Oracle's regulations. Answer the following questions about the ancient Ku cataclysm. Fill in the blanks in the passage on the destruction of Wakayama. List the organizations that must be notified when a Tier 3 prophecy emerges in a city with over 1 million residents. To use the training chamber. What documents are required? At the same time, he thinks to himself, but then again, this is an exam for selecting team captains, I guess it makes sense. His despair only lasts a moment. His eyes snap wide open as he thinks, no, I can't give up this early, I have to push through to the very end. Shortly after, the team captain announces the results. The results are in. The results board lights up. RK name affiliation Mana combat writing total. First Shenyang Minato Mana 3 combat 2 total 5 second Sakazaki Isuke. Shusaku Squad Mana 1 Combat 3 Total 4 3rd Kuromo. Yushima Squad Mana 2 Combat 2 Total 4 4th Akina Suru. Yorizuya Squad Mana 2 Combat 1 Total 3 5th Koki Haruki. Igurum Squad Mana 2 Combat 2 Total 6th Isari. Makabe Squad Mana 2 Combat 2 Total 7th Shiki N. Todoroki Squad Total 0. 8th Irikanem H. Biki Squad. Shenyang scores dead last in the written exam 0 points. Looking at his written exam score, Minato feels a sharp sting of devastation. This is bad, so bad. At that moment, N walks over and says, the bottom 4 get eliminated, right? His sudden appearance catches Minato off guard. Shiki N. N looks at him and praises, well done, Sakazaki Isuke Joy Surak. First place in the written exam perfect score. Looking at everyone's scores on the board, Minato sighs sadly, looks like only 2 of us got 0, huh? N glances toward Isuke and scoffs. That 4-eyed guy maxed out the writing score, how annoying is that? Then he throws his hands up and says, but hey, you are still in first place overall. That's insane. As for Mizuro in both combat and mono, I've lost all hope. So good luck with the rest of the exam. Wonder who'll become the next team captain. They'll be keeping an eye on whether the new squad runs smoothly, you know. A squad needs at least 7 members, so you'll need to find at least 6 more. Once you make captain, think about recruiting from this batch of examinees. Suddenly, he steps forward and slaps Minato hard on the shoulder. Then N points at himself and grins, if you want your squad to lead in raw physical power, recruit me right now. With that, he quickly turns to leave. Before going, he tosses back, all right then, get ready, Minato. Minato responds, thanks, Shiki. The moment N disappears, a materializes behind Minato and says, now then let's head to the backyard. Minato looks up at him. and says, "You already know who the culprit is, don't you?" Hearing this, Selen and the others all gasp in unison, "Really?" Lets out a light breath, smiling smugly. "Of course I do, Minato, I am a detective after all. But we need evidence before we can draw conclusions. Oh, 12 Apostles know it's our turn to strike." Minato, just off a phone call, can't help but panic. "You guys want me to be team captain?" After Team Joe was wiped out, the examination to select a new captain had begun. Following Hinoki Ikika's advice, Minato had entered the exam and received terrible news. At the exam venue, someone had been killed and replaced by one of the 12 Apostles' ancestor. Inside, with his detective expertise helped Minato reach conclusions and deductions. Vero asks, confused, "Why are you suddenly being so roundabout?" Sinos waves a hand and replies, "They're just setting the mood a little." She continues, and know we have reached the crime scene. From the canopy above, cicadas drone relentlessly. Minato kneels, touching the footprints on the ground. "What do you think, A strokes his chin. "Just as I predicted, once we confirm the victim's identity, the culprit becomes obvious." Minato doesn't respond, he follows A's gaze. Rai, standing nearby, speaks up, "So our enemy this time is the 12 Apostles, huh? He definitely has the same thing as the one on the snowy mountain, that abominable Book of Doom." Sinos, standing nearby, asks, "So what now, Minato?" He answers, "Well." Suddenly strange sounds echo from within the canopy. "A." His eyes widen in shock. Seeing that, Minato also exclaims, "A." From above, a pair of feet slowly descends. Sensing a strange glow emanating from behind, he whips his head around. The silhouette of a woman stands before him and he freezes in astonishment. He turns and stares intently. The old woman speaks, "Young man, are you investigating something?" Minato stares at her, transfixed. He asks involuntarily, "Who are you?" She stands facing him and answers, I'm just an old lady passing through. Could you answer a question for me?" Minato tilts his head slightly. He answers her question, "A murder has taken place right here." Hearing this, her expression darkens slightly. "Oh my." At the same time, she thinks to herself, "So he's detected the residual traces too, if I'm not mistaken. He's one of the exam candidates. This young man's abilities are no joke." She looks at him and says, "Then we must find the culprit." He quickly responds, "No, I already know who the culprit is. It's not just a hunch. But even so, I still can't point him out yet." She furrows her brow. "I don't understand. Wouldn't it be better to deal with the culprit right away?" Minato answers, "Our enemy is extremely powerful and there may even be two culprits." She is visibly startled, too. Minato continues, "So it's better to lure them both to the same spot and take them down at once. I promise I'll settle this by tomorrow. Could you please just watch from the sidelines and not intervene?" As soon as he finishes, she doesn't respond, just stands there watching him in silence. Then a smile slowly spreads across her face. "Intervene. I'm just an old lady passing through, young man. I hope all your efforts will be rewarded." She slowly turns, about to leave. From behind, Minato calls out, "Ma'am," when she stops to listen. He introduces himself clearly, "My name is Shenyang Minato." The old woman squints her eyes, smiles gently, and says, "I'll remember that, Minato." As she departs, a fierce gale sweeps through. He watches her retreating silhouette. After the old woman vanishes, everything around falls silent as if nothing had ever happened. Minato pulls his hat down low, unable to hide the astonishment in his eyes. Around him stretches an empty void, not a soul in sight. The scene shifts toward her. Siri trails behind, repeatedly asking the executive director, "So, is this really okay?" Du replies, "It's fine. That boy is on the verge of uncovering the truth and it seems he already has a plan of his own. I'm very curious to see what this kid will do. Tell Tanjin to back him up just in case something goes wrong." Siri immediately responds, "Understood." On Tanjin's end, he gazes up at a meteor shower when a sudden sense of dread washes over him. He thinks to himself, a premonition out of nowhere. Trouble is closing in. The scene shifts back to Du. She glances at Siri and continues, "When the residual energy was first detected and I approached. Let's just say I doubt we'll find anything worthwhile." Siri falls silent, listening intently. Sensing something off, Du turns to her and asks, "What is it?" Siri quickly replies, "It's nothing. It's just you seem to place a great deal of hope in that boy. I'm surprised. I've rarely seen you like this before." Sensing Siri's curiosity about her concern for Minato, Du explains it's because of his eyes. The next day, deep in a forest, Minato walks slowly with En trailing behind him. En rushes forward, tapping his hand on Minato's shoulder. Minato, let's walk together. Minato tilts his head, unable to hide his surprise. Shiki just left. En speaks up. The second half of the exam takes place today. It'll be a test to see how you perform as team captain. So, Sakazaki used captain tactics to show them what you've got. Good luck. Hearing that, Minato's expression darkens for a moment, but the instant En finishes speaking, his face lights up with a bright smile. He smiles and says, thanks for that. Why did you deliberately skip the exam? The moment his question lands, En, walking ahead, freezes in his tracks. Then he turns back, smiles, and replies, because I changed my strategy. Instead of being team captain, I prefer being free-serving under some captain or another. Minato presses further, so that means you could kill all the potential team members. Behind them, near a tree trunk, Ikika secretly watches the two. En looks at Minato, his expression brimming with excitement. Well, if replacements are needed, I wouldn't mind getting my hands dirty. During the written exam, the questions were so brutal I couldn't write a damn thing. My skill only lets me access information stored in the host's brain, so I ended up scoring a perfect 0. Minato listens and sighs, so things didn't go as you planned. En scratches the back of his head sheepishly. My brain's pretty useless. Should have just killed Sakazaki and stolen his body while I was at it. That's why, suddenly, En's steps grind to a halt. He sees figures rushing in from every direction, blocking the path ahead, and murmurs, well, it's come to this, huh? Behind the crowd, Todoroki Ikaru stands bound in heavy chains. Silence. Dead-eyed, arms crossed. Sessa stares at En with an expression of pure arrogance and speaks up, hey, you apostle over there, how about you introduce yourself? En looks at them and smiles. Then he replies, I am Wymang number 9. You've all seen my skill already. I can replace someone I've killed and extract every piece of information stored in their brain. No wonder the only one left in camp was Captain Minato. I killed the owner of this body because their physical stats were the most outstanding. The surrounding group watches him with extreme wariness. Sessa speaks, you were planning to destroy the Great Oracle from the inside, weren't you? En replies, exactly. But I failed, so no all of you must die. Then he surveys the group and asks, but before that, let me ask who discovered me. Sekuji furrows his brow and answers with a detached gaze, that person has been standing right next to you the entire time. Shenyang Minato, at least that's what she said. En whips his head toward Minato, still standing right beside him. He exclaims, I can't believe even now you dare to stand this close to me. Then he turns back, grinning with twisted delight. Now that's something. A torrent of overwhelming magical power erupts from his body, his eyes blazing as he stares down Minato. Who the hell are you? This was just before Shiki's body was taken over by Eva. En looks at Todoroki Ikaru, beaming with joy. Are you really nominating me as the new captain candidate? Really? Captain Todoroki Ikaru meets his gaze and confirms it's true. The announcement will be made tomorrow morning. So keep it under wraps for now. En exclaims happily, got it, so that's why you called me here, right? But man, you're way too cool. Look. Upon hearing that, Todoroki Ikaru plays along, teasing, ah, right. Both of them burst into laughter. After sharing a good laugh, Todoroki Ikaru crosses his arms and looks at En with a serious expression. En, from what I've observed, apart from the captains, you're the strongest one right now. I'm confident you'll make an excellent captain. I'm counting on you. He extends his hand toward En, resolute and trusting. Feeling the weight of that trust, En is deeply moved, his eyes welling up with tears. Captain. En reaches out and clasps Todoroki Ikaru's hand, answering with confidence, no master, just watch over me. I'll give it everything I've got. But before he can finish the sentence, an attack comes from nowhere, slashing clean across his body. En, blood sprays in every direction, splattering across Todoroki Ikaru's face. His eyes go wide, the smile on his face freezes solid. After snapping back to reality, his expression is pure shock. En. From behind the trees, a faint, unfamiliar voice drifts out. The stranger steps forward and speaks, is this really the strength of a captain candidate in the Great Oracle? That's because we've grown far too powerful all thanks to the artifacts our leader bestowed upon us. I am Eva, one of the 12 apostles you've been hunting. I'm very much looking forward to our upcoming victories. He is Eva. Eva smiles, channels his magic, and grins at Todoroki Ikaru. Then he unleashes his technique on En's body. He deploys the demonic heaven art. At that very moment, Todoroki-ku Ikaru's palm comes crashing down from above Eva's head. He unleashes his diamond skill and strikes a spray of crimson blood follows. His eyes burn red, tears streaming endlessly as he glares at Eva and roars, "You bastard! How dare you!" Eva, inhabiting En's body, stands behind him clapping slowly. "Bravo, took down an apostle in a single blow. No wonder you're my master." Hearing En's voice, Todoroki-ku Ikaru whips around En. "You're still alive," but before he can collect himself, Evainside En's body strikes a single devastating blow, cleaving his body in two. Eva smiles with complete satisfaction. "Wrong. My master is Evade, one who has taken over this kid's body." Then he produces an artifact. He scatters it over the body while simultaneously performing the soul-summoning dance. Todoroki-ku Ikaru's body is instantly mended. His eyes snap open, staring straight at Eva. Then he immediately rises to his feet. Eva, still in En's body, praises excellent. Then he pats the man's chest and declares, "Now you will be my undead slave." "Understand, master, answer me." Todoroki-ku Ikaru replies with a cheerful smile, "Yes, leave it to me, Eva." But the moment the words leave his mouth, he eats a full-force punch straight from Eva inhabiting En's body. "Oh my master." Then Eva points at himself and says, "My name is Shikia, not Eva." Todoroki-ku Ikaru blinks and replies, "Oh right." The two of them lock eyes and burst into laughter together. The rewind sequence finally reaches its conclusion. A voice speaks, the only thing that can rewind. Minato stands still, watching the replayed images before him. A man appears from behind. He speaks, "This is as far as it goes." Minato's eyes widen in shock. He watches the events unfold before him while simultaneously activating his skill Detective Stage. Detective Stage, a skill that replays a scene that has occurred at a crime scene. Activation condition: the user must have already gathered evidence and identified the perpetrator. It doesn't just peer into the past. As long as the user can reason through the case, he can also foresee crimes that will occur in the future. However, it has a fatal flaw: the skill vanishes if the user's deduction or conclusion is wrong, which means that throughout his entire life, he has never once made an error in his conclusions. Selson bows his head slightly and speaks, "One ability that lets the user replace those they've killed, and an artifact that controls corpses." Vero steps forward, placing his hands behind his head. Walking along, he remarks, "No matter how you look at it, having two perpetrators is just vile." But before he can finish, an overwhelmingly powerful source of magical energy erupts directly in front of Minato, shocking every last one of them. Xenos widens his eyes and shouts, "Minato." His eyes blaze wide, fury twisting his expression as he roars with rage, "I will never forgive him." At the same time, the circle on his hand flares to life. Minato unleashes his technique, hard light reflecting the radiance and launching a direct strike at Eva's face, inhabiting En's body. He channels every ounce of his energy and surges forward. His foot plants behind him. Combining it with penetration, Minato delivers a devastating grand light palm straight into Eva's eye. Caught completely off guard, Eva takes the hit head-on and is hurled backward. After being blasted a distance, he extends his leg for a foothold, but even so, he can't fully recover. Pushed further by Minato's magic, a massive explosion erupts. Surprisingly, Eva inside En's body emerges completely unscathed. Laughing with delight, Minato stares at him, unable to hide his shock. Eva slowly rises from En's body. "Hey now, I've been awfully patient, you know, Min, aren't we friends after one good fight? Is that how you treat a friend?" Seeing that Eva is completely unaffected, Minato clenches his teeth. He blames himself, "Just as I suspected, me current strength still isn't enough." As Eva stands, he begins channeling his own magical power. Eva looks at him and taunts, "That's nowhere near enough, Minato. If this is all you've got." Eva fully straightens up and without the slightest delay, channels his magic after effortlessly blocking Minato's attack. Eva smiles arrogantly, "That kind of attack won't work on me. The real deal is on a whole different level." Minato slowly raises his head. "That's right. A pity, but the one who will defeat you is not me." His hair gradually turns silver, and from a source of magic that crackles like thunder, a voice suddenly speaks. "Well done, Minato, you've stalled long enough. Now hand over your body to me, give me all your rage and your regret." She is Sino's Mage of Truth. She turns to face him and declares, "Leave the rest to me." Meanwhile, Minato on the ground below deploys his own technique, Moonlight Prayer. Eva inside En's body. He stands far off in the distance, Gazing toward where Minato stands, he thinks so. This is what the satellite report flagged when he transforms into a completely different person. Suddenly, he tilts his head back and spreads both arms wide. Laughing like a madman, magnificent Minato. From high above, the black clouds gradually part, revealing a strange blue glow. From it, a beam like lightning channels down into Eva. Through the rift torn open by the clouds, puppets begin to emerge. They look like mummies. He channels his mana and declares life is an ocean of suffering. Cross the ocean of suffering and it's the end, so let's play to our heart's content. He looks at them and bursts into laughter. Xenos watches him intently, her eyes sharp with vigilance. Through the rift torn open by the clouds, mummy-like puppets emerge. He raises his head high, channeling mana as he declares life is an ocean of suffering. Cross the ocean of suffering and it's the end, so let's go wild. Xenos watches him, her eyes burning with wariness. Staring at the mummy puppets before them, one of the group blurts out, "What the hell are those?" On answers, "Looks like Eva's just an empty shell. With the artifact's power, he controls every body he's ever possessed." Eva, inside En's body, looks at them and cackles with delight. "Those corpses pack physical strength on par with this body, you know." Well then, let the games begin. Shun scans the mummy puppets and mutters, rough count about 100. Bodies with power rivaling Shiki's level. En, standing nearby, hears this and completely freaks out. He clamps his hands over his ears, face draining of color. What are we supposed to do? Class 2B team leader Minato stares at Eva in En's body. Stunned, he already killed them and now he's trampling on their dignity. Is this thing's nature really this vile? Hearing this, Selen standing before him smiles softly. "Minato, you've changed." Her words hit him. His eyes widen, expression frozen in shock. "I changed." She lowers her head with a gentle smile. "Perhaps, progenitor. We have too." His face hardens. "But you underestimate me far too much." From high above, between Minato and Eva in En's body, thunder suddenly roars. Golden lightning bolts erupt from the sky and crash down onto the mummy puppets. A massive, deafening explosion follows. Watching his mummy puppets get obliterated, Eva in En's body looks up, eyes widening in disbelief. Selen watches him, her gaze turning ice cold. "You deliberately took the hit, just to free fall. Is that all you've got before my eyes? Then I just need to cut them down before they land." Up in the sky, the mummy puppets slowly burn to ash. He looks up, impasse. His expression freezes in pure disbelief. In his mind, that bastard, what the hell did he just do? Sure, there are people who train endlessly to achieve godlike precision. But a single strike, a single volley, and every last one of his mummy puppets took a direct hit. Eva in En's body replays the scene in his mind. In the blink of an eye, lightning bolts rain down with flawless accuracy. Not a single one missed. Xenos looks ahead and speaks. "Minato, stand beside me, watch closely how I fight." Minato obeys. Yes. He stares ahead, eyes wide with awe, and murmurs, "Incredible. She's using my body. So she can't unleash her full power, and yet she's deploying every single one of these techniques so efficiently." Zelentia speaks up. "At first you only sought power for yourself. Meanwhile, everyone else was eager to seize every chance to lend their strength through your body." She recalls the moment he pressed his hand to his chest, channeled mana, and shouted, "Give me the strength of every last one of you." Then Gyro rallied the group. "Let's go, everyone." With fierce determination blazing in everyone's eyes, Minato looks at Hereditary confused. Xenos continues. "After that, you gradually became intoxicated by that power feeling you'd drawn closer to your goal. You saw wanting to grow stronger as only natural, and we too were intoxicated by your unparalleled talent. Then you suffered the greatest tragedy of your life, and someone you deeply respected entrusted their future to you. And now, I see you've given everything for those who driven to the brink by his manipulation. You see it too." Minato tilts his head, watching her. Xenos meets his gaze and smiles warmly. "We love the person you've become." At that moment, Eva in En's body begins channeling mana, shouting, "Hey you, what kind of nonsense is that?" He lunges forward, bellowing, "The weak get toyed with and devoured by the strong. That's just how the world works." His eyes widen in shock. From above, a bolt of lightning crashes down, cutting off his charge toward Minato. He whips his head around, bewildered. Minato stands facing him. He looks at Eva and says, "A lot of people think that way. I used to as well. We too remember our true existence. We want to tear down the very tower built by trampling and devouring the weak." From another world entirely, our hearts ignite for the sake of the weak. Minato strides toward Eva in En's body. You don't have that power right now, I know you're frustrated. Lightning crashes down with every step he takes. Eva, possessing En's body, keeps retreating, dodging lightning bolts raining down from above. Minato continues, speaking as he trains on the mountain. On the surface just keeps smiling, but inside, it's like a wire stretched to its breaking point. But never forget, we are always here, sharing every thought with you. You will reach the same pinnacle we did, that much is certain. Whenever you face hardship, we will always be right here to help you. Then he slowly raises his hand. Minato points his finger toward Eva inside En's body, causes his entire form to levitate high into the air. If you feel rage or sorrow over some injustice, then aim that fury straight at whoever made you suffer. He begins channeling mana, declaring the end of every prophecy once and for all. Lightning bolts converge from every direction, slamming straight into his body. He's ripped apart into shred sand. The lightning mana vanishes. Sino stands nearby watching the scene unfold. His eyes widen. Is that really Minato? Tenjin nods slightly, murmuring he looks exactly like Midori when he was young. Eva, still clinging to En's body, isn't fully dead yet. He can't believe what just happened right in front of him. His thoughts race. He destroyed over 100 puppets midair just like that. Over 100 puppets annihilated in midair. Minato walks slowly toward him, speaking as he goes. Now you see the gap between us. I've got plenty of questions that need answering. Don't worry. We have excellent interrogators on standby. You'll spill everything. His eyes radiate a terrifying killing intent. Locking onto Eva without blinking, Eva lies still in a pool of blood, then finally speaks. The 12 apostles are dead. In my current state, I can't beat you. But lucky for me, I listened to Big Brother's orders. This thighs is my trump card. Eva, inside En's body, refuses to give up. He continues channeling mana from underground. A coffin rises to the surface. He looks up, staring hard. A coffin. Eva in En's body speaks again. You know something. Hundreds of years ago, the Tower Destroyer was one of the progenitors, 1 against 10,000. The coffin lid open. Sand inside lies the body of Hinoki Ikaru. The moment they see the corpse, Alan and Gongtak are stunned, exclaiming in unison, "What?" Vero, standing in the center, is equally shocked. That's my body. Minato doesn't care in the slightest. He raises his hand and channels mana. Heavenly thunder strikes straight at the coffin, sending the body flying out. Vero sees it and shouts, "Minato, stop!" Sino's standing nearby speaks up. Looks like it's the real deal. Vero hears this, frowns slightly and murmurs, "Huh." Then, in one fluid motion, he draws the sword from behind his back. A voice rings out, "He cut through my lightning strike." Without warning, a torrent of dark mana crashes down from above, engulfing Vero's body. His eyes slowly shift to crimson. Vero breaks into a terrifying grin. Now it's getting interesting. This is perfect. The sight leaves him completely frozen. His thoughts kick in. Is this pressure the same kind of aura I felt from Ikihara on the training ground? No, this time it's even stronger. Vero raises his hand high, declaring, "Bring it on." From beneath the earth, the hands of mummy puppets begin crawling out, one after another. He watches the puppets line up in perfect formation across the ground and mutters, "Time for round 2. Seeing this, Minato is consumed with fury. He clenches his teeth, glaring straight at Vero. Sensing his anger, Selen speaks up to comfort him. "It's fine." Then a massive explosion erupts from behind. He whips his head around to look. A giant question mark practically floats above his head. Rai stands beside him and calls out, "Minato, don't forget." Then Hikato, the black-haired girl, and Su Shinji charge out at the same time. They all draw their weapons and channel mana in unison. Selen adds, "You are not alone." Every single one of them drops into a battle stance. Vero stares at them and asks, "What the hell is this?" "Those are your friends." Minato furrows his brow, his gaze drifting toward the puppets. His thoughts whisper, that voice sounds just like Jiraseven the way he talks. Vero rests his sword on his shoulder, looks at Minato, and says, "I almost feel sorry for you. My puppets are a bit too strong." On Shun's end, he's fighting desperately against the mummy puppets. A mummy puppet swings its arm, attacking straight at him. Shun leaps up instantly, dodging the strike. He grits his teeth, staring at the mummy puppet with pure disbelief. His mind races a body enhancement skill. "I already unleashed equatorial law at full power, and they're still completely unharmed. Don't tell me every single puppet has its own unique skill." Ci Ru rests his sword on his shoulder, surveying the mummy puppets encircling him. "They're too strong," he mutters under his breath. He glances toward Ka-Lem, who's desperately trying to break free from the swarm of puppets. Ka-Lem sprints, screaming, "Why are there so many?" Shun watches from a distance. She slowly pulls her headphones up. Her eyes narrow, she activates visualization. Reality sound. A phoenix of flame erupts from beneath the ground, soaring skyward, carrying with it an enormous surge of mana that incinerates every mummy puppet in its vicinity. See Nerm. Having barely escaped the puppet's pursuit, tears up with relief. "Captain." Shun plants her hands on her hips, strolls over casually, and says, The situation's not great. They're just corpses, yet they can still use the skills they had in life." Suddenly, the chains binding Gyro snap apart. See Nerm dashes past. She looks up, eyes widening. Gyro lunges forward, launching a flame strike from above. He raises his hand and slams it down with everything he's got. An overwhelmingly powerful mana radiates outward. It spreads in every direction. Shun sees this and exclaims, "Ha, things aren't looking good." She floats in midair, gazing down with a knowing smile. "I knew it." See Nerm can hold her ground. Panic flashes across Ru's eyes as he watches the scene unfold. Vero bursts out laughing with delight. "Magnificent. Pure chaos. In a situation like this, you wouldn't survive without the captain." Minato stands nearby. He lowers his head in silence. Then Selen turns to everyone around and speaks. "That's what he said. What do you all think?" The group behind him sighs, seething with frustration. Seeing this, he smiles faintly, then says, "I'm requesting permission to swap in for a moment." Minato looks at Gyro and asks, "You said they wouldn't survive." Hearing him speak, Gyro turns back, his expression revealing confusion. Minato doesn't care. He smiles at Gyro and says, "Don't underestimate my friends, 12 apostles." On Hikado's side, mummy puppets line up in rows on both flanks. He looks at them and mutters, "One versus all, just like lesson 7. A message lights up on his phone, advice on how to get stronger, addressed to Hinata Hikado. A dragon slowly materializes from his body. He activates his palm art. The dragon rises, coiling around every nearby mummy puppet. Hikado leaps onto the dragon's back, using it as a springboard. Then he raises his leg and unleashes a relentless barrage of kicks. Simultaneously, he activates Dragon Ascension. G-Tech Allen watches him strike, eyebrows raised. Hikado has a physique that's quite interesting. He's the Holy Fist progenitor. G-Tech Allen observes him, remarking his body is packed with muscle, grotesque yet incredibly agile. His usual tactic is to strike fast, focus everything on a single point. Not bad, but far from optimal. If you want him to unlock his full potential, she is the key. The light step progenitor Furson. G-Tech Allen continues, "It should be an unstoppable strike, a real threat, slashing through and overwhelming everything in its path." Hikado spins and strikes. Ling Long, seeing he's wiped out a solid chunk, can't help but beam, "Nice work, keep it up." The mummy puppets stare ahead, utterly bewildered. An sees them charging toward her and shouts, "I can't lose." A notification pops up on her phone. A message arrives, advice on how to get stronger, addressed to Shomi An. It's from the progenitor alchemist, Jin Zaioi. Jin Zaioi speaks slowly. "Alchemy is the art of transforming something incomplete into perfection. She got dragged into combat and ended up creating cheap, shoddy weapons, but that's just trivial alchemy. Alchemists are on An's side." She extends her hand and activates triple holy punishment. Jin Zaioi continues, "Beings who grasp and transcend forbidden taboos." An stands atop the stone of truth, even meanies. She gazes at the mummy puppets and says, "This is the result of lesson 8. It should be enough to shatter even these puppets' hardened bodies." Awaken all of you. The stone of truth raises its leg and stomps down into the depths of the subconscious. Minato turns his head toward Gyro and calls out. Someone seems to understand his words, lowers his head slightly, frowning. "Don't worry about Shinji." On Shinji's side, he holds his sword before him, pointing it at the mummy puppets. After locking onto his target, he immediately leaps skyward. Then he cleaves a mummy puppet clean in two. "I may not be as outstanding as him," he says, "but I have my own talent." Shinji activates sword art Hinoki's heavenly descent. One swing and the mummy puppets are obliterated with ease. And that's not all, he combines it with golden marigold. A horrifying mana erupts outward, blooming like a flower. Each petal becomes a blade, slicing into the mummy puppets. Ikika watches, impressed. "Not bad, nice combo." She sits atop a pile of puppet corpses, smiling to herself, combining technique with skill. sword art has its limits. But the miracles Minato creates can apply to Shinji too. Though when Minato does it, the results are on a completely different level. A burst of light flares nearby startles. A violent flame, erupting like a tornado, burning everything in its path. Ikika draws her sword and casually cuts down a mummy puppet. Then she stares intently at the erupting flames, thinking it's begun the battle between Minato and the 12 apostles. But the longer she watches, the more confused she becomes. Right at the center of the flames there's Minato. "And Gyro," Ikika exclaims, "that's the founder of our sword art, Hinoki Ikaru." She's stunned, screaming, "What the hell is going on?" Selen stands below, gazing up at him. Gyro smiles arrogant, cold. Ikika watches in disbelief, "The founder of our sword art. Hinoki Ikaru, what the hell is happening?" Gyro raises his sword and activates Poison Hand. Hinoki school sword art blade piercing wave. The strike surges toward Minato, an immense force slamming forward. Massive sparks explode outward, and the attack unleashes devastating destructive power. Minato reacts in time and dodges Gyro's attack. In Minato's subconscious, he exclaims, "That's heavenly thunder." He absorbs the lightning and redirects it at Gyro. Gyro smiles smugly and blocks with his sword. Xenos glances at him, thinking, "Just as I suspected, not enough output." Vero continues with fragment slash. He hacks repeatedly through the air when the final cut lands. The ground around them erupts into massive square blocks. Minato stands balanced on a block of earth looking at him. He thinks, "I know this technique, I've used it myself before. This is a real fight." But on Shuru's side has gripping someone tightly, preventing them from plummeting into the ravine. Beside them, Haruhi clings to a nearby block of earth, keeping herself from falling. Unexpectedly, a single slash from Gyro sweeps through, severing Shuru's arm. Shuru screams in agony, Sha, losing her anchor, immediately plummets into the ravine. She screams in terror, looking back toward Minato. Minato glances sideways and smiles with cold contempt. At the same time, he channels his mana. Everyone is enveloped in glowing bubbles, lifted safely into the air. Beneath Gyro's relentless barrage of slashes, he leaps nimbly from block to block, dodging each strike. Inside Minato's subconscious, Xenos looks at Gyro and asks Hinoki, "What do we do now?" Hinoki's face darkens. He doesn't answer, then turns and walks away. Vero approaches even meanies and says, "Stay down, thanks to Yaudo, whatever you want." Minato says, "Got it." He stands on a block of earth looking down at Gyro from above. Gyro raises his sword from below, activating Poison Hand. Hinoki School Cloud Stream. An incredibly powerful mana surges from him, shooting skyward with tremendous force, sending shockwaves through the entire surrounding forest. Before the devastating mana, Nerm drops to the ground nearby, hands clamped over her ears. Shun, standing beside her, exclaims, "Holy shit." Gyro looks at Minato and laughs triumphantly. "Magnificent, absolutely magnificent." Nearby, two figures scramble to escape the range of Gyro's technique. Reveling in the power of this body, Eva laughs. "So this is what a progenitor's body feels like, a perfect vessel for combat. Stronger, I need an even more powerful technique." He draws his sword and continues channeling. Minato doesn't respond, he frowns, watching. Gyro raises his sword higher, continuing to activate Poison Hand. Hinoki School Secret Technique Indomitable. But before the attack can land, Minato surges forward and blocks it with his bare hand. Gyro's eyes widen in pure shock. Inside Minato's subconscious, Vero watches the exchange and says flatly, "Boring." Selen adds, "He's right. Even using your body, he's pathetically weak." Vero flinches and looks at Minato, screaming, "What the hell are you talking about? How can this body possibly be weak? This belongs to the legendary progenitor." "Look." Seeing his technique losing its edge, Vero mutters, "You." He digs desperately through his stolen memories, cold sweat drenching his face. "I need a stronger technique, I have to pull it from the brain." Another surge of mana floods into Gyro's brain, searching for deeper memories. Unexpectedly, tears begin streaming from Gyro's eyes. He stares at them speechless. Two rivers of tears flowing ceaselessly down his cheeks. Eva cries because the memories of Hinoki Ikaruch deep in this brain from when he was still alive are overwhelming. Just looking at those memories invites the madness to invade. To consume. Ivana Tower cleaved in two. With a single sword strike, after achieving greatness beyond measure, he gradually became colder, more desolate. Eva, trapped inside Gyro's subconscious, clutches his head and screams, "What the hell is this body? It's too powerful for me. Can the human mind truly reach this level?" Inside Ikaru's memorous images of cutting down humans, monsters, the open sea, entire planets, Gyro's eyes go wide, the tears keep flowing. Vero drops to his knees, crumbling into despair. A single thought loops through his head: where the hell do I get stronger? Vero sobs, screaming. No, I can't use this, my soul will shatter. He reaches up, pressing a hand to his head, a quiet grunt. Then let it shatter. In Minato's subconscious, G-Tech Alan turns to look at Gyro sprawled on the ground, expression hollow. He speaks: if his soul fragments and spirals out of control, everyone here dies. Minato stares at the scene unfolding before him, stunned. Gyro is now engulfed in a dark, suffocating aura of mana. Things are looking dire. En panics. Heihai's soul is actually falling apart. Everyone's gonna die. Outside, Gyro writhes in agony. He throws his head back and screams at the sky. Takasaki City, Gunma Province. The city starts to quake. Violent, relentless tremors. The man in the suit spots the disturbance and goes white with panic. Kisaragi barks at him. Kisaragi, what the hell is going on? Kisaragi is just as rattled. He snaps an order at the suit: evacuate the civilians, now. Move it. He yanks out his phone, eyes locking onto the source of the aura. His blood runs cold. This magnitude of energy, what the hell is it? Originating from Nagano province. That's 100 kilometers from the epicenter. What's happening out there? Are there more monsters like that in this era? Back with Jiro, his screams don't stop. Every mummy puppet on the ground slowly fades to nothing. En stares, horrified. What? Hikato drags himself to his feet. This is. Shinji stands nearby, driving his sword into the ground to anchor himself. The sheer force of the energy threatens to blow him clean away. He grits his teeth. The orate's insane. Shomi-an clings to the ground, flattening himself to keep from being swept off his feet. Xenos reaches out, fingers clawing desperately into the earth. In Minato's subconscious, he whips around and yells, Gyro. Eva, lying crumpled nearby, tilts her head. What? I told you already, the rest is up to Minato. The moment those words leave his mouth, Selen answers, understood. She raises her hands, mana surging as she begins channeling. Outside, watching Gyro's body slowly fragment, Xenos murmurs with Minato's current body. She extends her arm, seals bloom across her skin. One after another, one strike, that's all it takes. She channels the seal of truth technique. Let's go, everyone. If you guys want to keep following this series, smash that subscribe button and drop a quick like. Thanks for watching all the way to the end.